And we are live. All right, Momoshiki The Janitor, take it away.
What's up?
What's
I'm your
up?
guest, Momo, the Clean It Up Janitor. Welcome to the podcast. Cam, come back.
Oh my god.
The podcast. All right, so since you're hosting this stream, Momo,
That's me.
what's the podcast topic?
We're gonna be talking about Boruto today. So I hope you are all caught up because I'm gonna be spoiling everything.
Everything, not just the latest chapter, but everything.
All future
Everything.
chapters as well. Yeah.
like how many future chapters are we talking?
All of them.
Oh,
Okay, the ending before it's so spoiled. You got the scares.
Gear up. You got everything. I got Ikimoto on speed dial.
Ikimoto on speed dial.
Well, actually, Ikimoto does watch the podcast. I mean,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
already proved that with that chapter cover, so
The Kawaki foot.
Yeah.
it makes sense.
Yeah, Momoshiki The Janitor, what do
Ikimoto,
you think about Kawaki's foot?
Kawaki's foot.
Yeah, just out of curiosity.
Specifically, his shoe, his sandal. Did you ever notice something about it?
Maybe in a chapter cover
This
or
is
something.
Does his sandal look off?
It's right
Yeah,
in your
I see a
face.
scan of it.
Oh, if that's an understatement, Oodie, you're gonna have to pull up the panel.
Where is it? I don't even know where it
Yeah,
is.
pull up that panel.
I hope you didn't delete it from podcast topics.
Oh, I definitely did because we already talked about it.
Crap.
This on the most.
Where else do we put it?
I don't know. I mean, did we ever talk about
Okay.
shoe in general? Choji has
Hold on.
shoes.
Everyone has shoes. Everybody.
Actually, Madara didn't have shoes at one point. When
Yeah,
he
he
was
Madara
young.
had-
lost his
Madara
shoes.
had
He got rid of
clothes.
them.
After he got hit with the Madarasa.
Cam apparently has so
He just-
many shoes.
I gotta see Kawaki's foot. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find it anywhere. I think
I don't know.
all these sites have been taken down.
I don't own
Recently.
shoelaces.
Wait, you said it was on a manga cover?
Yeah, but
Well,
they
specifically,
changed
it was on the spoiler version of it.
the legal spoil
Um,
version, of course.
What's this?
Are you talking about chapter
Oh,
4?
that's a different podcast
I
stuff.
don't think I have
Okay,
it.
gosh, we're gonna have to just find the video. I guess.
Did we make a video
Got, like,
about
big
it?
old- yeah.
I don't know if we made a
Yeah,
video
Kawaki-
about it, but we definitely had it on stream. Which chapter was that?
I think it was
2
4.
chapters ago, maybe 3.
Is it the Kawaki cover? Yeah, whichever one is the Kawaki.
Yeah,
cover.
that's chapter 4.
All right. Well, let's just go look for the ones that look like chapter 4 related.
Time to go look.
Hey, can I do the intro real quick since so
Oh, yeah, you can do the
intro
now.
All right. Welcome to the Walky Talky podcast, the podcast that talks about anime sometimes. I have the actual host, Oodie and Kamui, our guest, Momo the Janitor, and me, Dux, who's the janitor.
The
You start the
actual
No,
episode.
host.
aren't you actually a janitor now?
Yeah.
But you're even more official.
You're trying to steal my spot.
Yeah. So who's the better janitor between you two? If you had to debate it.
There's no debate. It's definitely me. I'd mop the floor with ducks.
Yeah, he
Quite
was.
literally.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry,
I'm
Duck. I
very
didn't
absorbent
do it
with
to
my
you.
feathers. I'm actually a really good mop.
You are the mop. Never mind. You got it. Ducks wins.
Yeah,
Now
Kamui, I
about
don't see it
this
in
foot.
videos.
Oh, I'm looking in Boruto chapter 4 early leaks predictions, and I feel like this would be the time for it.
Might be the. I feel no. It's got to be the one after that. It has to be the one after that.
Okay, so you think it was on the actual chapter reviews when we discussed it?
Yeah, it's got to be one of these at least. Okay, you check that one. I'll check the. I don't want to say the Naruto one.
We don't
Just
even
the
have
what
one that
reason?
we have this Sage's Rain one.
Found
like,
it.
What even is the
Found it.
Found it?
Yep.
Okay, which
Oh
one
yeah,
was
you
it?
gotta
in?
drop You gotta
It's
drop the stand.
actually reacting to Naruto changing the world this time, probably.
It's in there. Okay.
But do we? Okay, that's where we first talk about it, but that's not the comparison.
Well,
See, I want to get the comparison for
just
the
scroll
side
later.
by
Okay,
side.
let's look at the next one. 100% for real talking about this one.
Let's see here.
Okay.
I've looked at every
Since
single
it's
panel of
actually
Kawaki's feet.
reacting to this vid, so if it's in the video, I feel like that's not the right one.
I don't even know where it is anymore.
Gosh. Well, I mean, Oodie, okay, hold on. Just put it in chat, the picture of the bad foot, and we can just go to the manga cover for the good foot.
That's a good point.
We don't need to find the comparison in the video.
We can make the comparison here now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the bad foot.
Okay.
And Kamui, I got
Show me
that,
the
so
bad
I'll
foot,
leave
show me the
you
bad
to
foot.
get the good foot.
Yep, I'm already
The
working on it.
good foot.
Show me the bad foot.
So stupid.
Okay. Oh my gosh, what's going on with that foot?
Alright, I'll do a zoomed out one and then a zoomed in one just for good measure.
Yes, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's 5.
Can we clip this and title it "What's Up with Kawaki's Foot"?
I don't see why not.
I feel like we gotta get the compilation from all the other times we talked about it too.
All right, so look, I got a theory here.
I'll see some cats.
The reason Kawaki's foot looks the way it does is because of Jura. And now, hold on, give me a second. Let me explain. Before you take to the chat. Oh yeah, that's a good foot. It's a much better foot. Now, we know that they're evolving. The Shinju.
Yeah.
Kawaki's foot is devolving. I think that Kawaki's foot is the key to Jura's identity. Now, if he's devolving and they're evolving, it must be Kawaki's foot that is Jura, and it's going rogue. That is my theory.
Yeah, because as Jura gets stronger, Kawaki's foot will get weaker. Specifically,
It
his
will.
shoe will get weaker.
Specifically, you
Like,
can see
we've been debating Jura's identity this whole time. The answer was right in front of
It's
us. It's
Kawaki's
Kawaki's
foot.
right in our face, right in our face this whole time.
Kawaki's
How could we
foot
have been
been
so blind?
Shibai all along?
I think the shoe. I mean, when we think about so Boruto mentions how Coat's white karma is a lump of Atsuki essence. We've been wondering, like, what essence is actually in there. The answer's been right in front of us. That shoe, look at that piece of a shoe. It's kind of shaped like a karma seal, is it not?
Well, I was
Amato
thinking.
must have used Kawaki's shoe
I was
to make
thinking-
the white karma.
I was thinking that part of the shoe was shaped like a lump. Coincidence?
Yeah, like a lump of Atsuki essence, you might say.
A lump? A
So-
lump of Otsutsuki DNA.
You put in the context of the chakra fruit. The chakra fruit must just be several of those lumps.
I like it. I like it.
A lump of chakra fruit?
Now, some of our old theories, just for reference, were one of them was that it's a Japanese culture thing to where you don't change your shoes until they have completely destroyed so much that they just can't stay on your foot anymore. So Kawaki, his shoe is ripping apart, but Japanese culture, he will not change his shoes until that shoe cannot be worn anymore.
Yeah,
Even
exactly.
when he walks in the house, he doesn't get shoes off.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
guys, we
Jigen
told you
did it.
guys we were going
Jigen
to be
did it.
spoiling.
Who was Kawaki's master and father? Jigen. He walks into
Jigen.
people's houses with shoes on. Clearly, Kawaki would have learned that from him.
Now there's another
we told
theory
you
here.
We would be spoiling Boruto.
What if Kawaki's foot is Amado from the future? It's possible. You never know.
I mean, they do look. I mean, have we had a panel of Amado's shoes in like ever?
I think they're green,
They're
right?
Probably just like how they hid Coat's white karma seal for a long time. I think they're hiding Amado's shoes.
So what if they're
Yeah,
green
mods-
because they're
mods clip this.
copper and copper changes to be green over time? It makes sense. It's like the Statue
All
of
along.
Liberty.
Right in our face. Check. Statue of
In this case, it would be the shoe of liberty.
Absolutely
Statue
not.
of Liberty.
we have spoiled up to chapter 80 of Two Blue Vortex already.
There you go. It was in front
What
of you
was
the whole
before
time.
the shoe talk?
I think that was the talk.
That was the talk. That was how we began.
But how did he
It's
even
the
know
next
about the
topic.
shoe? Did you just ask? I forgot. I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I must
turns
have
out that
been.
I'm Shibai. I'm Momo. I got the Byakugan. I can see fate.
Oh.
yeah, you got the Byakugan. That's why you couldn't see through Boruto's shadow clone tactic during that fight.
God.
Ishiki couldn't see through Kawaki's shadow clone. Shadow clones are just made of
He
zinc and
didn't
steel now.
You can't see through
Shadow clones are just
dust.
that
You
strong.
just can't see behind him at all. It's just like only
Right.
Neji can do that. That's actually only Neji's ability. Like
He's
this whole time,
Darius.
they've
Neji
been
was
playing it
just
up as
that
if it was a
talented.
Byakugan ability. No, it's just Neji.
It's just Neji. Neji is the beginning of everything.
You know, real quick, speaking of Byakugans, I was thinking about this earlier today, and the Tenseigan makes no sense. It's so stupid. So, like, just think about okay, so Toneri in Itsuki, or in Itsuki in general, takes the eyes of a lesser being, a human with a Byakugan, and it just magically makes him stronger. Like, to put in comparison, that's like if Hakuromo took out his Rinnegan and then put in Indra's eyes instead, and he just got, or he put in Itachi's eyes, and he just got stronger. It's like, no.
Put
It
in
doesn't
some
make sense.
Tomoe
You're
Sharingan.
putting in the weaker eye. Like, if anything, it should just be that the Atsuki Byakugan is the Tenseigan. So, like, Momoshiki, Hamura, all of them just have Tenseigans. And then the humans got the weaker version, the Byakugan, just like how Indra got the Sharingan instead of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan and Tenseigan would be like equals, and then the Sharingan and Byakugan should be relatively even, like they were at the beginning of Naruto. It's like, that makes sense. The fucking Tenseigan makes no sense. No Atsuki has it, except for Hamura and Toneri.
Never mind. I was gonna say that Hinata had Hamura chakra, then that could have made it stronger, but then he got Hanabi's eyes, which is different, so no, wouldn't work like that.
See, now,
It's just
Never
weird.
mind.
here's
Like,
a way to think about it. It's possible that it's like an Obito situation to where he only took one eye so that he could stay in control of the massive, overwhelming amount of chakra. So maybe he just nerfed his eyes to a controllable amount to make him stronger.
He
but
nerfed his
Toneri
eyeball.
was born with the Byakugan. They literally took out a Byakugan, not a Tenseigan. Because, like, the
They
thing
took
I
out a
was thinking,
Byakugan and put a Byakugan in.
the reason why I was thinking about it was just in reference to, like, how the Jogan seems to be more like on the Byakugan side of things than it does like the Rinnegan side of things. It looks like a Byakugan. Boruto's abilities, one of them at least, closely resembles a Byakugan, seeing the chakra pathway system stuff. So I was like, okay, it would make sense that there's different lineages of dojutsu, like the Jogan be the top, Byakugan the bottom, Rinnegan the top, Sharingan the bottom, so on. But it's the Tenseigan should be like in the middle, like, but it's not. It's just it don't make sense.
That thing is at the ceiling. You can cut the moon in half.
And the
with that.
abilities of the Tenseigan itself are kind of like they're cool looking, but it is also kind of just funny. So, like, you know, the Sharingan, the Byakugan, they give you visual things that you can see, the Rinnegan as well, and then it also gives you jutsu. But the Tenseigan, it doesn't seem like it gives you any eyesight powers whatsoever. You just get chakra form and truth seeker. It's like, wait, what does that do with your eyes, bro?
You just get Dragon Ball power up.
It's just so random.
Now, I will
You just have
say,
to see yourself become stronger, and therefore you become stronger.
now, just hear me
Uh,
out. What if Hanabi had the Tenseigan all along and we just didn't know because it lay dormant? The same way that, like, the Byakugan lies dormant within Himawari.
So that would work, but that's not what's explained whatsoever for how this Tenseigan situation worked. Like, if
Maybe they were
Toneri
just talking
said,
out of their
like,
ass.
hey, this Hyuga has awakened the Tenseigan, like the legendary evolved form of the Byakugan. Like it's dormant in her. If I take it, I can awaken it kind of thing. Okay, that works, but that's not what he explains at all.
To be fair, it wasn't Hanabi that was special in particular. It was Hanabi's eyes specifically. So maybe those eyes had the
Address what I'm
potential.
talking about.
But her eyes had potential, but she didn't.
The only thing about Hanabi that was important was just that she was a very pure Hyuga with strong Hyuga genetic powers, like kind of like Neji, like
Okay, but
She was
plenty of
very-
something that's
Hyuga
been
were like
built up
that.
early on.
She has
She
the
was-
Super Saiyan Byakugan.
I mean, the real reason it was Hanabi because it's a named character. Let's be real.
Yeah, it's
Right.
because it's the only other person that's not Hinata that would have worked. But to be
Also,
fair though,
would've
like
been-
even in the beginning, like during the Chunin exams, Hiyashi does like make a point to say that like Neji might have even stronger Hyuga powers than Hanabi, and that was like a big deal. He's like
Yeah.
perhaps even stronger than yours, and she's like, really? Because like she
He's
knows that she's way better than her sister and shit. Like,
Right.
um,
She knows she's super Hyuga.
yeah. But like, put this in perspective. What if Toneri got Neji's eyes? Would he have awakened like the Jogan instead? Like, what would have happened?
You know what? That would have been cool because had he like at least had some form of like edgy different abilities, that would have been interesting to see, or at least like made the Tenseigan abilities similar to things we've seen that Hyuga already do, but they didn't even do that. They just kind of like,
Yeah, it was just so It was like a lot like being a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, realistically. But it's like, why? What is it? It was just so random. Like
yeah,
the Ten Tails didn't even have a Tenseigan. It's the freaking Rene Sharingan. So it's like the Rinnegan would make more sense for that. I was like, with the Tenseigan, it's cool, but it makes no sense. I'm like, I feel like they could have approached this differently to make it make
It
a
is.
lot more sense.
and they were just, it
The
was
movie's
just
not
the,
supposed to make sense.
you said
it's
the
a movie.
movies, yeah, and
I mean-
that's the thing.
we talked about it before, but I can kind of excuse the whole idea of swapping Byakugan to get the Tenseigan because that's similar to what they do with the Mangekyo Sharingan to get the Eternal. The only problem I have with
No,
it
but
is
it's
the
different
end.
because
At the end of the movie where he just like gets the cluster of like 1,000 Byakugan, he just like rubs it against his body for almighty power.
What?
Like he's not implanting it into his
that doesn't make
body.
sense either.
He's just like swimming in like 1,000 Byakugan eyes just randomly.
But that
Well,
doesn't make
listen.
sense either. But the thing with the swapping eyes, so it's not really the same as the EMS situation, because to make a comparison there, it would be like if Sasuke awakens a Rinnegan by swapping Mangekyo Sharingan with Itachi. That's not what happens. All that happens is he just loses the blindness. There's a weakness to the Mangekyo that goes away. That's all that happens. It's not like the Byakugan even has that to begin with. Or let's just say, there's the blind spot in your back. Okay, you swap the eyes and you lose your blind spot. I guess that would be a comparison here. But no, it's an upgrade that's completely different. Like,
I mean, yeah,
so
but like, sure, it's not explained in universe, but that's the obvious parallel they're going with here, considering what they did with Hagoromo, and then here it's Hamura. We're getting the other half of that. So before Hagoromo with
but
the
that's the thing
Sharingan,
with
here
Hamura,
Hamura
it
with
would-
his Byakugan.
it would have made more sense if they wanted to do something similar, though. It would have made more sense if it was like the two sons thing, where if Toneri was, I mean, okay. In this regard, you can make the comparison to say that like there's the two halves. There's the Hyuga, and then there's the Osusuki on the moon, where Toneri is of the Osusuki on the moon. Basically, we'll call it Moon Hyuga, just to make it obvious.
Moon Hyuga.
Moon Hyuga, Toneri. So if he merges with Land Hyuga, he awakens Hamura's power. Okay. The thing about Toneri, though, is he looks like a freaking Atsuki. So it's like, if he didn't look like an Atsuki, it'd almost be more excusable to me. Because it would be like Indrasha. But no, the problem is he's like Hamura. Like, he looks like one. So,
Yeah.
and the way it's explained is that it's if an Atsuki takes a Hyuga's eyes, he gets this. So it's like, no, like there's so many ways they could have gone about this. And even then, though, if Hamura having the Tenseigan would just kind of imply that, like, the Atsuki Byakugan should be like Tenseigan. Like Momoshiki would be special because he
What's
has
up?
not just a Tenseigan, not just a Rinnegan, but both. Same with Kage. Hamura, just Tenseigan. Hagoromo, just Rinnegan. Momoshiki got both.
What's
He's
up?
a big deal. But that's not what happened.
And I will say, yeah, I kind of get where you're coming from, but like there are still technically two different Byakugan, the non-purebred and then the purebred. That's like the normal Mangekyo, or yeah, the normal Mangekyo, and then like the regular Sharingan. So it is still the upgraded Byakugan technically. We're going to the more
But
upgraded
like,
Byakugan.
okay, I will say it. Neither one goes anywhere because the Choku Tomoe, nothing comes of that. It's just the only thing we know is it clearly must be an Injure Reincarnate thing because the only people that have that are Madara and Sasuke, Injure Reincarnates. Where there's nothing like that for the Byakugan people. It's just they're strong, which is cool. But even then though, it's like there's nothing tangible to use for these things. Like
There's no levels of upgrade with the Byakugan. It's
Like-
just a Byakugan.
yeah, like Neji has a more strong pure Byakugan and better genetics, blah blah blah. The only thing that manifests from that is just Neji's freaking dope. He's freaking cool and he's strong. He's good at everything. It's not
He
like
is.
he has some unique ability of his Byakugan because of it. It's just he's just better at fighting. It's all there is. Like
Yeah. He's a genius.
yeah. So I feel like in this regard, the Isuzuki's Byakugan's just wasted, honestly, dude. Like look at freaking Ishiki and Arashiki. What do they do with it? Nothing. They don't even freaking use
They
it.
turn it
It's
off
like,
all the time.
yeah, what's the point of them even having the Byakugan?
Right.
Why do they even have it?
Finding
If we're not
fear
gonna
of an
use it.
alien. Like most
But they already
Otsutsuki
have
Byakugan.
alien eyes. They got Rinnegan and shit.
Right. In their hands and everything.
But Byakugan are the basic bitch of eyeballs.
I mean, like, I
mean-
get the aspect of with Kaguya, they wanted it to be like a tie-in for Kaguya. That's where the Byakugan came from. And because of that, they're extending that to the Isuzuki and so on. But it just feels like the Byakugan, I mean, the Byakugan in general is kind of wasted, but I feel like they had an opportunity with
Kind of.
this that they kind of just blew.
Kind of wasted as an understatement.
Like,
It's like,
the best we can
and
hope
I-
for is to say that Jogan is like the perfected Byakugan, the highest level Byakugan, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But even that, it's like the Tenseigan middle ground, kind of like, what the hell?
Right. And I had hoped that in like Boruto, this would be the time for the Byakugan to finally shine, but they kind of just jumped more towards the Joker.
Bro, the only dojutsu that's had time to shine is freaking Ishiki's, bro. Which we didn't even know
Yeah.
where that ties into
Yeah.
things.
Well, that doesn't even have a name right
Which is so insane.
now. Yeah, like how do we have a dojutsu with no name?
Like,
I'm
not
so
even
used to
Amado,
dojutsu.
not even Amado said like as they're like when he's talking about Shinjutsu, he doesn't say like the Sukuna Hikona in Daikoku 10 that comes from the Dharmagon, whatever you want to call it. He doesn't just whip
Yeah.
out the name. No, he just doesn't do
These
it.
name drops abilities that it gives you.
Yeah, it's like, bro, they say the name Senrigan 50,000 times. Like, they know the name
Oh
of
my
Ada's
goodness,
dojutsu. How do they not
do.
know the name of Ishiki?
They probably do
They
in
know-
universe,
they
they
know
just
the
haven't
name of
said
it.
it yet. Like in the same way Bug
I know, but that's just-
Shinju
it's
obviously
crazy.
has a name, but like we just don't know it yet. Now I will say,
I know, it's
Kamui,
just still funny to me. that
you say, oh, the Eternal Mangekyo, it just removes the weakness of the Mangekyo. The Eternal Mangekyo is still an upgrade over the Mangekyo, just in general. Like, you literally have more chakra and are
I don't-
stronger with
I
the
don't
Eternal.
disagree that it's an upgrade, but it's like not the same. It's not the same as like EMS to Rinnegan, where it's a completely different dojutsu with new powers, new appearance, and all this shit. It's literally just this. It's almost the same thing. Like, yeah, it is better. I'm gonna choose the EMS
It
over the
also
regular
uses the
Mangekyo,
patterns
obviously.
of the
but-
To be fair, it does
people.
have a
Yeah.
different pattern for the Mangekyo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
slightly. But it's not like, again though. It's not like the point is though, like. Yes, there is a difference, the same way that the 3 Tomoe is different from the 2 Tomoe, but it's like, I'm not going to say or act like it's a completely new dojutsu. Like,
So Nexil says Ishiki's dojutsu does have a name. Sakura Hikona is what it's called. We know that. We're referring to like the eye itself.
The eye, yeah, it has the
not
ability.
the jutsu, the name of the
Hakona
eye. Yeah.
Yeah, Sakuna Hakona is the ability to shrink things down. That's not the name of the eye itself.
Unless
That's
we're
actually-
saying
that's
the eye itself is the ability, I guess.
No,
Yeah.
the eye is
Yeah,
definitely not called Sukuna
That's
Hikona.
like that's like calling the Sharingan, Amaterasu or something like that.
Now, I will say,
Yeah,
Kamui,
like
if we're
Pain's eyes
Tsukiyomi.
are almighty push.
if we're drawing
The almighty
comparisons,
pushes.
technically the Rinnegan has the normal Sharingan's Tomoes, so it's more similar to the regular
hell?
Sharingan than it is the Mangekyo.
Well, not all Renegons have that. That's the Tomoe Renegon that has
No,
that.
the ones
Why are
that
you
don't
so
were just
controversial?
Sukuna Hikona, the Tomoes within it. They're there.
This also reminded me of another. I didn't know when I was going to bring this up, but I was thinking about it. So the karma seal makes no sense too. Okay, hear me out. So I don't mean everything about the karma seal. I mean specifically one certain thing. Okay, Ishiki Otsutsuki. He lacks the ability to absorb ninjutsu, and then he takes himself, converts himself to data, replicates it. So the karma seal is Ishiki's information. Magically, Ishiki's information grants Kawaki and Jigen the ability to absorb ninjutsu, which Ishiki doesn't have. And then when he resurrects, the karma seal spreads out, disperses, dissolves into the body to resurrect them. And magically, the ability to absorb ninjutsu disappears. Why does the karma seal have an ability that Ishiki doesn't have? All the karma seal is Ishiki's data.
It's just his
Makes
data.
sense.
But yeah, they
So,
give the ability to
I
shrink
thought,
things
yeah. So if anything, to me, it would have made more sense if the karma, like Boruto's different because Momoshiki can't absorb jutsu. For
Yeah.
Kawaki, it would be like the karma seal will grant him Ishiki's abilities. So before he awakens the actual eye, which lets Ishiki shrink what he sees, Kawaki would have a nerfed version of it, which is kind of what Jigen even does anyway, where he can shrink things he touches with his karma seal. So he could shrink a jutsu. It would look like absorbing in practicality because he would just shrink it. But like, it just makes more sense if the karma seal is giving them abilities of the Otsutsuki. So there is no jutsu absorption. He's just going to shrink things he touches instead.
So on this specifically, Mello talked about this a little bit with like the what's it called, the true essence. So it's like overlaid on the mind and body, and he was bringing this up. So we know that Code hasn't extracted any genetic material, whereas Boruto and Kawaki have. Boruto and Kawaki have like awakened physical changes within themselves whenever they use karma, such as Boruto with the Byakugan and Ishiki, or I guess sorry, Kawaki with his eye. And they're also able to like use the abilities of the Otsutsuki. But like Code, when he does it, he doesn't change, and as far as we know, I don't think he uses any new abilities. But we also know Code got, we theorize Code got genetic material from Shibai, and that's how he can use the claw mark Shinjutsu. We theorize.
Yeah, so I mean, like, yeah, and like a different theory, just because we might as well mention it, would be that Code did get an ability from his karma seal. That's what the claw marks are. That theory hinges on him not actually having Ishiki's essence, but instead Shibai or whoever, it doesn't matter what the Otsutsuki is, it's not Ishiki. That's who is contained in the white karma in some form or fashion, and that's where he's getting his ability from. That would be like the other end of that theory.
Yeah, so do you think that like the physical deformations or even the use of the abilities are from the karma or from the genetic material? Like if you take off Boruto and Kawaki's karma, would they have not the ability, but like the potential to use those abilities? Or does that go with the karma?
In their case, no, because so this is another thing, actually. Another thing that doesn't make any sense is, I mean, I guess in this case you could argue it's because Kawaki technically had the karma again but didn't know it. But Kawaki being able to mask his chakra signature like an Otsutsuki without his karma. Again, you can argue just say, well, he technically had it, but it wasn't like fully manifested. Okay. But the thing is, the whole point is that the Ishiki's power slept within Kawaki, but he couldn't access it without the door to get into the house. he needed the karma to use Ishiki's power. That's the whole reason why activating it does anything for them. So he shouldn't be able to use the Suzuki powers without Karma Seal. That would include masking his chakra signature. He technically shouldn't have been able to do that, unless you want to say it's because he had karma all along. But
I disagree. I think it
with that in
amps your base
mind,
as well. Like, Boruto wasn't using his karma, but he was stronger, at least in the anime, than he should have been. And, like, it surprised him.
when and where are you
I
referring
think,
to?
like, the Majina Bandits arc, he's, like, throwing shuriken, and, like, he doesn't activate karma, but, like, he throws a shuriken, then it, like, goes so fast it, like, breaks the board, then he's, like, surprised and looks at his hand. With the karma.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, well, it happens. So
But
there you
don't
go.
whatever you're talking about. You know, as far as anything I remember, particularly from the manga, because it's easier for me to remember, that doesn't happen. Like, their bases
No,
have
it
not
doesn't.
changed. It's only when they activate karma. The slight exception, something I was talking to Keto about, would be Boruto now, because he's got that karma seal tattoo on him, and that might mean that like 18% of his karma is always on because of the way Momoshiki did things,
Yeah.
in which case his base would be boosted because it's like he always is activating 18% of his karma. Outside of that, though, like Kawaki, when he lost karma after Ishiki died versus Momoshiki and stuff, I don't think base Kawaki was any stronger because of his Suzuki data. He couldn't use it. It didn't mean anything as far as his battle prowess goes. It's only when he uses karma. Because the whole point with karma is that it contains the Suzuki's chakra and, of course, genetic information. So they're tapping into that Suzuki's power. There's literally like a one-page data book thing of karma. Lily mentions this, that it contains their chakra. That's what's amping them. Because Kawaki's using freaking Ishiki's power now. That's why he gets stronger, but he's not using it in its base.
I think it would make sense for them to get stronger in their base because they're still extracting the Otsutsuki material whether the karma's activated or not. Unlike Code, where I don't think he is stronger
Yeah, so
just
this is
because
where
he has
another
karma.
thing just doesn't, it's kind of silly and doesn't make sense with the karma seal, because it's like, with what you're saying, it should just mean that, like, for example, using Jigen, who was at 100%, in that mind process, Jigen should just already be like, it'd be like Karma V2 at all times, essentially. He's just always that strong, but he's not. He has to activate Ishiki's Karma Seal to use those powers, which implies his base is not stronger because Karma is extracted. Like, another way to look at it is like the Karma extracts, it's 100% extracted. Now you can use 100% of the Karma, but until the Otsutsuki resurrects, that doesn't mean anything for their base.
I disagree because they're able to like use Otsutsuki abilities in base still. Like they're able to fly in base. That's technically making them stronger. They're not doing that because of karma.
Exactly, and that doesn't make sense. Like, it shouldn't be this weird mix match. It should just be one or the other.
Well, I don't think Code can fly because he doesn't have any genetic material, which tells me it's because they're Otsutsuki.
I'm not talking about Code in this regard. I'm saying that I think it should either be that, like, Boruto, like, activating the karma shouldn't matter. Like, he should just be that strong, or he shouldn't be able to use any of it until he activates karma.
I mean,
it should just be one or the other.
Yes,
Not this weird mix match.
Jigen did get stronger, but he was already strong in base. Like, we can't just pretend like he just wasn't strong in base.
I know. I don't know if you're missing my point here.
I understand he gets stronger.
Like, whether or not having the karma makes you stronger in base.
It should either just be, like, Jigen should either just be always V2 Jigen, that just is his strength, or it should be that base Jigen is just base Jigen, not any better, and then when he activates karma, that's where he gets all of Ishiki's power.
See, I don't think that's the case.
Where base Jigen is now partially amped by Ishiki, and then he activates 100% of his karma, and 100% is now magically 120% because 20% of it already added to it.
So
regardless, that's not how math works.
Regardless of the power, regardless of the power, clearly he transforms physically, which tells me that he's drawing on something when he activates karma. It obviously gets stronger as well, but that means like the physical things aren't a part of the genetic material. So what is the genetic material if not the physical differences? Because obviously Jigen in base doesn't look like Ishiki, even though he's 100% extracted the karma. We know that the karma is like within the wrist, but it also, like we were talking about last stream, it does what, like digitizes, and then it the thing with the, what was it, the lemon? No, the coffee, the thing that is in the water, the muffin.
Tea.
What was it? You made the example, Conway. The analogy.
Coffee and sugar.
Sugar, coffee and sugar. Yeah, it dissolved. So it's dissolved within their body, from what we can tell. Seemingly, apparently.
Well, what Amato was saying with the whole coffee sugar thing is like when they resurrect. So again, though,
Yeah.
I don't know if you're missing my point, because what you're saying just now, that it's dissolved in their bodies, would imply that activating it shouldn't matter anymore, but it does very clearly. So it's like pick one or the other. Is my point isn't what is, what should be. I'm saying that it shouldn't be the way it is. I think it would make more sense to be one of two other ways.
Well, no, I think it does make sense because,
I don't know if we can
it's
definitively say whether or not that it makes you stronger, because like right before the Delta fight, when Naruto fights Boruto and they're training, Boruto is fighting Naruto and he's whooping him up, and then once Boruto activates the karma, even though he's already been extracting for some time now, that's only when Naruto says that he notices a change in Boruto. So if he had been amped before then, Naruto didn't take any notice, but it was only after the karma activated that he, said that not only his jutsu, but his physical strengths and his speed increased.
Well, at least it was a very clear difference. I'm not going to say he was like going even with Naruto, but like Naruto had to actually try. And that was like with 5% extracted. So some pretty high scaling right there already.
No,
That
but
was
that's
like
his
super,
point. The point
right.
though is that in base extraction didn't notice anything. It's only when he activates karma. But I mean, honestly, they're picking and choosing.
Well, we don't know.
As far as I can tell,
it could have
just
been
in the
like a slight
story,
increase
it doesn't seem like
that point.
Boruto. I won't. Okay, I'm just. Boruto's weird because we don't know what the hell happened within the time skip. But
Yeah.
Kawaki, it didn't seem like
He's
Kawaki
teasing.
was any stronger by being more extracted than a normal human. It seems like he was only stronger when he used karma.
Well, Kawaki's not a ninja
Oh.
either, so I feel like he draws entirely on his karma for his power. Because otherwise he's as strong as like a
Well, he
normal
was using
Konoha
ninja
citizen.
tech still.
Okay, you got me there. But like,
No, he is not a normal Konoha citizen.
no, that's what I'm saying. Is that's the
Nothing
point.
normal about him.
Like, he has chakra that he accesses, but like he's not beating Garo. His scientific ninja tech, I don't think that amps his base. I think he has to actively use that rather than passively.
Yeah, he has to actively use it. That's why I'm saying he's not like a normal civilian, because that's
But
like
like
a ninja.
outside of that,
It's different from a normal ninja.
but like he's like as fast as
Well, he
other
had been
people.
training in jutsu.
Like, I don't think he's scaling to Garo based on his speed. Like, just because. Like, I think it's because
What do you
of
mean?
the karma.
Did you forget the Garo fight? The first thing Mitsuki did when seeing a tired base Kawaki was, holy shit, he's fast. He ran up a freaking cliff without chakra. He was just that fast.
That's
Kawaki's
what I'm.
fast
No,
in
that's
base.
my point exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is that he is fast. Why is he fast? I don't think it's because of scientific ninja tech. I think it's just because that's his base.
I think Kawaki's just naturally gifted. Like Naruto said.
But he hasn't got any
He
training
was also
or
trained
anything.
like crazy though.
Okay.
That's not the ninja tech didn't make him fast. It was his training with Jigen more than anything that made him strong. That's what he says.
His
That's why he
training
got
with
so strong.
Jigen was for his
Jigen's
karma
training.
seal, because Jigen's training was just beating him. That's not making him stronger.
I mean, he probably got some fight training based off the way Kawaki fights. I think he got more than just activate karma. I think he actually fought and got stronger too.
I don't
We
think
don't see every part of his training, no, but
I don't think Jigen scaled himself
How
down
is
to
he trained
Kawaki's
somehow?
level to train Kawaki. No, I think Jigen just beat him. Like, to like unleash his hatred, obviously,
Jigen
for
did-
his karma.
Okay. To put it another way, it's not that Jigen was necessarily like, Kawaki, I want your base to be so skilled. It's more like, but to it, even ignoring that though, Kawaki himself was motivated to kill Jigen, so he did train, whether with Jigen or Boro, Delta, whoever. He did train for the purpose of killing Jigen because he hated him. And I imagine, like, it seems like he trained himself overall. Like,
Now, I will say, like, what's even the purpose of Jigen training Kawaki in the first place? Because it doesn't make sense outside of it would just make his karma extract faster. because he shouldn't care about Kawaki in any other regard, regardless.
That's the only thing I can think of, is that it's to get his karma to extract faster. Because otherwise, yeah, there's literally no point. Like, even Orochimaru, though, it's kind of stupid. Why did he even train Sasuke? What was the point? All he cared about
Uchiha
was
body
the
talk.
actual body that he had. The fact that he had a Sharingan, a special one too. Like, he didn't need to train Sasuke how to kill him. It's like freaking Eren tells Reina, next time, don't train me how to beat your ass. Like, what is wrong with these guys? What are they doing?
Well, he just wants to train Sasuke to be as strong as possible so he can take his body. I don't think Orochimaru knew that Sasuke was necessarily stronger than him.
No, he didn't. But the point is, he doesn't need Sasuke to be more skilled. That doesn't benefit him, because Orochimaru is the one who's going to be the skilled one if he's controlling the body. Sasuke's skill doesn't matter at that point.
Well, is Orochimaru training him necessarily? Because Sasuke is training for Itachi on his own.
Yes.
What training
Sasuke
does Orochimaru
was asking
do with
Orochimaru.
Sasuke?
He literally, when Sai shows up, he's like, Orochimaru, it's time for my training. And he's like, okay, let's go train.
Okay, so Sasuke goes to him. He doesn't go to Sasuke.
He could just be like, no, I'm busy.
With what? What's Orochimaru busy with? Like, that's his number one priority.
It could be under the pretense that he's making Sasuke strong enough to beat Itachi.
Exactly.
Because Sasuke would never stick around for so long.
Literally, yeah.
Here's the thing. Orochimaru doesn't need Sasuke to stay there willingly. Once he got there, Orochimaru could have just locked him up in a cage.
But then he's not going to get stronger.
Time to take over your body.
He wants a strong
He doesn't need...
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And as far as like the skill, not the technique. Oodie's talking about the physicality of Sasuke.
Yeah.
And how like his speed is increased, his strength.
Yeah, and Orochimaru can... First of all, Orochimaru was giving him drugs to improve that anyway. That doesn't require training. And second of all, Orochimaru can just train that aspect. He can just like be like, Sasuke, what you need right now is not Kirin. You need to be faster.
We don't know if that's the case, because
you can just gaslight Sasuke into this.
But Kamui, hypothetically,
Sasuke's abilities.
I could say pre-workout, but I'll go all the way up to steroids. If you give steroids to like someone in a coma, I don't think they're going to get stronger from that. It's what you do with the steroids that matter. It's like an inhibitor or catalyst.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but the thing is, again, though, Orochimaru can just gaslight Sasuke into thinking that what he needs is to improve his physical power, not his skill. Just not train his skill.
He does not train his skill at all. Just get his body right. Have him deadlifting in the back room.
I mean, there's not really
just have him the gym. Have him hit the Raikage's gym program. I'd be like, this is what you need, Sasuke.
Imagine if Sasuke came back just buff as the Raikage during the time.
Oh my god,
that'd be crazy, bro.
It was like block and then just power bombs. His power bombs.
He doesn't use any of his jutsu. Like in new jutsu, he's just like, I'm so strong.
Well, keep in mind, I feel like if he gets more skilled, his Sharingan would also improve. Outside of his speed, his Sharingan also improved. I feel like that has to do with skill as well.
Getting the Sharingan.
Yeah.
It kind of both with the Sharingan. It's both skill and sometimes just,
raw emotion.
I mean, yeah, but that's the real reason he wanted Sasuke. Like, he wanted Sasuke for his body, but he wanted Sasuke's eyes. That's why he wanted Sasuke, realistically.
Well, yeah, no, but he needed, like, he could have just taken Sasuke's eyes. He obviously, it was the
I know.
Uchiha body matter too.
He needed the best vessel to use the eyes.
Exactly, yeah. And there's no downside to him getting more skilled. If anything, it's just going to make him more powerful in general.
Well, I mean, there definitely was a downside.
I mean, but he wasn't expecting Sasuke to kill him. And plus, he didn't...
He was. Well, he was expecting Sasuke to come for him.
I don't know if that's true. But even if it's true...
He literally says, I knew you'd come for me.
But Orochimaru didn't train Sasuke to be stronger than Orochimaru. He trained him to be stronger than, like, his weakest state on his deathbed on accident. Because he trained Sasuke like a 9. Orochimaru was always at a 10. Orochimaru fell down to like an 8 at the very end.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with you. That's why this is mostly just jokes, but it's just
Yeah.
kind of funny. Like so Orochimaru should have been a little bit more careful, especially like by the Tenchi Bridge arc. He's like, okay, I should probably stop training Sasuke just in case.
Because this man is about to drop a
It's just like
Kyrian on
Sasuke, I'm
everybody.
sick. I can't train you right now.
Dude, that's how, because like Orochimaru
Right.
didn't know Sasuke was about to bust through that door. Like he didn't prepare. He didn't defend himself necessarily. Sasuke should have just started with Kirin. like Orochimaru wouldn't have been expecting it. So
When Sai woke
just
him up,
shooting, like Kabu just like, huh?
Yeah.
I wonder what Sasuke's up to, Orochimaru. Sasuke's shooting fireball jutsus in the sky. Pretty weird, huh? And then Orochimaru's like, wait,
That's right.
Kabuto, you need to stop him. It's like, what? Why? Kirin.
yeah, like he honestly underreacted in that situation.
that also that tells me that
'cause
Orochimaru knew.
when Sai woke him up, he bombed the entire hideout.
But yeah. Do you okay? Actually, well, we don't know. Do you think Orochimaru knew Sasuke had Kirin, or like what Kirin was, or do you think Orochimaru was just like, oh man, Sasuke's really flexing his chakra. He's about to do a big attack. Like, did Orochimaru
'Cause
ever
he said,
see?
you shouldn't use that. He said
says
that.
there's no
Yeah,
need
he
for
definitely
that
knew what
jutsu.
jutsu he was going to do.
Okay,
He
That's
referred to it as
interesting.
that jutsu.
but that's another thing. The more skill
What's
he has,
crazy
the
though
more
is that
abilities
doesn't imply
Sasuke
that
will
like
develop.
Orochimaru makes you wonder, was Orochimaru planning to use that jutsu on Itachi? Like, is that why he helped him create that?
I mean, was Orochimaru being
Right.
genuine
Well-
when he said he's gonna actually go fight Itachi?
I don't see why
Half
not. He might as well beat him up.
But does he think
I
that he
really had
could?
a vendetta against Itachi. Hey, no,
If he
I
had
don't think so.
Sasuke's body, I bet Orochimaru thought he could.
Yeah, he probably would try again just to get fondled again, but he would definitely try.
I don't know if he would.
I mean, I could see him like a reason for him not to bother because like why bother? But I guess to be fair though, Orochimaru has an awful lot of intel on things like the Rinnegan shit. I wouldn't be surprised if he understood about EMS, and so he might want to fight Itachi so that he can give himself EMS. That's possible.
It
Odds.
depends if he knows
That's
if
his fault.
Itachi's
That'll
sick
be
or
his
not.
downfall.
Do you think he knew Itachi was sick?
It wouldn't matter.
I think
Evidently,
it would.
Yeah, he
it
just
didn't matter if he was sick.
Well, but here's the thing, though, Kamui. He thought that he was stronger than Itachi back at the Akatsuki. That didn't work out for him. He's not going to make the same mistake twice.
But yeah, but guess what he didn't have? The Sharingan eyes he was lusting over the whole time. This case he would.
So you're saying it's in
It would
character
be
for him
hilarious
to
if
do
he
that?
did have Sasuke's
Okay.
body. He gets
Hold on, you
there
both
and then.
spoke.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Oodie.
Oh, I finished.
No,
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't hear what you said because you both spoke.
Oh, I forgot what I said. I mean, something I will say.
All I said was that for
Go ahead.
Orochimaru would do all of that just to get there in Sasuke's body, and then Itachi, Genjutsu Jesus, just whips out the big old Susanoo that nobody's ever seen or heard of before.
Nah, I
And
think
just-
Orochimaru knew about the Susanoo.
You think he knew about the Susanoo?
I mean, he
did-
knew
wasn't
about the
surprised by it. He didn't
Yatamir.
know that Itachi had the Tosca blade.
Yeah.
But that's the part he didn't know about.
I mean,
yeah.
he should know about Susanoo.
I will say though, Oodie, if Orochimaru knew that Itachi was sick, he probably would have just waited just so Itachi could die and then take his eyes.
I agree.
But I don't know if he knew.
Well, here's the thing. If he didn't know he's
guess-
sick, then he would train Sasuke up over the course of those 2 years. Once he starts approaching like his next body swap, he would then go after Itachi because that's who he wanted in the first place anyways. He didn't want Sasuke. Itachi was his first pick, probably over Kimimaro. Well, maybe not. I don't know. But the point is,
the problem though was
just
Itachi
couldn't
was
get
too
Itachi.
strong though.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So if he thinks that he's stronger than Itachi, and he I don't think he would risk it after the first time. So he would go
He
to
would
be
only,
as
no,
strong
he
as
would
possible.
only think that if he was in Sasuke's body, not outside of Sasuke's body. He knows he's weaker in that case.
But would he
Definitely
think that
is.
he's strong enough to take on Itachi as soon as he takes over Sasuke's body?
Maybe not like
Oof,
5
that's
seconds
a-
in, but maybe if he gives himself like a couple of weeks or a month to train with it.
Well,
like,
yeah, that's
it
what
doesn't
I'm
have to be
saying.
Immediate.
Yeah, I'm not saying it has to be 2 years. The point is that he's going to train up to be confident that he could take down Itachi because he was wrong the first time.
Probably, like at the very least, just to get accustomed to the body. Because like when he first took over the guy in a part 1, he was like sitting in a wheelchair with bandages and shit. Like, so he wasn't gonna he wasn't in fighting shape immediately. He probably like wait a tiny bit. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, it's conflicting character traits because on one hand, he's like the smartest genius in the entire world. On the other hand, he is really lustful and addicted to power or whatever. It's like, you could make the argument either way. I just don't know which one would come out on top.
I mean, the thing, yeah, because I mean, honestly speaking, I don't think because people like debate, you know, could Jiraiya have actually been Itachi and so on. I think Orochimaru's fights against the two Uchiha make him look a lot weaker than he actually is because his Itachi kind of points out like Orochimaru's greed for the Sharingan was just so ridiculous that it's just like he just stares right into the eyes like an idiot because he's just like lusting over it. It's like, bro, you know not to look at this dude's eyes, but he's so greedy, he just stares right into him like an idiot.
Yeah.
Like he almost becomes stupid in his fights against Uchiha to an extent because he's just so greedy, and it makes him look a lot worse than he actually is.
You would think he would
do
want to
think
train
that.
a
I think
side
he's
like Data.
stronger than he looks in those fights.
I'm surprised he didn't train a side
Yeah,
like
like
Data.
instead of
Maybe
being
he
like
just
Data
realized it
trying
wouldn't
to
work.
train how to defeat it, he trains how he can steal it.
Yeah, the only thing is I don't think it worked in Data's case, or at least it wouldn't have been strong enough against more strong opponents like Itachi. So I don't think Orochimaru bothered because he knew it wouldn't have worked even if he like did his best.
Yeah, because I mean, Itachi kind of showed him as Orochimaru is in the demonic shackles genjutsu one, which is a pretty OP genjutsu, by the way. Orochimaru is still able to move. He's trying to do a hand side to release the genjutsu, and Itachi just chops his hands off. He's like, "Yeah, that ain't gonna work on me, bro."
Yeah,
basically.
he's
And
like,
at that point, yeah, he probably decided like, okay, I can't beat the Mangekyo like
Yeah,
this.
let's go get the little kid.
yeah, Orochimaru was impaled more than Neji dying, but Orochimaru was just like sweating, like he was just like gritting his teeth, and like that was it. Like it was a paper cut that just hurt slightly. It's crazy.
Dude, Orochimaru's got a high pain tolerance.
So he didn't feel
He didn't even
anything at
say
all.
ow. He didn't even say ow when Itachi chopped his arms off. He was just like, wow, that's a strong
Screaming my head
Sharingan.
off. Yeah. Like if you're able to think
Arm.
sensibly at all in the moment, then yeah, you're fine. I
You
feel
know,
like that's
an
part
interesting
of being a
question though
ninja.
would be, okay, so Orochimaru's eight-headed serpent jutsu, it's actually really freaking big. It was bigger than Itachi's
It's
Susanoo
huge.
by a decent amount. Now, obviously, Itachi has the Totsuka blade and the Yada mirror, which makes the Susanoo stronger than like that size Susanoo would normally be. How do you think Orochimaru's Hydra would have done against 5 Kage Summit Sasuke's Susanoo? So it's like Itachi's. Well, we'll do different stages. Like the peak one's like Itachi's, but without the hacks weapons. And then there's the earlier ones like Ribcage. Like, how do you think his Hydra does against those?
I mean, the question is, can his Hydra pierce the Susanoo, I guess? Like, what is it, like, if he, first of all, can it bite the Susanoo at all, or would the teeth just break like Danzo's kunai? And second question is, would biting the Susanoo do anything? Like, can it inject venom into the chakra? Would that do anything? I don't think he can pull Sasuke out like Gaara did to Madara. So, I don't know.
Yeah, he did that underneath his feet.
Like, what he could do is he could just push around Sasuke. But
I mean,
feel like he would do
I
something
guess if
else.
he hits him really hard though, it would just do damage. Because like he was pushing, like he could like bang into the Itachi Susanoo and kind of like push it around, but he's using the freaking Yada mirror to block everything.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay,
Working.
you know, what's he gonna
If
do?
he had a- if
So
he had
like
an
a regular
ability similar to-
Susanoo though, he might just like kind of like obviously wouldn't be to this extent, but you know, Hashirama's fist just pummel his wood fist pummeling Madara's Susanoo apart, ripping out Kurama. So I mean, that would be extreme, obviously. I don't think Orochimaru's gonna beat him that badly, but like he could theoretically do something similar, just not as drastic.
I think by the Danzo fight, Orochimaru is being outclassed in speed, even in the Hydra form, because even like Sasuke versus Orochimaru, he turned his body into like his true form, and Sasuke was still like speed blitzing it basically. Like it's only the poison at the end. Yeah, you could say Orochimaru was like planning for that from the start.
Sasuke Susanoo wasn't like as fast as Sasuke's like sword swipes and shit. I mean,
Yeah.
Susanoo arrow will move quick.
That's
but,
what
like,
I was getting
the big
to.
body Susanoo is probably similar because even Itachi wasn't like, you know, speed blitzing it. It was just like freaking hack sword. Orochimaru didn't dodge the stupid Tosuke blade because he didn't care.
So that's
and then
what I
he
was
realized he
getting
should have
to.
cared.
Is Sasuke has good aim, so I feel like any arrow he gets off would just take out one of the heads of the Hydra. The problem is that there's 8 heads, I think. There might be more. I think it's just 8. Yeah, there's 8. Of course, it's the 8-headed Hydra. It makes sense there would be 8. So he kills like
8
1
branches.
or 2, but then the Hydra like surrounds him and he gets overwhelmed. But at that point, can the Hydras do anything?
I mean,
they
I
could
think the
stop the
Hydra's
Susanoo
supposed
from
to.
shooting another arrow.
Honestly speaking, I think the Hydra's supposed to be able to regenerate, but like the Tosuke blade messed with that. Because one of the things I think the data book mentions is that like Orochimaru's experimentation with the white snake and regeneration and all this shit is what led to this. So it gave the implication. I don't remember if it outright stated, but at least implied that like regeneration was involved. So I think it's supposed to regenerate. Maybe it's not, but
I mean, how quick? Because like Victor's a small body, and he still took a lot of time to regenerate.
yeah, I don't know how quick, but
I feel like it'd be slower.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it's not gonna be like Boro, like super fast.
In this case,
the point though is if he
arrow.
hits a Susanoo arrow in the head and Orochimaru just heals from it,
yeah, because it's not just cutting it in half
yeah.
unless you think that arrow's big enough to do that.
I don't think no. I think the arrow would just pierce it,
Okay.
like the Tosuke blade did, except it's not gonna seal him after.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Also, yeah, actually, like how many arrows can like Sasuke shoot out while still manifesting? Like usually when he shoots the arrow, it goes away. Can he like just leave it there repeatedly, or does he have to like unspawn it to spawn a new one?
I can't. I
Because
imagine
you think
just
about
leave
it, it's not like he ever just makes extra swords. It's only one at a time. So
Wow. I'm gonna go.
From the sounds of it, though, it sounds like our main discussion's the his strongest one, not his rib cage and the skeleton ones. Given that we're talking about all these things he gets later, so I guess Orochimaru beats the skeleton ones. It's a matter of the armored one where it gets tricky.
Yeah, and if he has an ability similar to like Mitsuki's latest ability, where you can make snakes come out of the ground, that might even work.
Yeah, I don't know, like when he's in the high. I mean, honestly, I wish the fight with Itachi had a little bit more. I wasn't really a fan of how quick that was because I know I get Itachi strong and all, but like I feel like it should have been a bigger fight with Orochimaru, like where it's actually like Itachi really has to try, and it's like a noticeable difference, like, and it's actually a good fight because I feel like it was a little bit too quick for what I wanted
like
from Orochimaru.
Every Itachi fight is like at max 5 minutes for him.
Yeah, I know, it's literally like, bro, it's like, why?
He's usually
so
quick
good.
and decisive.
I know, and then like a freaking Orochimaru. It's like it's almost annoying that it was like that he just let the Tosuke blade hit him. It's like it would have like imagine instead Orochimaru doesn't want to get pierced. He doesn't have to know it's a Tosuke blade. He can like be dodging it, and then eventually Itachi pulls off a strategy and it hits him, and Orochimaru is just like like good strategy, but it won't work because I can heal or whatever the hell he says, and then he finds out it's the Tosuke blade. But like, don't make it so he just like lets it hit him, and it's like that's it. It's like, bro, come on, you're literally stronger than this.
That was their opportunity to give him like a Shikamaru like tactic feat.
Yeah, and it's like it was the opportunity to show how strong Orochimaru actually was, but instead he just did the same thing he always does against Itachi. Yeah. He underestimates him for some stupid reason. Like Oodie was talking about. No, actually, come to think of it, I don't think Orochimaru would be careful with Itachi, because now that I'm thinking about it, even in this situation, he wasn't careful with Itachi. Still underestimated him. So
he
it's
made him
like
a giant target.
I know. It's like, so with that in mind, nah, he probably would just go straight to him. But like, yeah, I think it would be cool. You just see like Orochimaru, like he's actually contending with Itachi here because Itachi's tired. And Orochimaru's not, and he's going all out for once. They can make it so he learns from his mistake. Don't be ridiculously cocky. Like, you gotta try. And he is, but Itachi wins because he outsmarts him. That's fine. But like, yeah, it was too quick.
He like barely even. Well, he did kind of outsmart him because he drew him out by making Sasuke use all his chakra. But like, as soon as Orochimaru came out, he pretty much just overwhelmed him with abilities like hacks and power. Orochimaru
Yeah.
didn't even get a chance to even
I
test
know,
Itachi's strength.
Yeah, it's like all he did was just kind of bump around the Susanoo and then get like hacked. It's like I just feel
Right.
like they could have made that because also the parallel Jiraiya versus Pain. It's like okay, you have the Sannin versus one of the strongest in the Akatsuki, but like there's a very clear difference between these two fights.
It's very, very different. Sure. One was
and it's
like
just like
a horror movie, and the other one was like a real quick one-sided just spanking.
yeah, I feel like they could have made that just more even. That's all.
Like at least
And then
hype
like
up
obviously
Orochimaru.
with Kabuto it'd be different because now it's like the tables are turned. Now it's Itachi and Sasuke having to team up on Kabuto. And that's fine. But I think Orochimaru could have done better. Gets touched the first time.
I think the
Yeah, 'cause
Kabuto
we
fight
keep
was even. I know that's not
always
the
tell
point,
you.
but I just want to get that out there. Because a lot of people are like, oh, technically Sasuke and Itachi are nerfed because they can't kill him, so they're not bloodlusted. That's not the
So
point.
it was even exactly. The same thing went for Kabuto. He couldn't kill Sasuke because he wanted to freaking use him for experiments, and he didn't just kill. He wanted to rewrite Itachi's seal. It's the same thing. He's
Yeah.
trying to do something to him without killing him. And
Exactly.
also, Itachi
Like,
can't die anyway.
The point of that was
It's
to
like-
establish their win con. Like, they can't kill him, they have to get him under a Genjutsu instead.
And Kabuto says he can't just undo it or kill them. He has to basically put him in the Genjutsu, rewrite the seal. It's literally the same thing.
It was practically set up for the Izanagi, because obviously he knew once he started the fight that that's what he was going to do. So he wanted to do that so people aren't like afterwards,
Yeah,
oh,
he had that like
pulled that out of his A or whatever.
yeah, no, he came into it with a plan. Like he had the plan of using Tsukuyomi. Kabuto, like at some point, Kabuto reveals like, but it's like in the back of his mind, Izanami was there because he already knew that Kabuto was like him. That's the whole reason Izanami came to his mind. Like he went there thinking like I might have to use this.
Right.
And that's why he was like, yeah, I got an idea.
Every jutsu has a weakness.
Well, every jutsu up
Yeah.
to that point. We can't say anything about jutsus after this point. And that's
Bro,
every jutsu
Jigen
that
literally
he
says
knows.
this.
Jigen
I
does
mean,
not say the same
Jigen.
thing.
Okay, then at the very least, by chapter 38, then
What does
those
he
jutsu
say?
too,
Against
because
Itachi
Jigen
has a
says it as
weakness.
well.
What does Jigen say about
See,
every
right,
jutsu,
Itachi
apparently?
has a
Jigen, assuming Jigen is Ishiki's like Momoshiki, knows all Shinjutsu. That means all Shinjutsu have weaknesses too.
What
because
are you
Ishiki
talking
said
about, though?
all abilities have weaknesses.
Are Shinjutsu's abilities? I don't think so.
What do you mean?
What?
How
It's
they
not an
got abilities?
ability. I would not classify it as an
He literally was
ability.
He was Oodie. He was referring to his own Shinjutsu Sukuna Hikona as having a weakness in that page. That's what he's referring to. His own Shinjutsu as an ability having a weakness.
See, but is Jigen a reliable narrator? Because Jigen was just a monk. Like, he's not even a ninja.
Oh my gosh.
Bro, he was Ishiki speaking.
That's not true, because Ishiki didn't cry after the fight. He's talking to Jigen. So Jigen clearly has control.
Okay, Ishiki was speaking through Jigen's voice.
Yeah, he was ratatouilleing him.
Ratatouille, I love that. I just saw the movie
Literally, it's
Everything Everywhere All at Once. Have y'all seen that movie yet?
I don't think so.
That looks super good.
Crazy Ratatouille reference in there. I love it. It's not a spoil, but like I'll just tell you anyways. So in the movie, one of the main character confuses Ratatouille with a Rakakuni, because like they sound similar. Like she didn't like see the movie or whatever, so she's just like, it's like a note, the thing that she knows. It's like if we talk to like some random guy and they're like, oh, I like Naruto Next Generations too. Like it's like that. Anyways, I'm pretty sure this came up in the script because at some point on set, or maybe just to the screenwriter, someone said Rakakuni as a real life genuine mistake because they just thought it was that. And that would be hilarious to me if they adapted that in the movie as hardcore as they did, because that was a pivotal part of the movie. Like, they took that and they ran with it, and I really want that to be based on a real thing that happened. It's so funny. It's basically what we
I
do,
gotta watch
probably.
that.
Like, it's almost like gaslighting it into being a real thing. It's
That's the best
such
way.
a pivotal part. Yeah, so basically in the movie, there is like a chef with a raccoon, and the chef can't cook unless the raccoon's on his head controlling him through his hair. Literally the same thing as Ratatouille. Like, the raccoon can talk and everything, and like the chef loses the raccoon's like, don't forget me, and like the chef goes running after the raccoon and everything. It's so good. It's like a huge part of the
I gotta
movie.
watch the movie.
So good. But anyway, so back to things that we know
I
what
gotta
we're talking about. Oh, Kamui, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Oh, I can. Were you
no
just
more.
not talking?
No, I wasn't talking.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, all right, next topic, I guess. Let's go to podcast topics, because we haven't visited that in so long.
Old topics we never finished.
Yes. Okay, let me okay. It was here. Okay, this was funny. I want to bring this up. I'm going to share my screen. This is funny. This is really funny. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. So I debated someone earlier today in Hot Boy Spicy server, right?
Okay, that's what that was about.
What was what about?
There's a thing that said not retarded
Oh,
Hot
yeah,
Boy
yeah,
server
yeah.
that you put in the podcast topics.
Yeah, the Hot Boys. Okay. So I'm sharing my screen, by the way, so you can see it.
Yes.
Is this? Okay. Okay. Starts around
What is this?
here.
3080.
Okay.
Screen?
So Thomas says adult Naruto clears Dragon Ball Z. Okay, so I'm debating with Thomas. By the way, Thomas has me banned, as you can tell, or blocked or whatever. So he had to like check everything I said. In fact, he's the one that starts it, I think. No, he talked to me later on. Okay, never mind. I'm debating Pain Battle here. It's a text debate, but it's still funny. Okay, so I say
Pain Bat Key.
Wait, what? Anyways.
Pain Bat Key.
Anyways, so I say, who in the Saiyan saga is High Outer Versal in reference to Naruto? Because Pain Batki, yeah, that's who it is. It's just who it is. It's Pain Batki, someone from Hot Boy server. So Pain Batki thinks that the Saiyan saga from Dragon Ball Z is where Naruto taps out. That's like the strongest he can compete with. After that, Naruto doesn't compete with Dragon Ball characters. That's his claim. So my claim here is that Naruto is High Outer Versal. That's a debate term, but it just means really strong. So I say I agree.
God.
Baby Naruto stops around the Saiyan saga, but Academy Naruto clears easy. He says Naruto is not on that level. Baby Naruto doesn't even come close to anyone on OG Dragon Ball. So I say, so where do you wrongfully think he scales based on your incorrect interpretation fueled by your blatant bias? So I say, Baby Naruto's planetary. He can turn the world to ash. You already know where I'm going with this. So he says, no, he's not. I say, so to him saying, no, he's not, I say, not an argument. I dismiss your counter. He says, shown in the respective shows. I say, not an answer. A claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Okay, so he wants me to show how Baby Naruto's planetary. By the way, I never do this. I knew going into it that I wasn't going to do this, but so I say it states Kurama can turn the world to ash, which is a planetary feat. Baby Naruto has Kurama, so therefore Baby Naruto's obviously planetary. I say GG with Kito's yawn emoji. You gotta love it.
Yeah.
I also say Baby Naruto is also in Uzumaki with an absurd amount of chakra, which is how he's able to contain Kurama, so Baby Naruto scales up to that level. Kushina couldn't do it until she was older, and her chakra in particular was considered special by her clan. So Naruto's clearly a prodigy from the very get-go, so baby Naruto does scale higher than most other characters in Naruto, what can I say? So he says that's not planetary. I say baby Naruto's a prodigy. I say an argument without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. He says it started as a joke at first. I say at first. I was pretty proud of that one. Okay, this was funny. I play off this. So Blaze says he did survive against the Nine Tails when both the previous Jinchuriki and the fourth Hokage didn't. So, so this is great. I say baby Naruto fodderized the Nine Tails. Responding to him, I say argument from absurdity. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Top Boy Spicy comes in and breaks it up. So
I like I'm not a power scaler, and you said that explains it.
I love it. So good, yeah. Okay.
You can't power scale against Dragon Ball.
So
There's no power scaling Dragon Ball.
So what do you guys think? Who won this debate between me and Pain Batake?
I mean, technically you did, because you never
Technically, yeah.
argued it. It's like that one that debate you did with Mr. Spiraling, where he never countered the stupid claims, and it's like, okay, well, you kind of lost because of that.
I mean, based on this debate,
Like, I don't know the proper way to judge a debate, but I can clearly see, like, okay, he didn't do anything he's supposed to do, so.
So baby Naruto, based on this, is stronger than both Kushina and Minato. I'm okay with that.
I know, I like that one. I also like the fact that Kushina needed to be older to contain Kurama, and baby Naruto could do it at birth. However, to be fair, he didn't counter this, but it would be important to note that it was only half a Kurama and baby Naruto.
Oh, I know. I was waiting for it. Like, specifically when I said Naruto fodderized the Nine Tails.
I honestly wasn't expecting him to say it. I wasn't expecting him to say that. I was expecting him to comment more on the planetary thing, but he never did either, so.
Okay. Well, now we know baby Naruto is planetary, so he easily clears Dragon Ball Z. There you go.
I mean, he is stronger than Hokage Minato, and I don't know why he was chasing after Minato the whole series. He was born stronger. Who came out of the Kurama fight on top? Not Minato. It was baby Naruto.
Yeah, Kurama one-shot Minato, and Naruto one-shot Kurama. So what does that tell you? It's basic scaling.
Dude, Naruto's got a speed feat. He literally never got hit by Kurama. Kurama went to attack Naruto, and he couldn't hit him.
Exactly. Naruto didn't even have to move. He's just that good.
Like, yeah, he's so fast he didn't even realize he dodged.
That's a true anime moment right there.
Naruto actually Naruto had flying Raijin. He teleported the little baby bed 2 feet to the left so he could dodge.
Yeah, if baby Naruto wanted to use 1% of his power, he could have stopped Obito right then and there. Okay, anyways. Next topic. We already talked about this. Oh, Momoshiki the Janitor, we had a question for you. Momoshiki the Janitor.
What? You hear me?
Oh, yeah, okay. So, Momoshiki the Janitor.
Okay.
Why did Orochimaru say this? So, Kabuto says,
This panel looks sus.
Lord Orochimaru said thus. Sakon, Demon Twin Jutsu.
Demon Twin Jutsu.
Chirobo,
Earth Style Terra Shield.
So why did Orochimaru say that?
Why did Orochimaru say that?
Scroll back up for me.
Yeah, so Lord Orochimaru
said thus. Sakon, Demon Twin Jutsu. Jirobo, our style Terra Shield. Why did Orochimaru say that?
When did Orochimaru say that?
That's another question. Yeah, I mean, let's go with that. All right,
mean-
so Momoshiki General, when do you think Orochimaru said that? I think it's probably before the Sasuke retrieval arc because they died in that arc. So it would make more sense if he said it before they died rather than after. But I could see him saying it after, like in a memorial kind of sense.
Yeah, I would say
I think this
either
was his plan.
Well, it's possible. Actually, we were thinking about this the other day. It's possible that during the Sasuke retrieval arc, he said it off screen because he's talking to Kabuto like the whole time, and Kabuto. It is possible Kabuto asked him like, how do you think they'll stop them? Like, how do you think they'll stop the people coming after Sasuke? And Orochimaru would say,
Sakon, Demon Twin
I got you.
Jutsu,
So,
Jirobo, Earth Style, Terra Shield. I mean, it makes sense to me.
was planning to have Sasuke's body with the Sharingan. This is what he was going to say when he snatched their jutsus using the copy ability.
Well, I will say it's not
Ooh,
saying
that's an interesting
Lord
theory.
Orochimaru was planning to say. Thus is past tense.
He was practicing for
Yeah,
when
like
he
he
got his Sharingan.
already said it.
I like that. Just like Lord Orochimaru standing in his mirror, brushing his teeth, like Sakon, Demon Twin Jutsu, Jirobo, Earth Style, Terra Shield.
No, that's what I said the other day. I was like, maybe like Kabuto's like, I'm kind of confused. Why is Orochimaru saying this?
What is he doing? He's like in the corner.
Like Orochimaru's just like,
jutsu.
he's looking in the mirror. He's like, Sakon, Demon Twin Jutsu, Jirobo, Earth Style Terra Shield. And Kabuto's watching. He's like, I don't understand. But then during the Itachi fight, that's when it hit Kabuto. He understood why Orochimaru said it.
He was like, this is why he said all that.
It makes all sense.
I
now.
mean, the craziest part is that Itachi didn't even question it. He didn't even ask why he said it.
Don't worry, Kamui. We'll fix that one.
Like I can't believe, like if I was Sasuke and Itachi, I would have been like, why did he say that?
We'll get to it in our bridge. Don't.
Yeah, we're keeping this as a podcast topic, and we're gonna ask every guest this for a while.
Okay, I won't delete it then. That's too funny.
It's a good question.
In that case, can
Like,
you
why
put
did he say
Kawaki's foot in here again?
Oh yeah, hold on.
Throw the foot in there.
Throw the foot in there.
Okay, you put the bad one in there. I'll put the good one in there.
Okay.
So yeah, there it goes.
Okay. So glad we have that. All right. So next. Okay, so I think I did this one because of the amount of votes. I forget who posted this. Might have been Naruto Explained made this poll. So what's more likely to happen during Boruto and Mitsuki's fight? I thought this was crazy. 53% Boruto wins, 39% fight gets interrupted. Only 2% of 4,000 votes think Mitsuki's gonna win.
How many people is that?
That's like 7
20,
people, bro.
40 people. That's crazy. I mean, I'm not surprised by this. I'm honest. The one I'm most surprised about is the Kawaki wakes up and joins Mitsuki one. I would have thought that would be the last place one. It's the least
Interesting.
likely one to me.
I mean, isn't it the same thing as fight gets
It's
interrupted
less
though?
likely than Kawaki waking up.
Yeah, like how does Kawaki wake up and join Mitsuki without the fight getting interrupted? That's my question.
I guess in that case, the fight is still going on, but it's not Boruto versus Mitsuki anymore. It's a
That
new
is a
fight
good point.
technically, but
It's a new fight.
but it's
Just
like
that it's a
I think
whole
when
Team
the
7
fight gets
fight.
interrupted, I think what they mean is like they stop fighting because of whatever reason.
Well, to be
I
fair,
want to
like
see a Team 7 free for all.
the Fourth Great Ninja War, I wouldn't consider that at any point interrupted, whereas fights started and ended within it.
Yeah, but the overall war didn't stop.
Exactly. Okay.
So in the case when it says fight gets interrupted, I think that's referring to this literal fight stops for whatever reason. Whereas the Kawaki one is not the fight doesn't stop, it just gets changed slightly.
I like that. Okay.
But I don't think number 3 is going to happen right now, because that's what's the point?
Yeah, why would
You
you
know,
knock him
why
out?
even do, if they're even and then Kawaki shows up and that's a difference maker or something, it's just there's no point in having the scene of Kawaki getting knocked out. He's gonna show up now. Like, if he's going to show up, it has to be like the tail end and they don't actually fight, I feel like. Otherwise, there's no point in having him get knocked out.
So it's not just that I think I want Boruto to win the physical fight, and then I want Mitsuki to win the like ideological fight or narrative fight. Like I want Mitsuki to lose and like maybe even pass out, but like him to realize who Boruto is. If that happens, I'm
In
completely
that
fine with that.
respect,
Yeah.
I would be fine with that too. I kind of want. Well, it's tricky. I don't know if I want him to realize it too soon. Maybe question it. I don't know if I want him to like fully realize just yet. It depends. It depends on how the fight goes exactly, though. Like hypothetically, if Boruto just one shot Uzuhiko's him, I do not want Mitsuki to be like, he is my son. I'd be like, bro, this is ass. Like, I need more than that. But if it's a good fight, it's good even battle, and Mitsuki progressively is noticing things of any sort. He's noticing small observations because he's observant. He's asking questions to himself, like whatever it is, and then he realizes at the end, I'd be fine with that. Or just questioning it if we don't get a lot of that observation stuff during the fight. It kind of just depends on what we get leading up to it.
Okay.
But the general premise I'm fine with.
Yeah. So
I just don't want to jump to it like immediately.
I mean, I don't think the power scaling makes sense either. Like, even if you want to lowball code to like as strong as Jigen, I don't think Sage Mode Mitsuki could contend with Jigen, even like in the time skip.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to.
I mean, I get why you would say that, but at the same time, again, I mean, we don't know why base Boruto is so strong, but freaking base Boruto's doing it. So base Boruto can do it. I mean, if I would Sage Mitsuki doing it, because Sage Mitsuki's power is hyped up to a strangely high extent. Just
Right,
I'm going to talk about this in my rant video, but to give you some perspective here, Urashiki sees Mitsuki's sage power. He's like, I ain't letting you use it. That's a dangerous power. Meanwhile, he sees the Jogan, smiles, is like, oh, that's a troubles of mind, proceeds to let him use it instead of just ending the fight. He doesn't care. He laughs about it. Orochimaru thinks that the village is going to kick Mitsuki out if they ever find out about his sage power. The same village that lets Kabuto come stay in the village and run an orphanage after he murders and revives countless shinobi in the 4th Great Ninja War. They let Sasuke go there after he tried to assassinate the 5 Kage and tail beast and kill Naruto. They let freaking a lot of people do a lot of things. Like, they let Boruto stay there even after Borushiki took over multiple times, almost killed the Hokage, stabbed out Sasuke's eye, and there's a long list of people I could name. Anyway, they are a very forgiving place. Orochimaru thinks they're just gonna boom, give Mitsuki the boot and kick him out of there. It's just kind of a big deal. Like, making it seem like it's a big deal anyway. So I'm fine with Mitsuki's sage power being really strong, because he's got to keep up with them somehow.
I mean, I'd be fine with it being as strong as that too. You could argue it is, considering he like speed blitz Orochimaru, who Naruto wanted to be in Sage Mode in just for caution. So clearly, if Mitsuki's doing it, he's contending in that upper echelon as it is, or he should, based on that feat, assuming that feat is real in the first place. But I don't know.
I think it was genuine, but
like the only way I could see it is if you're arguing that Kashin Koji's Toad is controlling Boruto in the same way Ratatouille was, and Boruto's actually not strong at all.
Hilarious. That'd be hilarious. So ignoring Boruto here, just to put some like comparisons, I'm totally fine. Like, Mitsuki's kind of got like 2 levels to his sage stuff. You only see quote unquote stage 1 in the anime, but his stage 2 is like a Karma 2. He gets the horn, he has markings and so on. I find if this full version of Mitsuki is pretty even to like a full Karma 2 level of power ramp. So Mitsuki would be similar to Kawaki. If base Boruto just is that strong, that's a separate discussion. But like, I'm fine with Mitsuki being kind of like Kawaki, give or take. He doesn't have to actually be stronger. He can be weaker. He can be stronger. It doesn't matter. But the point is, I'm fine with that transformation being on that level, because it's hyped up to be ridiculous. So,
Kamui, the next
in
thing
that
we
case,
can
if Kawaki is on the level that he can beat Ko 2, and Mitsuki is even with that, then I'm fine if Mitsuki is in that area.
yeah.
Just depends on what they want to do.
So Kamui, just thinking in advance, the next thing we could talk about is whether or not Mitsuki's snake is different, since we talked about it in DMs. Could you go find that while I continue this discussion? The pictures of the two snakes?
Yeah, let me look.
Yeah, from pre-time skip and post-time. We'll get to that after. But for this specifically, I'm curious, how do you guys think Mitsuki, assuming Mitsuki does realize it's Boruto in this fight, how do you think it's going to happen, or how do you want it to happen? Personally, I don't know. I don't think the snake thing is what brought me to this, because like the snake thing would make sense for me. I don't know if I would like that narratively as like a payoff, and I don't think it should be like a physical ability. Like, oh, Boruto can do this, so he's Boruto. I don't like that idea. I want it to be Boruto's behavior or something that, like, in terms of that Mitsuki notices. The only problem with that is, based on Boruto's character up to this chapter, he doesn't seem like he's really interested in anything in regards to that. Like, he's not only not trying to prove his innocence to anyone, sure, there's more important things going on, but like now there's not, and he's still just like being rude to people. So I feel like he's just not gonna really care, and he's just gonna be like mean to Mitsuki. And why would Mitsuki realize Boruto is Boruto based on whatever Boruto's gonna do in the fight based on that?
That's the thing, yeah, because Boruto, like this way, it's got to be subtle things, because that's why I like the idea of Mitsuki, just noticing things, small things adding up, because it can't just be something super obvious, just because, again, like Boruto's not trying to prove his innocence based off what we've seen so far. He seems to be, whatever the reason you think it is, I think it's protecting Kawaki personally. So at least one of the reasons anyway. So with that in mind, it's like he's not just gonna freaking be like, "Hey Mitsuki, look how much of a son I am. I'm so nice." Ha ha ha. Like, it's gotta be some like small things he notices. What's hilarious is, in the context of our next discussion, is if Mitsuki notices the scent, but I think his memories of that would have been changed anyway.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't think Mitsuki should really be questioning it in the first place. Yes, Kawaki acts differently from how he remembers Boruto, but like Boruto, from his mind, just lost both. Like, his parents were just killed by his brother. Yeah, he's gonna be acting a little bit more dark. Makes sense to me. Like, yeah, I would expect Boruto to change after what happened from his perspective.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but like, so the thing with where the heck did this say? Okay, here it is.
Well, let me give you an example. When
it's not so much that he should be like, oh, see, the thing for me at least is again, the way Boruto's acting kind of makes us go into question, but what he's noticing with Kawaki shouldn't be like, oh, Kawaki's actually Boruto. It's flip-flop memories. It should just be that, bro, Kawaki ain't my son anymore. This dude sucks. They're clearly not the son I need to be following. And so ideally he would notice that Boruto is, but if Boruto keeps acting the way he is, that's kind of like, what about Boruto's gonna make him think he's the son either? We have to just see.
I like that. I like that way more. Not who's the son, but do I have a son anymore? Like, it's not whether or not Kawaki is, it's whether or not he still is.
Yeah, and if Kawaki isn't his son anymore, he's got to figure out who will be, because he knows he needs it, and then that's where he should. I don't care if it's Sarada first, then it's Boruto, whatever it is. Eventually, he's going to figure out it's Boruto. And that's the important thing. That's what I'm mostly looking for.
Yeah.
It's not about his memories change. He doesn't have to think his memories changed at all for this. I just want to see him notice, like, hey, Kawaki is not my son. Like, he's not. Someone else is.
My guess is it's probably going to be
anymore.
Towards the end of the chapter, if not next chapter, where we get that reveal. I think, based on the pacing of this arc, I understand we only got like one chapter of this arc so far, but like I would consider this fight a similar prelude to like Konkoro versus Sasori. Like it's almost leading up to something. Like it feels reminiscent. Maybe
Kind of
that's
just
me.
depends on what's going to happen.
Yeah.
In the rest of the arc, because I mean I don't know, because it's like what outside of the Shinju invading is a separate thing. Just if they don't invade anytime soon, what else happens in this arc? Like,
I mean, Kawaki wakes up and like they like Shikamaru talks about omnipotence, of which Boruto's gonna be rude against. And then Boruto didn't finish his
it's the
talk
thing.
with
The
Sarada.
dynamic is so weird. Like, I mean, things that should happen is Boruto continues his conversation with Shikamaru. I think that should happen. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a little bit annoyed. Although Shikamaru can use that as like he's acting strange. I think I'm right. Like but for some reason he won't admit it. Because if he wasn't, I don't know why. I feel like the way Boruto's acting gives it away. Even though he doesn't say yes, this is the case. It's just like the real Kawaki would have been like, I don't want to talk to you at all. He'd be like, go away. I don't want to talk to you. I don't care if you understand what I'm doing. Like, he wouldn't talk like this. I feel like Shikamaru already got his answer. You know what I mean? So regardless if he keeps talking to Boruto, I feel like he would make his own plans. But I would like to see him, whether Boruto admits it or not, I'd like to see Shikamaru try to make some plans with Boruto to deal with whatever things like the Shinju code and Kawaki. Like, I feel like Shikamaru is going to make some plans. He's going to start keeping a closer eye on Kawaki. He's going to start trying to protect Boruto. I see things like that happening. But like outside of that, I'm just like, okay, say Boruto beats Mitsuki, then what? Does he just talk to Shikamaru on the phone, then leave the village? Then what? What is the arc at that point?
It's like the Jujutsu Kaisen thing we were saying. Rather than it being like an and then, it should be like a thing that follows it. Like it can't just be events happening disconnected from one another. What I'm mostly looking for,
Yeah, exactly.
and what I'm mostly looking for in Boruto at this point is like tangible answers or goals. So up to this point, you can say whatever about the fact that we don't know what the sun means to Mitsuki. We can have ideas, we can guess, but the series hasn't told us what the sun even is, quote unquote, to Mitsuki, or like what Mitsuki thinks it is, or anything like that. It's all a mystery, and Mitsuki himself is still a mystery, regardless of the sun. We still need more answers there. But in terms of Boruto specifically, we need a long-term goal. Yeah, he wants to free Sasuke. We don't know what that looks like. How does he do that? Is it by killing the Ten Tails or the Shinju? Would that free him?
Yeah.
Or does he have
what
to
does that
figure
even
out
mean?
his
Like,
answer?
what happens when he's freed? Does it just mean that Sasuke dies and he dies peacefully? Does it mean he's literally free? Like, yay, I'm back. You know, like, I think it's the latter, but like, still, what does it actually even mean?
Yeah, like, because I don't know what Boruto
How
wants
does
to
he
do.
plan on freeing Naruto and Hinata? Another one.
I get the idea of what Boruto wants to do, but I have no idea how he's going to go about it. And that's not the worst part. The worst part is I don't know if he has an answer himself. Does he know how he's going to go about it? Or is he just like, yeah, I'll figure it out when I get there? Like, what does he expect? Like, if he kills the Shinju, like, does he know it's going to work or does he not?
Being like that, just saying, I'm going to free my parents and not have a specific plan. But Boruto's kind of different. And he's got Kashin Koji lounging around with him. Kashin Koji's not like that either. That guy is a strategist. Okay, we saw his fight versus Jigen. That dude's a planner. Okay, he has got to be thinking of plans for how he's going to deal with the Shinju in his case. Which is there's a lot of things we need.
I mean, we haven't got this answer.
To even meet Kashin Koji.
But like, obviously, they can't just take them out of the tree. It would probably kill them, or the tree would explode, or God knows what would happen. I don't think they can just remove them from the tree. I figure Boruto either tried already, or Kashin Koji told him what would happen. The point is, he can't do that. And so, how does he do it?
I don't even get how they would free him anyway, because is it like he's been turned into a tree? That's like saying you can free Boruto after the Ten Tails eats him. What the fuck you mean you can? What do you mean?
It's like
He's
saying you're
done
gonna,
for.
It's like
you
saying
just pull him out of the tree. Like, what are you gonna do?
it's like saying you want to turn a butterfly back into a caterpillar. Like, just not how it works.
It's like, yeah, dude. Like I don't even understand how that's gonna work. Because even if you kill Hidari, I don't see why they would just make Sasuke go back to being a human.
Like if
you have to like absorb. I don't
Boruto doesn't have a way to get there, I want to know how he thinks or plans to get there, or when he plans to get there, what he's gonna do to get there, when is he gonna get there, what's he gonna do first. Like, if his plan is to develop a new jutsu, a tree removal jutsu, that's fine if that doesn't exist and he's going to learn that, but he has to say that so that we know it, and then we also know how he plans to learn the jutsu in the first place.
Yeah, there's a lot of like the only people who we have some goals. Like, we know Kawaki wants to fucking kill everyone. Mitsuki wants to kill Boruto specifically. Damien doesn't have a goal. Ada's goal is, okay, Kawaki, you wanna like cuddle now?
Well,
Stop
Damon's
being a
goal
dick,
is to
I
protect
guess. It's her
Ada.
goal right now.
Damon's goal is to protect
that's
Ada,
true.
yeah.
Damon has a goal. Yeah, protect Ada. You see, even Amato is, it's like I want more from him, because it's like we know his alleged goal, but dude hasn't
I mean, I don't
fucking
believe
done
it.
anything. He knew for 3 years and he never asked Kawaki, hey, you want to like put that karma on this clone body already?
Like, there's nothing he's waiting
there's a lot
for.
of people. It's like, exactly, like, and we can make theories that Amato didn't want to expose himself, blah blah blah, but it's like we still need to get something to indicate that.
Yeah.
Which, again, we're learning something in that case. Amato is shady. We're getting more secrets unraveled, but it's like we don't even have that. I don't know what we're doing here. Like, Sarada, what is she? What's her goal right now? Like, besides just yelling at everyone, what's their
Boruto back.
next move? What are they gonna do? Like, what is anyone going to do specifically? Kawaki, I want to kill Boruto. What has he done to progress that goal? It's not like he's gone out looking for Boruto. He freaking hangs out in the Leaf Village and he just waits for Boruto to show up to do anything. What the hell you mean, bro? Isn't this your life's goal? Get out there and do it.
Exactly, yeah. Like, in Naruto, the goals were defined, established, like, and we knew generally how they were going to get there. We know what Naruto bringing Sasuke back to the Leaf looks like. We know how he's going to go about it. We don't know exactly how. Like, we don't know if he's going to talk to him to convince him, or if he's going to beat him up to convince him, or a mix of both. But we just have a general idea.
He's at least going to go to him.
Yeah, like, Sasuke's a physical thing. Like, you can convince Sasuke. We have an idea of how he even could go about it in the first place.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna fight him. Like, there's things we know, but like, for example, though, to compare Naruto to Kawaki here, Naruto left to go find Sasuke in the Tenji Bridge arc. They're like, hey, we have a lead for how we can find Sasuke. Let's take advantage of it. Oh, we have another lead now. Let's follow Side Orochimaru's hideout. We're gonna go find Sasuke.
Mhm.
Kawaki hasn't done anything. Just stayed in the Leaf Village. Like, bro, what are you doing? Like,
even something like becoming Hokage, sure, there's no way to work towards the Hokage inauguration, but just getting generally stronger is progress towards that goal, and we know it.
and like, over time, we learn things like acknowledgement's a big deal. Naruto needs to, and he does it all. We don't know the whole time, but we actually, in hindsight, can see how Naruto makes the steps towards being Hokage as he gets acknowledgement from people along the way.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, I can't say that as far as Kawaki yet, but it doesn't feel like he's done anything. Like, anyone, like Sarada, for that matter. What has she done to reach her goal of becoming Hokage? Like, what has she actually done? She said some cool things in chapter 1, about being Hokage and stuff, but it's like, okay, but what are you doing to actually help you get there?
Well, this is funny because
What is she gonna do now? She's talked to Boruto. What is she gonna do next? I want to see that. Is she just gonna freaking watch the Mitsuki fight and do nothing?
You better not.
I can see it happening, but I hope not.
yeah, I will say, I think Sarada hasn't given up on that goal, but it's not the thing that's important to her right now, because it's the same as Kushina or even Naruto. We know Naruto's goal was to become Hokage, and we didn't get to see that, and people, the audience, are mad about that. They're like, oh, we hate the fact that the Konohamaru gag, and he was at home with his family. I like that, because it's the same thing with Kushina. Kushina's goal was to become Hokage, but that wasn't what her true goal was. So it's okay that Kushina gave up on that goal. I'm not mad that I didn't see Kushina become Hokage, just because she said she wanted to.
Yeah.
It's the same with her,
no.
It's the same with
The
Sarada.
thing with Sarada, it's not that she hasn't become Hokage yet, but it's like Naruto, we see I mean, granted, we haven't. This is the thing with Sarada, is we just haven't seen anything for Sarada. We don't even know what she's done. We know Naruto trained over the time skip, for example. Obviously, we assume Sarada did, but it's like, okay, can we like get to like the payoff of that? Like Naruto, we see it immediately. He fights Kakashi in the bell test to showcase some of what he's learned, and we progressively get more and more throughout that arc. But it's like, even though he trained over the time skip mostly to bring Sasuke back, then secondly to prepare for the Akatsuki, and then thirdly to become Hokage, it's still all trending towards his goal, becoming Hokage. Sorry, give me something, dude. Freaking show her. Can she activate her Mangekyo Sharingan, please? Use it. Let me learn what she's got.
Please,
like, you know, it's like, give me something.
But Sage of Thick Calves, what do you think about the current topic?
Wait, he's here now?
Yeah, he just joined.
Yeah, it was good. I was letting you finish that thought, bro. I didn't want to interrupt. By the way, am I sounding
I noticed the Discord changes, but I didn't pay attention to the specifics because zoomed out. I didn't realize you were here.
Yeah, I think you're.
Yeah, can you do the intro for us?
Yo, what's up?
Can you do the intro for the podcast?
Yeah. Anime podcasts. We all hop on them and we listen. And today we have a very special podcast. We're going to be talking about Naruto, Boruto, and everything in between, answering the big questions and letting you find out, is Sarada useful in Boruto 2 Blue Vortex? But before we jump into the video, make sure to let us know what you guys think in the comment section below. Anyway, that's the best I can do.
That was actually pretty good.
One of the only people to just do the intro without questioning.
Yeah. So we do. Yo, so you guys are talking about Sarada not really having any shown development in Two Blue Vortex.
Really quick. Do you have a different mic? Because this one's a little bit low quality.
Absolutely. Give me a second.
Okay,
I got
cool.
earbuds in right now.
Okay, yeah. You just want to confirm that there's like nothing like an error going on or something, like in case you didn't know.
No. Here, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
He was pulling me the AirPods.
Thick thighs is a mic.
Oh, well, while we wait, Momoshiki, what's your answer? Mr. Janitor?
Can you please rephrase the question again?
Oh, yeah. So, Sarada, what's up with that?
She needs to show us something. She has shown us nothing yet. She's doing a lot of talk about being Hokage. And I feel like what we're seeing is kind of like what a lot of people were seeing with Naruto in the original series, where he was always yelling, I want to be Hokage, but they never saw him do anything that would warrant him being Hokage. So now is her time to shine. So we have to see something. At most, we've seen her like kick a club rhyme and then turn her back on it, and almost get turned into a tree. And that's not gonna cut it.
Future Hokage, everyone.
When Naruto got saved by Sasuke against the Demon Brothers, I was like, yeah, that's my Hokage.
You know what's funny?
Yeah,
This
like,
Mojo, this works in your favor. When Naruto said believe it, I didn't believe it. Once Naruto stopped saying believed it, he made me believe it. It was a change. It turned from word to action.
Nah, bro. Don't you dare disbelieve it.
No, I'm not dissing believe it. No, I like it. No, that's not the point. The point is, when he was saying believe it, he was all talk. When he stopped saying believe it, he was all action. Like you're saying, early on, he's like he's freezing up against the Demon Brothers.
Right. And then,
there you go.
He finally got his ninja way.
Yeah, you're saying believe it then. There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He was definitely saying believe it after that. He said it for a while.
I think it's still episode 20. Because I was listening to some of the dub voice actors. I think it's around episode 20 where they stopped doing that, is what they said. They said it
I
like
don't
a
remember.
couple times after that, but that's when they really stopped doing it. Like
Yeah,
obviously,
I
they're not
feel like
just gonna
I
ban it
heard it a
altogether,
few
but-
times I thought I heard it in the tuning. No, he definitely says it in the tuning exam. Like, I don't know how far. Like, I don't know what episode, for example, when Naruto's yelling, it's before the first exam when he says like, "I'm gonna beat every one of you." Like, I don't know what episode that is, but that's in the tuning exams.
Your mic
Naruto
clipped
was
so
Uzumaki.
hard.
Y'all all been talking shit. Believe it.
Oh my god, when he came into the tuning exams, made himself #1 enemy.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, by the way, never went anywhere. It's not like he was targeted like at all in the Forest of Death more than normal. Like that could have been pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it
He's
was
up
still
on the
funny
table.
though. It would have been really funny though if that's why the Rain Village Ninja Oboro's team targeted Naruto. If they like tied that in.
I mean, yeah,
He's like, that's
This
the
one,
guy. That's the guy who yelled in the exam. Let's go after him.
All right. He said he was the best, so let's take out the best first.
Yeah.
I mean-
Gar starts sweating. Like, oh god.
Oh god, he's the best. Wait, I thought I was
Like,
the
they
best. I
actually-
guess I was wrong.
Neji's
actually-
confused. It's like,
actually-
wait, Rock Lee guy said I was the best. Kidding. Did I not know something?
Lie
Confused.
or something?
Oh, my
Yeah.
life has
Giant
been a
lie
lie.
Rare footage of people believing it.
Neji's a genius or whatever of what talent, and then like Rock Lee's a genius of hard work. Naruto's a genius of being the best.
Naruto's a genius of believing it.
Right, believing. I can't call Neji a genius. They said that they needed to cheat discreetly, and this man turns on his Byakugan.
Oh god.
No, dude, it's
They
funny.
haven't
I
said
still plan on
everything.
making that video on if Ibiki was strict in the tuning exams, who actually probably would have passed. A lot of these people are getting failed. If it was just a one strike and you're done, he actually because let's be real. Ibiki noticed Sasuke and Neji activate their dojutsu. He noticed Naruto talking to Hinata. Let's be real. He
Right.
literally calls out Kankuro, and then by extension Tamari, because Kankuro drops off a folded up piece of paper for Tamari to
Right.
copy off of, and he probably noticed that too. So they're all gone.
Kamui, I think
By extension, there goes their team.
I think for our abridged, the funniest thing we
And they
can
just-
do is put a time limit on the tuning exams, and he's expecting everyone to cheat discreetly, but they cheat so blatantly obvious that he's just so flabbergasted, taken aback, that he's like, what? I can't. Like, he just doesn't disqualify them, and then the time runs out. Because he just can't get it out. He's just so
What's crazy is-
floored.
That's a funny abridged idea.
Yeah. What's crazy is Naruto and Boruto are the only ones to never cheat.
Well, no, that's not true. Sakura didn't cheat.
You
For
know what?
example.
You know. Yeah, you're right. Because
What's crazy though is some of the only people who definitely would have passed the exam are Sakura, who literally didn't cheat. Dosu, there's absolutely no way Ibiki could have caught Dosu just by listening to people, right? There's no way he can catch him for that. So he's passing.
That's crazy.
Presumably the rest of his sound team, if they did the same thing. Oh, he's definitely catching 10-10 and Lee's trick where they're
Oh my
freaking moving the
goodness.
mirrors around.
10-10 was stupid.
There's no way he
How
didn't
did she
notice
set
that.
that up?
Technically, Naruto's tricky because he never actually cheated, but like he was blatantly talking about cheating. So I don't know if Ibiki would have kicked him out for that or not.
There's no way
He was
Kabuto
setting up
needed to
cheating.
cheat. Similarly, Orochimaru, Sakon, and Ukon should have been taking the test. There's no way they needed to cheat either.
Yeah, like were they cheating? Orochimaru was like, Kabuto, what did you get? It's like, send me your ninja info cards. What did you get for question 5?
I mean, well, that's going
Like
in
he
the
was just
abridge,
quizzing
but
them.
it's not in the canon.
Yeah. Yeah, so I have to imagine that Orochimaru didn't cheat. Shino, I'm not so unless Ibiki like was really thinking about it and he's like, oh, I think he's from the Aburame clan, must be using his bugs. I don't know if he would have disqualified Shino for letting a bug fly on his freaking finger. Like that's kind of like he
Right.
probably
What if he just walked up and just killed the bug and was like, "You're welcome."
he kills the bug. He's like, yeah, one of the examiners is like, I
Afraid
thought
of
you might
bugs,
want
yeah.
that like killed. And then he watches Shino pull out another bug. He's like, what? All right, I gotta check the anime on this real quick. And now I'm thinking about it, does Kiba talk to Akamaru out loud in the anime? Because I know we
yeah.
hear him.
I
talk,
think. Well,
but,
I'm pretty sure I remember him saying like
does
"good boy."
Kiba say "good boy" out loud?
Yeah, I
That's what I'm
think
gonna
he
check.
does, but that's not
Because in the
cheating.
manga, nah, bro.
Now,
But it's
what
like
defines
obvious.
cheating?
But like if Akamaru starts, it's funny. How did Akamaru just smell the answers anyway? But it's like Akamaru's
Right.
barking, and then Kiba's like, "Good boy." Like it's like, okay,
I mean,
you added yourself.
What's funny about that is how can Kiba understand Akamaru, but then the exam proctors can't?
Well, I
He
mean,
grew up talking to the
they're not.
dogs.
Yeah, they're not Inuzuka clan members. I mean, it's not surprising. Nobody else understands Akamaru.
Okay, but what about being an Inuzuka clan?
Right.
Like, how does Kiba understand Akamaru?
I don't know, but how at the same time,
Shino
how does
communicates with
Shino
bugs.
understand his bugs?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you got me there. Only thing I can
guess
say
in
there
fairness,
is chakra is
in
mental and
fairness,
physical
the
energy.
bug does fly in a figure 8, and then Shino's like 8, of course. But how does the bug even understand the question?
How does a bug understand numbers in English?
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
cool.
what is this
Sorry, guys.
bug
I was
doing?
having some technical difficulties. We good. Does it sound better?
Welcome
Yeah, it sounds
back.
way better.
Oh
Much
yeah,
better.
dude. Kiba talks out loud, bro. He's like, yeah, good boy, Akamaru. Now for problem 4.
Right. Good job,
Throw
cheating,
out
dog.
himself. Kiba should have
what?
failed.
Okay,
Oh yeah, he should have failed.
So we
hard.
move on to a new topic since new guest. So we can do the snakes.
Yeah, we might as well reset.
Okay.
Start fresh.
Yeah, I will let you, Kamui, bring up this topic since it was kind of we talked about this pretty much equally, but I feel like this is kind of your topic.
Okay, so I sent 4 pictures. The bottom 2 is kind of a joke thing that I'll get to. The top right one's the important one for now. That's the one where Mitsuki's holding out a snake in front of him. Yeah. So, oh my god, yours is way bigger. Why don't I just watch your shared screen? Okay.
Yeah.
So in chapter 15, page 15, Mitsuki explains how they found Boruto at the Mujina Bandits' little trade-off place where they took Tento. And he says, "We found you by following your scent here. I have this guy learn the scents of most of my friends." So, if you're friends with Mitsuki, his snake already knows your scent because he makes him learn it. And then he can track you wherever you are because he knows your scent. Okay, so literally, Mitsuki has Boruto's scent for one thing. And Kawaki became Mitsuki's friend, in the Kawaki arc. Presumably, Mitsuki probably had the snake learn Kawaki's scent, even if nothing more than just because he didn't trust Kawaki at first and needed to watch over him. He probably has Kawaki's scent. So regardless of omnipotence, in chapter 80, Mitsuki should have had Boruto's scent. And he should have been able to track Boruto. And he shouldn't even need the second snake here because he already has his scent. He doesn't need to do this. He can literally track Boruto anyway. That's the gist of it. Now, Oodie said maybe it's a different snake. And like maybe this one died.
Just to play devil's advocate, I would say maybe like, because you know how like Sasuke talks about how he couldn't trust his memories, like even though he knew, like he was trying to resist his memories and he knew like something had been altered. It was like the further they got away from the point of the omnipotence being activated, the more difficult it was to even remember that his memories were altered. So maybe you could argue that Mitsuki is kind of like, if his snake is like, yo, this is the scent of, Kawaki, not Boruto. He's like, nah, that can't be right.
Right.
Like
Even
maybe
like
his mind is just
Yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the thing here is that the problem is it's not a matter of memory thing. It's that Mitsuki should have already had both Boruto and Kawaki's sense based off what he's saying here. So regardless of omnipotence, Mitsuki should be aware that he has Boruto's scent. Even if it's like flip-flop memories, it's the wrong guy that he's thinking of. Either way, he has Boruto's scent. So he should
Yeah.
be able to still go after him. As long as he
Do you
had
think-
both of them to
Yeah,
begin
that's
with,
true,
it
that's
wouldn't
true, that's
matter
true.
if it's flip-flopped. He would still have Boruto's scent. That's the point.
Yeah.
And so in
But he
chapter
would
80, when he
need
never
space.
finds Boruto, That shouldn't be an issue.
So I don't know if Kamui got into it.
Do you think
Oh,
maybe?
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't know if Kamui got into it,
I
but
was gonna say because like oh shit, I think I have a little delay on mine. I apologize. Go
that's
ahead.
what I thought you did it on purpose that time, which was funny. But
Yeah,
anyways, I think I forgot what I was gonna say. You know what? You just go.
You said I don't know how we
I
got
mentioned
into
the
it.
whole potentially the snake is dead thing, but you were gone. So when I tried to direct you to the next two panels, you were gone. So I was like, well, never mind.
Do you want me to go
So
to the
yeah,
next?
Oodie brought up
yeah,
that
I see
maybe
what
the
you're saying.
snake in chapter 15 is dead and it's a different snake. And then I said, I honestly think it's just a design choice
What?
or it just got older because if you look at the bottom two panels now,
I wasn't saying that the first snake is dead. I'm just saying these two snakes are clearly different snakes, not just with the eye. I understand
okay,
you're saying it's because of
I know,
age,
okay,
but
that's
also
fine,
the
that's fine.
scales. Like, there's only
But,
only
okay,
a
that's
few
fine. But now
ways to
look at the
draw a
bottom two
white snake.
panels.
The Sasuke thing.
Okay, but again, there's only a few ways to draw Sasuke. Now, if you look at these guys, do these guys look the same to you? Needless to say, early Boruto, Sasuke still looks like this. Sasuke still looks like this by chapter 15. Like he changes later. So it literally could just be a design change.
Yeah, that's a god awful character design early Sasuke, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's Harry
That
Potter
was
right
awful,
there.
I agree.
That's not
That
Sasuke.
right there, bro. Dude, he looks like a
Like, dude,
school
he's
shooting, bro.
literally like Oodie. You would say this is a different character if you didn't know better. So I'm just saying, I think it's certainly possible that Ikimoto just. I mean, frankly, Oodie, how about this? I got you a better example. Hold on, give me like 2 minutes to pull up these panels. I got you an even better
Sure.
example to say that I wouldn't trust Ikimoto's design choices.
I mean, it's the same author as well.
You
so
might
you're
already
right.
know where I'm going. You might already know where I'm going with this.
And I will
but-
say a human is more complex of a design than just some random snake anyways, so it makes more sense that the human would be more difficult to draw. So I could understand the human changing over time, whereas it's just a snake. Like it's like two lines and like a circle for the eye. It's
Well,
just
also
noble.
I think
Yeah, but
that
like he just
one of the
if he
things
just
that
draws
makes
it differently. Like do you
Yeah.
think Ikimoto went back and referenced the snake from chapter 15? Hell no, bro. He just freaking drew a snake again. And all
Well,
of his
I would
snakes
also
look
say
all of his snakes look different now too, by the way. Like I think he just changed his snake design personally.
well, I would also say I think Ikimoto kind of got cooked whenever the initial design of Sasuke came out, like him and Hinata and like a few different designs. People were just like, "Yo, this is buns." So like I think that may have contributed to him changing
I
his
hope
style
so.
a little
Whatever
bit as
works.
well. Yeah, because I mean, if you look at like the early Boruto Sasuke designs, they're very different. I mean, as we can see right now, and then even
Yeah.
like Hinata has changed a bit as well. So yeah, I think Ikimoto got that positive peer pressure, you know.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's complained about the snake itself, though. I don't see a reason to change it other than his general art style changing in general. But then you look at the backgrounds, they all look the same. And like, what
No,
point
yeah,
is
I
this
don't
snake
think-
introduced? Because it's not like it's chapter 1; it's like chapter 15. Like, was its art style already more adapted by that point, anyways?
No, it adapts later.
Yeah, it's like way later.
Okay. So Oodie, just for another example though, this is supposed to be the same image, mind you. Ikimoto drew this with a 3-chapter radius. And
what
just
is, bro?
no, not that one.
I know, I
That is
know,
a
I know.
cursed. That is a cursed image, bro.
So this is supposed to be like the same thing, right? And you notice how like he draws it completely different in the other one. You notice how he's missing the horn. His arm is obnoxiously bigger. He's got the hood's covering his face. He forgot the blood. I don't trust Ikimoto's consistency.
Oh god, what's okay here?
No, bro. Honestly,
Just saying.
because of how
He
bad
has a
Ikimoto
reference.
has kind of
Only
been,
3 chapters old, not 80 chapters old.
I think honestly, this kind of stuff is one of the things that contributed to the Minato one shot being such a breath of fresh air. Because like seeing this art style for years and not getting to see anything from Kishimoto was tough in my opinion. So yeah, no, this is crazy. I've never seen these right next to each other.
Yeah,
like
I
I
haven't
said,
either.
if the one on the right isn't supposed to be the one on the left, then the Boruto's prophecy was yet again just blatantly wrong. In that last panel didn't happen. Like the one on the left is the future vision. That one never happened, okay? The closest we got is this one on the right, which is clearly different. Kawaki's not even talking at the one on the left.
Like, if you're gonna say...
Honestly, the one on the left, like... Wait, so you said the one on the left came before? That one's earlier?
The one on the left is the chapter 75 future vision Boruto sees, where
Gotcha.
he's seeing the future. The one on the right is the only one that looks like it might be that scene.
And keep in mind,
There's no other scene that looks like it.
There's like 3 or 4 chapters between these two. He didn't update his art style very much between those two, and it's later on anyway, so it's not much to update in the first place. But then it's not just a random art style change. This is a pivotal moment of all panels in the entire series. This is like up there for the one that you want to get exactly the same.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, in the same angle, it's like, I don't know why he changed this. This is stupid. The one on the left is way better. Like,
Dude, no, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, like, this wasn't even like an art style upgrade, is a downgrade, if anything.
Yeah. Like, and I'm just saying, Oodie, if Ikimoto's doing this shit, you really don't think he would have just changed the design of the snake? Like, you really think he intentionally chose to make that different?
Okay,
Like,
art style aside, I don't think
bro.
it makes sense for it to be the same snake. First of all, I think there's more than one snake. Like, Mitsuki doesn't just have one singular snake that he can rely on to smell stuff.
But Oodie, with that same logic, he should just have all of his snakes learn. Why does he only have one singular snake learn the sense? Why not have all 5 of them or whatever?
Can all like 500 or whatever learn the scent? Maybe he has like 10 that can do it. The point is, like, he has different snakes for different purposes. Like, Kakashi had his tracker hounds.
Again,
some of them weren't trackers, some of them were just big for biting.
The one he attached to Boruto is for the sake of tracking Boruto. It's one of his tracking snakes.
But
Yeah. Hold on. Let me cook. Maybe the snake he gets the scent of a person's chakra, and now that Boruto has further Otsutsukified, his chakra smells different.
You know what? If they explain it, I would accept it.
But I feel like
That's actually not a bad explanation. Yo,
it's
that
not.
goes crazy.
But I feel like Mitsuki would have updated the smell before omnipotence happened. So either way, I don't think it would
That's
make a
also
difference,
true, yeah,
because
he
he
would have
hasn't updated since then, because of the whole like 83% once he like died in the code arc and Momoshiki like stopped extracting.
That's true.
This is
That's
fact.
fair. He could have updated it, but
now I will say,
but the thing is, Oodie, regardless if this is a different snake, the point is, unless the snake in chapter 15 is dead for whatever reason, Mitsuki can just go ask that snake, "Hey, where is Boruto? Can you smell him for me?"
okay, but like
This
it's
is
a
big
manga.
snake.
They're not going to do the
Its
logical
death
thing.
should be a big deal. Mitsuki should have said, if only my scent snake wasn't dead. Now I can't find Boruto.
I don't know why you're clinging to this dead thing. Did I ever say it was dead?
I'm not saying, okay,
Wait,
Oodie, I'm not saying you said it's dead, but the point is, if it's not dead, he can just use it.
But if he has like 5 different snakes for the same purpose, it doesn't matter. I'm not saying it's a snake that's doing a different purpose. I'm saying it's not the same snake.
Okay, that what?
Yo,
what
does
are you
omnipotence
then?
affect animals?
What's up?
Do we know if
I don't know.
omnipotence affects
We
summonings?
don't. I mean, it should, because they have chakra, and that's how omnipotence like relies.
As long
on.
as Ada wanted them to be changed, I think that's what the real question.
Does it say like every living thing on Earth?
No, it says
Like
it says that.
What is this? Can you guys pull up this statement?
Kamui, I think you can do it faster than me. It's basically saying that
Do what?
memories are reliant on chakra, and then like the chakra of everyone's connected, and that's how omnipotence can affect people. So it's everything with chakra.
Oh yeah,
Gotcha.
well,
It should be chapter 79.
It's because everyone's consciousness is linked through chakra, so it's not impossible for them to meddle with their chakra to change their consciousness. And since memory is part of your consciousness,
Gotcha.
As far as we know, every animal should have chakra.
Yeah. Aside from bugs, if you ascribe to the anime only account.
Oh, is that a thing?
That's why bugs apparently in the anime in Naruto, there's a filler episode that says it's not even a filler episode, it's like one of those like part filler, part canon. But the Aburame clan bugs are supposed to get affected by Genjutsu, but we actually see in the novels they get affected by Genjutsu, so it's not true. Hold on.
What was their explanation? Was it because they didn't have chakra?
Because essentially because the chakra in the brain and like a particular part of the brain is affected, because they either don't have that particular part of their brain or that part of their brain isn't like large enough or something. I feel
like I vaguely remember this, but I don't really remember.
Now on the snake, I will say it doesn't make sense for it to be a sniffing sensory snake because it's on Boruto, not Mitsuki. How does it help Mitsuki if that snake is sniffing Boruto on Boruto?
Well, I was thinking in that one's case that he has like another snake, either one of two things. Either it's kind of like, well, Boruto's case with the toad is flying regime, but it's either one of two things. Either Mitsuki has a second snake that's smelling the snake on Boruto because it knows that snake scent, or Mitsuki can just sense wherever his snakes are.
So I agree. I think
a snake that smells the smelling snake.
But that's what I'm getting to.
Which is pretty funny. I like that answer.
I like that too. But I don't think he should need a second snake if that's the case. Like, there's no point of risking it by putting out a Boruto in that case.
Well, yeah, that's my argument. That's my argument, Oodie. He shouldn't need a second snake to begin with because the snake, one of his snakes, I don't care which one, already has Boruto's scent. He should have both Boruto and Kawaki scents.
Okay,
so you shouldn't even need the second snake.
Then that's what I'm saying. I'm going back to my answer. I'm saying he only had one snake that could do this, and it died. So therefore, he's having to rely on this second way to do it.
But if that's the case, you need to show that. That's still bad.
I
it's
agree.
A pivotal thing that needs to be brought up.
I mean, that's fine as long as
no
it's
matter
bad.
How you slice it, this is not good.
Yeah, but it's bad. In this case, my argument isn't bad. My argument's solid. It's just the series is bad. What can I say?
I like how you were so adamant about saying, why are you saying I said it's dead? And then you immediately go back to the answer of, oh yeah, then it's dead.
You convinced me, yeah.
Right.
Clearly not opposed to that idea.
I mean, regardless of Boruto...
that same snake he used to put the Kawaki, he should have used on Boruto.
Think about it this way. Even if Boruto doesn't know it's there, if Boruto does, like, Chidori stream or something, that snake's getting cooked. Like, it's risky for that snake to be on Boruto.
Literally.
If Boruto finds it, or if he knows it's there, obviously he could just remove it or behead it like he did the 500 other snakes already.
Right. Boruto's about to have another belt.
Oh my, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I can't find anything on it, but I'm just wondering if, because if animals are affected by omnipotence, then I mean, you could just argue that, like, even if they do have that scent, then maybe the scent would be swapped to Kawaki.
Yeah, but the thing with that though is, like I said, if Mitsuki already has both, there might be a little bit of a confusion of like, why does Boruto smell like Kawaki? That's possible, but either way,
this
you
guy
can
on the
figure
ground
out
next to
like,
me
okay,
right
the
now.
other scent must be Boruto's scent.
Yeah.
Right. Because there's one person on the ground unconscious in front of him, and then there's another person far away that he's chasing.
Yeah, he's like, well, I have both of these scents, so I guess that's what Boruto smells like,
I'll just go to the other one.
I know some people have theorized that maybe Mitsuki isn't as affected by. I mean, we're gonna find out in the next chapter, of course. But some people have theorized that he took down Kawaki in order to to get to Boruto and separated Boruto and Sarada in order to talk to him. And if that's the case, then hey, all this is explained. But if not, yeah, I mean, the snake's either dead or that's just poor writing.
Well, two things on that.
I mean,
Kamui,
I actually
Kamui, I think I know where you're going with this. Kamui, really quick, because I know you're going with the theory that you really like, which I really like as well. Before that, I do want to bring up the I guess mistranslation or the two different translations of that one Mitsuki line. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh.
Yeah, because I feel like that plays into this too.
Also, real quick, by the theory thing, just real quick, by the theory, are you referring to the Ada one
Yeah.
or something else?
Yeah, the Ada one. I assume
Okay.
that's where you're going with it.
That wasn't where I was going, but I can still bring it up.
Okay, we'll do that after as well. So on the mistranslation, so in the spoilers,
said there was a mistrans.
Yeah. So in the OP scan spoilers, Mitsuki has a line when Sarada's like, "Stop." Mitsuki says, "I'm not going to quote it verbatim, but Mitsuki says, I can't afford to be nice."
Like, get back.
But yeah,
I can't afford to be nice.
yeah, I can't afford to be nice is what he says. In
something blank, I can't afford to be nice.
Which I think is way better and makes a lot more sense than what he says in the official Viz, which was, I can't control my power. Something along the lines of that.
No, he says, I can't control my
that's weird.
strength.
Can't control my strength.
Yeah, I'm looking at it
You
right
didn't
now.
seem to have much trouble controlling your strength every other time.
So not only do
Yeah,
I think
that's-
can't control my strength is a bad line, and I don't like it, but on the flip verse, outside of that, I
I'm
also
about to
think
bust.
the I can't afford to be nice is a good line, and four is his character. It just makes him better. But
Yeah,
what do
I would agree with
you-
that
I
100%.
can't control my
Yeah.
strength.
Go
I
ahead, what do you
can't
do?
control my strength. It's drawing me to Boruto. Like, what? What do you mean?
I'm about to bust.
So
Hey, pause, bro.
for real, yeah. I was gonna move on, bro. So
It's like too much power.
So obviously that's not the one we got in the official. He does say I can't control my strength. Do you think that's even true? Can Sage Mode Mitsuki not control his own strength?
Nah,
He's
that's dumb,
blinded
bro.
with rage.
I mean, that'd be another way to think about it. It's not because he's in Sage Mode, it's because he's so angry that he can't control his strength when he's angry. That's the best way going about that.
Literally blind.
Why would that
Supposed
line
to
be
Yeah, I
necessary?
just-
agree. It's
though?
not.
Like,
It's not
to me,
sage
it's
mode.
like,
It's that he's angry.
yeah, but like I mean, at the end
It's
of
like
the
when
day,
Naruto
if
let
that's-
out
if-
his nine tails.
bro, if that's what he's saying though, like that line is so unnecessary.
I
Like, for
know.
what reason? Like, why? Because typically, like, if you're like, I can't control my strength, it's like in the sense of like, I'm afraid that I'm gonna use too much power and hurt somebody. That's not what he's saying there. Like, if that's the correct translation, he's like, I can't control. That's like, bro, that's like some weird like, I don't know, bro. That's weird energy. That just like feels like the the dude that like is sitting in the corner, like just saying weird shit out of nowhere, like for no reason. That's what that is. And I guess Mitsuki kind of does like fit that bill, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But I can't rock with that.
I mean,
can't.
if anything, I feel like he would want
I
to
doubt
not
you
be able to
have it.
control his own strength. He would want to obliterate Boruto easier.
Yeah,
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 Oodie, I
100%.
doubt you have it, but do you still have the link to the raw scan so we can translate it?
The raw
No, I definitely
scans.
don't.
Because we were doing
they
this
took
chapter,
that
but we never did
down.
that one originally.
Yeah, we should
Uh,
have, but
Yeah.
I don't think I got
Maybe-
this either.
Darn.
Yeah. Well, but what do you mean? What do you mean, bro? Neji has higher speed scaling than Hiruzen, according to the data.
I thought it was
Well,
Choji.
really?
Is it
'Cause I mean,
Neji? It's funny.
No. Neji, Neji and Hiruzen, I believe, both
Oh, I know what
have
it
either
was.
3 or 4 speed in the data.
Right.
Yeah,
It
they have
was
the same
it was
speed scaling.
it was
was
tuning
Hokage
exams.
level
Choji's
3.
faster than the
The
Raikage
Choji
is
is
what it was.
the dumbest character according to this stats. I know that.
Yeah. Well, this is why, like, TG and I have talked about this before on one of our videos. Like, whenever you take these like, the scale that you get, the grid or whatever it is that you get in the data books, it has to just be like, this is where this person is strong. It can't be like, because there's no way that Lee is like better at taijutsu as a child. He's great. Don't get me wrong, but like Asuma is stated to be the strongest close range combat fighter in Konoha.
That's
the
also
first.
cap.
Well, so here's the thing though. Like, we don't really know, because he has like he would have had the that like who's the guy that fought Meruem and Hunter x Hunter, the old guy.
Netero.
Oh man, Netero.
Yeah, like the Netero like Buddha thing, like that the other guys had from the Guardian 12. Like
Yeah.
he might like low-key have that. So but
Yeah, but well,
if
actually,
you
I think it's the third data book that says he's the strongest in close arm combat. But like,
yeah, he's
we
like
can look,
unmatched
we
in
can look
close
in
range combat,
perspective
yeah.
of the entire series. That was Cap.
Well, what that's
My guy was way
realistically
better in close arm
referring
combat.
to is his like wind style scythe, which would obviously just like bisect a
Yes.
guy. But what that really means is also like equal stats. He probably just has the most skill, which I'd be fine with.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I still don't
but
believe that, dude.
I'm
Watch
willing
Mike guy with those nunchucks. I still don't believe it.
I'm willing to bet that if we
Let's
looked up
work
the data book stat between like from you should take either Lee or Neji if you took their taijutsu. I'm willing to bet it's on par with Asuma's in data, which doesn't make sense if Asuma should just be able to beat them up, you know.
Well, it's
But
a good
but
fight.
I think
Awesome. Okay.
I'm willing to bet it's probably close. But
Awesome's
but yeah,
speed
so
is
like
4.5. Nah, it's not actually. Awesome's speed is 4.5, which is higher than Lee's.
no his
So,
taijutsu. He should have like a taijutsu.
oh, 4.5 in Taijutsu. What's Lee's?
What is Lee's?
I'm looking at him right now.
This is funny, Sage. Did you know that
Lee's
Lee
is
has
4
a
in the
point?
second data book, 3.5 in the first.
Lee has a 0.5 in Genjutsu, not a 0. Always
Which
love that.
doesn't make sense.
See, I want someone to win
know
a
what- you know
debate
what's
with the win
interesting, though,
con
is,
being Lee's
About the gate.
Genjutsu.
Doesn't
It's
doesn't
still
the first
technically
data book end
chakra.
right at like Konoha Crush?
Yeah, first data book covers like the first like two I want to say 170 chapters, 180 maybe.
Oh, so
But
after
yeah,
Konoha Crush then. Okay.
it's
Um,
right around there.
yeah, because
Or
according
shoot,
to
maybe it's maybe
this,
140
um,
something.
what's interesting though is so Neji and Sasuke have the same speed in the tuning exams, but in the second data book covering to the end of part 1, Neji is faster than Sasuke.
Which makes no sense because Sasuke
No,
has the
no, dude, Neji
Chidori,
is that
which
guy,
amps your speed.
bro. Go Neji. Like
I love Neji to death, and I actually think that if they would have fought in the tuning exams, that Neji would have won. I know it's like a
oh,
hot take for some people,
absolutely. I love to see
but
it.
yeah, I 100% think he would have won. He's just a bad matchup for somebody like Sasuke. But Sasuke with the Chidori should be faster. Like
Well,
They're
this would
not
be a
accounting
side
for that,
tangent
but
that we're
yeah.
not going to get into. But technically speaking, the Chidori thing is a big misconception. Sasuke does not get faster. I'm not going to get into this. This is a whole video. I'm going to make a debunk on this, but Sasuke does not get faster because he's using Chidori. Chidori is as good as it is because of his speed.
so here's
Kakashi trained Sasuke to be faster so that his Chidori could be good. The Chidori isn't what makes him fast.
I think two things can be true at the same time. Number one, he had to work his speed up to the point where he could actually use the Chidori. But number two, that the Chidori does amp speed. So the evidence for this, and it's not the there is that like fan book thing that people use. I've actually been guilty of using it before, where it talks about Raikiri being an order of magnitude.
Yeah.
It gives you an order of magnitude boost in both speed and power. That technically, I mean, if you wanted to be grimy, you could argue, well, Kishimoto allowed for it to be in the fan book, so it must be true. But it's not something he actually said. Fan said. So we throw that out. Kakashi, whenever now you could argue that Chidori and Raikiri function differently, and that I will hear that argument. But if we're assuming that they function the same and that the Raikiri is just a more condensed version of it, because they are different ranks, they do have different hand signs, but they're essentially the same technique. Whenever Kakashi arrives to the battlefield in the Fourth Ninja War, he arrives and moves at the same speed as a gated guy, but we don't know what gate he's in. It's whenever it's colorized, it's green, so it could be the third or it could be the fifth. Could be anything in between there. We don't really know what the fourth is because Lee skips from third to fifth, right? So we don't really know which one it is, but then we know he powers up to the sixth gate, and Kakashi matches his speed with his Raikiri. So there's some sort of, unless you assume that they weren't moving at full speed, which to me doesn't make sense because they were trying to save Naruto from getting warped away. Then whenever they're facing the tailed beasts together, when they're matching speed in the 6 gate and Raikiri, it doesn't make sense to me for them to move slower either, because there's no reason for them. They're not attacking the opponent, they're attacking their own individual tailed beasts. So if we assume that they are, and I think they are, moving at speed in both occasions, then base Sharingan Kakashi is relative in speed to either 3rd or 5th gate guy, and then Raikiri Kakashi is relative in speed to 6th gate guy, which means there's at least a 1 gate level of amp in terms of Raikiri, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I see what you're saying there. I will say with Kakashi, he's very inconsistent in the war arc, but like I said, I want to make this an
100%.
entire podcast topic while you have to go soon. But just 2 things I'll mention is that A, in the data book, it specifically credits the speed to them running a long distance, which is true in real life. Like, you will run faster you'll reach a higher top speed in a 100-meter dash, a longer distance, than you will in a 20-meter dash, simply because you're not getting your top speed in most scenarios. So that makes sense. And B, there's an awful lot of times where, for example, Naruto and Sasuke are the same speed, or Sasuke's even faster, and he activates Chidori, and he doesn't just get faster than Naruto, they remain at the same speed. He doesn't, a lot of times, just doesn't do anything.
Now,
it's not like the Rasengan's amping Naruto's speed.
Now, well, let me just throw something out here for you, Sages at Calves. I think this would be perfect to end on. So I think that Chidori would amp Sasuke's speed because he's regaining his chakra from the revitalization nature of the lightning style. Kamui, thoughts?
Hey, listen. You might be spitting because so a guy does call it flesh activation, bro.
Okay. I'm going to really
don't worry,
quickly.
he's got the scam.
Yeah, I got a scan for you here. So we know that the Raikage's lightning cloak. Can it not search? Okay. We know the Raikage's lightning cloak.
I'm actually interested to see what this
revitalizes your physical body. And what is revitalization?
Hey, bro, you gotta slide me that.
It's energy. Energy is chakra. So Raikage, through his lightning cloak, gains chakra. A ninjutsu that clads the body in right tone chakra and lets the body be revitalized. Okay, you look up. What does revitalized mean? Revitalized. Imbue something with new life and vitality. He obviously doesn't gain new life from using the lightning cloak, so he's imbued with vitality. What's vitality? Energy. What's chakra? Energy. Using the lightning cloak, he gains chakra.
Yo, so we need to find the raw on that and see what exactly that Japanese means, because low key, that
they got it right here.
I gotta see that. Yo, we gotta figure out what that says.
I've actually translated this in the past. It is accurate.
That's definitely not all of it, Oodie. That is not all of the Japanese. I said the raw of that day when we were debating about this.
No, you can see where somebody like took like white marker and smeared over, you know. So here would be.
I can send you the raw though, if you're able to translate it.
Please send it to me. Yes. The big thing for me would be like just again, I do know Kakashi is in the war arc is the most inconsistent character in terms of speed. I mean, he's matching pace with KCM Minato at one point. Like, it's crazy.
That's what I was saying. And so like I wouldn't he wasn't using Chidori or Raikiri.
But what you could do though is with that you could upscale Guy if you really wanted to be grimy with it. But I would say because of that, it should amp speed to some degree. But I do know, like, I know it's a debate. I just think like it's weird that he's relative to him in like 3rd or 4th or 5th gate or whatever he's in, and then suddenly Guy powers up and he's not outspeeding it. So it's weird. I can definitely admit that. And I do think that the further running start you get, the faster it is. But yeah, I would lean in the direction of given enough run time, it should amp your speed to a pretty pretty significant degree, but not so much like that you're gonna be just getting like an 8th gate level amp or anything. Like a lot of people, I know Six put this in one of his videos. I don't think he's ever retracted it, but I think that he probably knows now that this isn't the case. But he talked about how base Guy and base Kakashi were moving relative to each other in the war arc, and then we see them relative with 6th gate and the Raikiri. But if you look at when they were moving relative to one another in base, it's actually like not as clear as what it was whenever they're moving relative to each other in like whenever guys gated. So like, but his argument was like it potentially gives you a 6-gate level amp, and I'm like, hey, bro, I don't know about that. That's crazy.
So
But hey, I actually do.
Yeah.
I gotta hop off here.
No
That's
problem.
but I wanna let you guys give like some closing thoughts or anything.
Man, do you have like a YouTube channel or something where people can find you?
I do. It's Sage of Thick Calves right there, bro.
Whoa, wow, crazy.
That's
What
what I'm
types
talking
of videos do you upload? Any videos you think anyone should go see?
Bro, I make a little bit of Naruto, a little bit of JJK, getting more into crossverse stuff. I have a yo, by the way, look at the improvement of the thumbnail game. Scroll down to the
These
bottom.
are good thumbnails, yeah.
Was making those on my phone. And then like it's just getting better and better. But that being said, yeah, trying to bring good content to you guys. I have a couple of collabs of Satori coming out, so be on the lookout for those, and then a couple more with TG and Virtue on the way as well. Be on the lookout for those.
Sounds good. W videos.
Yeah, a lot of those topics I was looking at earlier was like, at first we weren't sure if you were going to show up or not because it was getting late. I was like, honestly, I kind of want to talk about these, but I didn't want to do it without them.
Well, no, dude. Well, we can. I'll hop back on here again. Next time you guys are able to have me. And we'll get some chatting going. And I should have my Sukuna versus Sukuna versus Ichikatsuki duo video out, so we'll be able to talk about that if you guys want to. But yeah, it's been great being on here with you guys. I know it's taken a while, because my schedule's insane, but I'm glad that I was able to get on here with you guys.
Yeah, you're an awesome guest. Thanks for coming
It
on.
was fun.
Dude, thank you guys for having me. You guys have a
You
great
did the
night.
intro without any questions.
I do what I can. I do what I can.
Actor improv
that's
coming
all
out.
you need to know. I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna put my best foot forward. But all right, guys, I'm gonna hop off here. You guys have a great night. Thank you for having me. And I guess all I gotta say is like Gojo Solo is your favorite Naruto character.
Peace.
We can I know it's a little bit late now, but if Immortal wants to hop on still.
Let's see, 4 hours. I mean, we can go a little bit if you want. I had a few more things I wanted to address, but like he's gone now, but like we can still address them anyways. Is Immortal here? He's not even here.
I mean, yeah, we can keep going for a little bit. Probably not. I guess have a million people on, but
Yeah, a few things I want to say, just like things I didn't get to get out during the, I guess, entire time there. Where do I want to start? Okay, so with the Chidori, I know you're going with it, like the narrative argument. I think there is potentially a speed increase with Chidori, or there can be, even though there's maybe not always. Maybe. I'm still not sure on it, honestly. It would make sense because it's lightning style, not because of the ability itself. That's the only way I can see it.
yeah, the thing is, it's one of those things where people just took something someone said and ran with it. Because like I've gone through and I'm like, I never understood at first why everyone was saying it.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at what everyone in the story was saying, especially early on, and it's like, it's not that Chidori makes the speed, it's that the speed makes the Chidori. That's the general point. It's being like, it's said numerous times, even in freaking Boruto, Sasuke says the same thing. What makes Chidori strong is the amount of chakra you're focusing into your arm, and B, the speed of your strike. Okay, these are the two things that make a Chidori strong. you can move faster or put more chakra into it. This contrasts with something like a Rasengan, where there's the rotation, compression, power, blah, blah, blah. There's the chakra, but it's instead of using speed, it's using compression and rotation. So it doesn't really matter that much how you move. Yeah, sure, Naruto moves faster. It probably works like 1% better. But it's not like the major part of the jutsu. So nothing about the way it's described is saying that the jutsu is making you faster. It's just that if you move faster, the jutsu will work better. If you move like a freaking turtle, the jutsu's gonna suck. If Sasuke tried to break through Gaara's sand shield in slow motion, hate to say it, he ain't breaking through the sand shield. That's just how it works.
Yeah,
That's why they always
completely agree.
move. The reason why they always move so fast is because if they don't, the jutsu will suck. That's
Yeah,
kind of why it's a
exactly.
dangerous jutsu. Because you're forced. Like, if you want it to be particularly effective, you need to move really freaking fast.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah, like when Sasuke's chokeholding Naruto and he stabs him, like, yeah, he can still do that if he moves his hand fast, but
Actually,
you
that's
get the
a
point.
perfect example of Sasuke not running when he uses Chidori. There you go.
So
You
it's
don't
like,
need
yeah,
to
you
run.
can use Chidori.
I know
You
that was
don't
a joke
need to
argument, but I
run,
didn't think about
but
that
like
as a debunk.
the thing, no, it's not like Sasuke got faster in that moment. It's like it's just what he's not obliterating a boulder like that. But he can stab Naruto, but it's not peak power. And that's
Yeah.
just the point though.
Yeah.
Of
I
course you can
ironically,
focus more chakra into your hand.
that
But
idea is literally like the exact idea of the concept of my argument for the Mangekyo Sharingan from earlier.
what do you mean? What is?
The idea of like, oh, it's not the speed that makes the ability, it's the ability that makes the speed, or the other way around, whatever the way you said it. Apply that to here with the Mangekyo and like the eyesight and the chakra pouring and whatever.
I mean, yeah, you can say that with a lot. You're basically saying it's not the ability that makes the you don't need eye contact. It's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Whereas I'm saying it's not the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's the Kodo Matsukami. But
Actually, I get.
yeah.
We'll get to that. That's actually the So I only mentioned one of the two things that I had about this from earlier. So this was the second. The first thing was like the to some degree thing. The second thing is, so he's explaining Koto. The way he explains it, pour my chakra. That's how he does Koto. Is he pours his chakra in, seemingly to the eyeball of the other person. So I just thought that was interesting how you have to do that. Keep in mind, this is even without their gazes intersecting. So the way he does it is pouring his chakra.
I think Ao might be looking at Danzo's eye first, but out of curiosity, I was wondering if Ao sees essentially Shizui's chakra inside Mifune and then looks at Danzo, or if he just says, "Oh, something's up. Let me look at Danzo."
Yeah, I should have gone to that. That's a pretty good place to look for my arguments on that. But also the fact that he's like, okay, so it has to travel even if it's extremely fast. That means it travels, and eye contact doesn't make sense with the concept of travel. Unless you want to say speed of light.
But again, that would apply to the normal Sharingan too, though. Like, that wouldn't make sense. It's some weird established condition that Kishimoto created. And like I said, I'm not arguing whether it makes more or less sense in that regard. I'm just saying what's consistently applied in the story.
Yeah,
that's
so,
all I'm focused on.
For the argument, we have to argue in universe rather than how it's intended by the author, because it's not consistent with that regard, or it's not like explained perfectly. Because I agree, Kishimoto wants you to think that it's through eye contact. He doesn't want you to think it's traveling or whatever randomly. But how does it actually make the most logical sense in universe? Because that would be just death of the author at that point. Or whatever nonsense fallacy Mello was trying to bring up that one time. The intentional fallacy.
Wait, the what fallacy?
I don't know.
Intentional fallacy. Yeah, but I feel like with the author's intent, it doesn't matter though, because it still matters. Like if it's just stated in the
Yeah.
series that they need eye contact, even if it doesn't really make sense, it's still the truth. Yeah, he just looks straight at Danzo. He doesn't look at Mifune for this. He looks at Danzo. So
But he sees the. So that's weird. So does he see the chakra of the Sharingan or the chakra of the Genjutsu?
he
Or is it both?
notices that it's he notices the chakra color of what's really interesting. What the how could this be? The
Ow
chakra
does.
color of Danzo's right shoulder and right arm, in addition to that right eye. There's no mistake. It's Shizue Uchiha's. So the funny part is the shoulder and arm we know is Hashirama, but in the context of this
Oh, yeah.
panel, it makes it seem like the shoulder and arm is also Shizui's.
I mean,
but
what's
it's not.
what's
He's
really
referring to just the eye.
that's not what's
But
crazy to me. The crazy thing to me, the Sharingan is known for being unique, specific, for being able to see the color of chakra. So I guess the Byakugan can do that too.
yeah. Well, I mean, we know it can see better than the Sharingan, so it's not really surprising. But
I mean, the only other way you
not
could
only can the
interpret
Sharingan
that.
see chakra as a color, the Sharingan each has a unique color.
Yeah,
to its
no, so
chakra.
I'm thinking maybe it's not a Byakugan thing. This is really disingenuous, but it's possible he can only see Sharingan color chakra because the Sharingan itself color sees chakra color. If that makes sense. So it's not the
No.
eye itself, it's the eyeball that has the property. And through the eyeball they can see the chakra color. It's so stupid. It's like a prism around the eye, basically, is how I'm explaining that. Oh god. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah, anyway.
So
It would have been interesting though if he Ao saw Shizui's chakra color in Mifune, but he never mentions that. So
yeah, I mean, I feel like he should have, because how did they know Mifune was under Genjutsu again? I thought he looked at him. Did he not?
I think he just
Not later?
suspected it based off his behavior.
Well, they
which is
pointed
the
out, and then
previous
Mifune
chapter
is like,
too.
huh, I guess you're right. But I feel like they have to have proof to point it out. I could be wrong. I'm guessing you're
Well,
looking
they
for that.
undid the Genjutsu.
But the thing
Yeah,
that's
but I mean,
funny to
that's
me,
how they proved it. Well, actually, no, they didn't undo it. Danzo undid it, and then he realized, like, oh yeah, I didn't believe any of that.
yeah, I understand the chakra itself should have God, I understand the Sharingan itself should have chakra passively, but it's just funny to me how he's looking at it after the fact and noticing the chakra, because I'm thinking like he should be seeing the buildup of chakra from the Genjutsu, but he already launched the Genjutsu. So the only other way I could see it is if like there's still chakra built up in the eye afterwards, as if like you didn't launch all of it, or like if there's a cooldown period.
I was thinking more like he has to continuously keep it active, like as a weakness to Kodo Matsukami, potentially. But then again, though,
He
with
has
the
it
crow, Itachi
covered.
killed the crow, and it's not like the Genjutsu went away, so...
Well, he can't deactivate it, but he has it covered, which works for Kakashi randomly. Well, that's the thing. With Kakashi, I still think it's draining chakra, just not as fast.
I don't know there, but...
Because the eye's still activated, it's just not doing
Yeah,
anything.
he just says something's not sitting right about this. I need to check it out, and then he checks with his Byakugan. He just thought it was fishy.
Okay. Weird. It's
How
so funny.
Mifune was just, like, gassing Danzo up.
Byakugan can see chakra.
Danzo should have been a little bit more sly. Maybe have Mifune call Danzo out for like a couple things at least. Not just talk about how amazing he is.
Do you think this means Danzo would fail cheating in the tuning exams?
Someone would
Yeah,
catch on.
God.
Like, yeah, Neji would catch on to him. Something's not right. Dodds is getting too many answers correct.
So stupid. So they never actually technically caught Danzo.
Imagine Ao.
Danzo could
Imagine
just
Ao
deny
is the
it.
proctor. He's using his Byakugan to see everything.
So I understand it would look fishy, but Danzo should be able to just deny it, right? There's no actual proof.
Well, I mean, there's no proof. There's just Ao saying, like, yeah, you literally have Shizui's eye. Why don't you show us what's underneath that bandage? And Danzo doesn't do it.
But like, here's the thing. Assuming he just does. Okay, so Danzo has Shisui Sharingan. It just passively has chakra. That doesn't mean anything.
I mean, I guess that's true. He can't really prove it, but they would still suspect him. But I guess at the same time, though, if Danzo, like, I guess so. The only thing is, Danzo can't use it multiple times. It would be funny if he could use it multiple times in one day, because I was gonna say, they can always just break the Genjutsu on Mifune. Just be like, I'm gonna disrupt your chakra to break it, and then Danzo just casts it again and again. But he can't do that.
Do they know
once
that he can't do it more than once?
I mean, but
that'd be the way to test it.
Well, it helps him do it faster. But
well, Danzo's
But,
excuse would be he wouldn't want to waste it because it would take too long to recover, just in case something does happen where he needs it. So he wouldn't do it. But like, that'd be the way to like prove whether or not he used it, is of whether or not he can use it now.
Yeah, I guess he wouldn't want to use it, but like, okay, you use it now. I guess that would work, because if he was forced to prove it, but yeah, the only thing is though, once they break the Genjutsu and Mifune, because if they suspect it, they say, okay, let's just play it safe. But Mifune is gonna be like, yeah, I didn't think that thought. So
I mean, that's weird because like it's explained right here that they're gonna believe it like to the bottom of their heart. So, I guess that's
but if you break the Genjutsu, I don't know that they're still gonna believe it.
Can you break Koto though?
I mean, at the very least, Danzo can. The caster can if they want, because Danzo literally did it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I mean, that's a good point though, because even if they truly think it from the bottom of their heart, if their friend thinks it sucks and just like disrupts their chakra just in case, they would just undo this Genjutsu so easily.
So,
and also, this is kind of funny, but like, maybe you can't, because like, if you think about it, when Kabuto puts Itachi into Genjutsu, he's disrupting Itachi's chakra. So shouldn't that have undone Koto Matsugami at that point?
Here's the way I see it. I think, depending on, it's not how long you're in it, but the more you do the thing, when your chakra is disrupted and you're out of the Genjutsu, the more you're gonna believe it after the fact anyways. Like, random example, if I put you under Koto to make you like eating raw eggs in the morning, if you do that, like, and you just eat a raw egg for like a month straight, and then like I break your chakra, you still have the memory of wanting to and actually eating the raw egg. So like the day after, you're going to just out of habit gotta do that, and you're going to do it.
Yeah, I think stuff like that, that probably does make it even more dangerous in that respect.
You might, like, your physical body
Like, you
might
kind of
not
just get
like
used
the
to it.
taste, but like through the placebo effect, you might just trick your mind into thinking you like it, or just convince your body that you like it. Like, you liked it the first 30 days, of course you still like it. Like, nothing's changed. Like, it might be weird that you wouldn't like it, so like you would reject that doubt. Go back to omnipotence.
Yeah. your instinct is, in this case, your instinct doesn't like it, and your mind's like, no, you do. It's the reverse, but
Oh, that was going back to the Sasuke. I think we talked about that on stream. The like, why did Orochimaru train Sasuke's technique or skill? I think you could
yeah.
also say the body would instinctually be stronger as well.
I mean, that was mostly just kind of like joking around.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
the point was he wanted to, because he was too late. He might as well make his vessel stronger. That's the point. But
No, I know. I just wanted to give an actual answer, anyways.
yeah,
Like, for example, if Sasuke just was so unskilled that he couldn't throw a shuriken straight, I don't know if Orochimaru taking over his like motor cortex or whatever of his body, if he would be able to do that
will he be
just by
clumsy?
being... Yeah, exactly,
Sasuke?
exactly, yeah. Like, I don't know.
It probably hinders like him in some way. Like Sasuke's clumsiness hinders.
Like, for example, if you take Itachi's mind and you just teach Itachi the body transfer jutsu, you put Itachi's mind into Orochimaru's body, can he still do that like kunai flip rock blind spot thing?
Potentially, because Orochimaru is like really skilled.
Well, I'm assuming
But
like
if you put him in
Orochimaru couldn't
Kid
do that.
Konohamaru,
I think Kid Sasuke would be a more
See.
interesting example then, because it seemed like Kid Sasuke had the physical strength to jump that high. Like, he physically should theoretically potentially be able to do it, but like the point is he didn't have the skill, obviously.
well, Orochimaru can jump that high too. That's the issue with Orochimaru. That wasn't the hurdle.
Yeah, you know, I know. I know. But you get what I'm saying. The point is that Orochimaru's never done it. His body isn't used to it. It's like if you lose the idea of your body being used to it, then I don't know. It's like it's
Yeah,
my same
it's kinda
argument
tricky.
for I wish Sage of Thick Calves could have answered this, but I still think Mitsuki would be immune to dizziness. I just think his body, it just makes sense to me. Like, it's
Oh,
Orochimaru's
why again?
clone. I mean, it just makes sense. Like, it just clicks in my mind. Like, it's Orochimaru's son, his clone, not even a real human. Like, Orochimaru's son of all people, you'd imagine. Like, dizziness, whatever you want to say, because I originally did poison resistance. I understand it's not completely analogous. It's not the same thing. There's no correlation there. It just seems like it just makes sense. It just fits. Like,
I think to me,
imagining
the
Mitsuki
main
of
thing
all
I would
characters.
focus on is that Orochimaru made him immune to poison. Mitsuki doesn't even need to eat food, which is absolutely insane. But in the anime, I'm pretty sure it said that by Mitsuki, like at first, like that he didn't need to eat, and that's why he was like, "Oh, burgers? What are these? I don't need to eat." And if Orochimaru is making a clone that doesn't even need to eat food, I could see, maybe he's immune to things like dizziness.
Yeah.
But we
Like,
don't know.
I don't think dizziness is like the biggest deal of the world. Like, it's not like this crazy thing. Like, I think dizziness is just like a small thing. Like, it's probably, if anything, I would imagine it being more of a flaw of human bodies in the first place. Not a
Yeah,
flaw,
I mean,
but like
the
a
other thing though is with
response.
Uzuhiko, even if like obviously if you spin me around in circles, I will get dizzy. But even if I don't feel dizzy, if I'm still being spun around in circles, that's still a problem. And that might still apply. Like Mitsuki could theoretically not feel dizzy, but still feel like he's having this thing shoving him, trying to spin him around.
So that's
Potentially with
assuming
Uzuhiko,
Uzuhiko
depending on
does
what it's
more
doing.
than make you dizzy. Like, if Uzuhiko literally physically affects your body, then there's no way of getting around that, obviously. But like, even this, I feel like
Yeah.
Mitsuki of all people would be able to adapt to dizziness by far the best out of like any character in Naruto, pretty much. Like, even if you want to say he's
could see
dizzy,
it.
even if Mitsuki's dizzy, I don't think that's going to affect his performance at like doing anything. I think he'd be able to just adapt. Like, he would be just as dizzy as anyone else, but he's not going to be worse at doing things because he's dizzy.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, if it's physically spinning him and that's a force, that's difficult to overcome. That's one thing. But in terms of like the dizziness, I could see him just getting used to it because Mitsuki just feels like someone who would like just beat that. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. The way I see it though,
That's where it's tricky though.
it's you are disrupted by the chakra rather than the chakra disrupts you.
No, the chakra definitely disrupts you.
Well, but it's the person being
because
disrupted,
you're
not the
just
chakra that's doing
because you're
the
not in
disrupting.
because like you just said, the chakra doesn't inherently disrupt. It doesn't just you're not just inherently disrupted by the chakra. The chakra has to proceed to disrupt your chakra. Like it has to go out of its way to do the disrupting after the fact.
But there's nothing special about the chakra itself that would be disruptive chakra. Like the chakra
Well,
itself
yes, there
isn't
is,
disruptive.
clearly, given that, as Shizui said, the Mangekyo chakra is so much better than the regular one. So clearly there's something about the chakra itself.
Okay, so Kamui, let's assume it's eye contact, but let's also assume it's the 0.0001% travel time or whatever. So let's assume let's assume Itachi goes to place Naruto under Genjutsu. At the last moment, Sage of Thick Calves was right. The Chidori, it's a speed blitz, so Kakashi used a Chidori to jump in the way, and he's hit in the middle by the chakra, Genjutsu chakra from Itachi that was intended for Naruto.
Is he looking at Itachi's eyes when it happens?
Yeah, the chakra goes into his eye. Yeah, I'll even give you that. Yeah, Itachi makes eye contact with Kakashi on accident when he's trying to with Naruto. What happens there?
Okay. Kakashi gets put in the Genjutsu.
Okay, I don't think this is the best example because I think I agree. But it's because of Kakashi, not because of the chakra.
Yeah, it's just because Kakashi got in the way.
Okay, this example sucked. Well, I don't think the chakra is changing when it's inside of you. Like, it's not doing anything. It's your body's
the chakra
response
was
to it.
already Genjutsu chakra.
Yeah, it's your body's response to it. It's like with symptoms,
Well,
it's your body trying to fight it, which makes the symptoms. It's not the virus making the symptoms. The virus is the cause, your body's the effect.
While I do think that would be interesting, it's never really explained either way, but it's not explained as though like Itachi shoots Tsukuyomi chakra, and in response to that, your body comes up with these illusions. Instead, it's implied it's like, no, Itachi's making the illusion he wants you to see in the moment. Like he's determining what you're seeing. Like that.
Okay.
So, yeah. It's like, I mean, quite literally, the way it's framed is mental energy, spiritual energy, your imagination. Yin Genjutsu falls under yin release. Like, you are imagining, you're creating form out of nothing. Like, you're imagining the things that they will see and making them see those illusions. So it's like, no, Itachi's actively doing that to them, essentially.
This is interesting. So I think you do think, I'm not sure on this. Do you think that, like, Itachi could stop someone from being under Genjutsu himself, just like whenever he wants, if he puts them under it? Like, after the fact. Because, like, I'm thinking, like, you give the order for the Genjutsu. Like Tsukuyomi. Like, he put Kakashi under Genjutsu for 3 days. That was, like, the intended idea of him to do that. If he's, like, afterwards, if he's like, oh, you know what? Kakashi's already been under it 1 day. That's enough. I'm not going to give him all 3 days. Can he do that after he's already shot the chakra out of him? Like, how does he change or alter that chakra? Or, like, dismiss it?
It's really tricky with Tsukuyomi because it all happens in like a moment.
Yeah, but
so for Tsukuyomi specifically, I'm not sure that he can react in time to do it. But let's just say there's a Genjutsu where there's no
Sasuke's
of
case,
time. It's just like
Sasuke's case,
10 seconds in
like
the Genjutsu. Let's just say the finger Genjutsu is. Hold on. Let's start with the finger Genjutsu. I don't know if it is this way, but let's pretend it is. Let's just say 10 seconds in the Genjutsu is 10 seconds in real life. Just for the sake of this. I do think Itachi 5 seconds in could be like, all right, I'm going to cut this Genjutsu short. For Tsukuyomi, though, I don't know if he can react in time to, like, within that already a moment, split second, cut it short.
Well,
He might not be able to do that. 'Cause it's just
Tsukuyomi
ridiculous at
can
that
be a
point.
split second, but it doesn't have to be. Like Sasuke was under it for like what, weeks under the Search for Tsunade arc.
Well, he wasn't in the Genjutsu. The Genjutsu put him in a coma, same with Kakashi. He wasn't still in the Genjutsu. Like, Kakashi was done with the Genjutsu, and then he went into a coma for a few weeks.
Yeah, I was afraid you were
Same
gonna
with
say that.
Sasuke.
Then why do they need Tsunade though? Because the point was it's
Because they
of
were
Tsukuyomi,
damaged
not
that
the Genji.
badly.
Yeah, but that's weird.
It's just, well, no, it's just Tsukuyomi is that freaking dangerous, bro.
Yeah, but I don't think, I really don't think, if you don't, okay, I knew you were going to say that, because I also think it's a coma. I don't think it was under it the whole entire time, even though I think it's pretty easily arguable that it was. But I still don't think it was in a split second that he just saw the, like, 500 times, you're going to watch these deaths. I think that was over the course of, like, seconds, if not minutes.
Definitely not minutes, because Asuma was like what happened? One moment you said this, and then the next moment you were on the ground. It definitely wasn't minutes. I mean, it's
Well, with
possible
Kakashi's case,
that it was
yeah,
like
it was a
1
split second.
second or 2 seconds, but I mean, it's implied in the story it was like a split second.
Well, but that's Kakashi's
And
case. We know Kakashi's case was a split second. We don't know how long for Sasuke's case. I remember Jiraiya afterwards takes Sasuke out and is like, man, you've been through it. Or I forget exactly what he says, but do you remember?
I don't know what he says, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's possible he could slow it down to or maybe even like it's just a rate thing. If a split second is 3 days, then a 1 year Genjutsu might take 3 seconds. I don't know. But the point is, if he's doing the usual split second way, that seems to be his go-to. I feel like it'd be very hard for him to like decide within a split second of a split second to stop it.
I imagine the bigger, as this quote states, the bigger state of total unawareness that the target is placed under, the more amount of chakra it takes, and that would include time discrepancies. So, like, to make 80 years in a picosecond would take an enormous amount of chakra compared to, like, 20 years over the course of 1 second, or, like, 10 years over the course of 5
yeah, I
minutes.
think so too, probably.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if it's tricky with the duration of real time aspect. I'm not sure how much that affects, but definitely like an 80-year Genjutsu will take longer than a 1 year Genjutsu. Or sorry, more chakra than a 1 year Genjutsu. Obviously longer. More chakra than a 1 year Genjutsu. That just goes without saying. I don't know if, but I guess doing it faster would probably take more chakra, but I don't get what the point of that would be. What would be that just seems like a waste of chakra. Like, why?
I mean, you look at every time Itachi used it, I think it makes sense, except for maybe the massacre. But with the Itachi,
No, but like the difference between a picosecond and 1 second, it doesn't matter at that point. If it's costing him more chakra, like, stop, bro. Don't do that. That seems stupid. If it costs him less chakra because it's less actual time doing it, that could make sense. That almost makes more sense. It's a skill thing. Is doing it faster takes more skill, but it saves him chakra. That probably makes more sense, because otherwise it's like, why are you doing that, bro?
see, that doesn't make as much sense because it doesn't use any hand signs.
No.
Sorry to throw that in
That
there.
doesn't make sense. What you just said doesn't make sense.
Okay. I think with the Sasuke example, I think it makes sense for him to view it in real time. He views it like hundreds of times when massacre happened in real time as it happened. I think that makes sense, just narratively at least.
Well, in the moment that it happens, he definitely sees more massacres than like the amount of time that had passed in real life.
Because like when I'm looking at those chapters where Itachi's fleeing or whatever, where Sasuke's already under the Genjutsu and like Jiraiya takes him out, I'm imagining that he's viewing the massacre in real time, like in his head at that moment. Not that he's just seeing blank blackness for minutes on end, because for a picosecond, he saw 500 massacres at once.
Well, I mean, he's not still seeing the massacres at that point. Like, he's in a daze because of how it affected him. But, yeah, no, the Genjutsu was over in real time.
I just think it was real time in that case, but I could be wrong. Who knows? You never know.
I doubt it, because that doesn't seem to be the case, to me at least, and that's not how it was for any of the other times. So, for consistency's sake, it makes more sense to me that it was like the other times.
Okay, let's get away from that. So Kamui, Lady Luck is canonically confirmed within Naruto.
And Lady Luck is canonically a smiler.
This goes not only on the Attack on Titan
Particularly,
Smile tier list, but also on the Naruto characters tier list. You got to scale how strong Lady Luck is.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about
How
this earlier.
strong is Lady
Can
Luck?
can we equate Lady Luck to Otsutsuki level, or even omnipotent, or even like Gaara's mom? Or is it possible that we say Lady Luck is the one that cracked Tamari's teacup? Or is the one that
I
cracked
was
the
wondering
third
if Lady
Hokage
Luck
stone
was
face?
actually Kaguya or Hagoromo, and Kabuto just didn't know.
No. He's just saying
It's
Lady Luck,
Shibai.
like
It's
not
Shibai's
an
wife.
actual like how we know Luck, like Mother
I know,
Nature, Lady
but,
Luck.
like, what
Okay.
if Lady Luck was actually Shibai's wife?
Yeah, but like we know that canonically in series, like the third Hokage's face does crack. You could say that's coincidental timing, but like it's also consistently raining during narrative times of which rain would make sense. So I feel like Lady Luck is a real force within Naruto. I feel like we have
Lady
we
Luck.
already have the concept. We talked about this before. I feel like we're now putting a name to the face. We can
Well,
refer
actually,
this to something.
Isn't there a luck stat in Naruto
There
data
is,
books?
yeah.
Yeah,
Naruto has a
it says
5 out of
Lady
5.
Luck. She chooses that. Like, she's the one who like assigned the luck level to everyone. But I like you. Yeah, what's Kabuto? Actually, what's Kabuto's luck stat?
Man, Jiraiya thought he wrote all of Naruto.
Is he the most lucky?
Man,
Who is the
does he
most
know?
lucky character in Naruto canonically in the data books?
It goes out of 5, and Naruto has a 5 out of 5.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, he could be fellow strongest tied with other people 5 out of 5. I just don't know who they would be. That's the only one I know. In fact, that's the only luck stat I remember of all of them. I don't remember anyone else's at all. But yeah, I think we can
Okay.
definitely say this is the one
Headphones.
who does the cracks and the wind and the rain and everything else.
Wait, hold on. What just happened? I was switching headphones.
Do you think Gaara's mom is lucky? Do you think Lady Luck had a play in Gaara's mom being able to do that?
I mean, I don't think call her lucky.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
think that's necessarily the word either.
She kind of like had a pretty sad life. Like,
you know, maybe
the only lucky part is the fact that like she was able to protect Gaara with her sand powers,
Yeah.
but like outside of that, she was pretty unlucky.
I mean, maybe Lady Luck was having a bad day. Maybe Lady Luck frowned upon Gaara's mom.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what's randomly interesting is Kabuto's snake has like a red eyeshadow thing instead of purple, like usual snakes in Naruto, like Orochimaru.
Yeah, is this the official
Yeah,
coloring?
I mean, it's the
though?
colored manga, but still.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what it is in the anime or in manga covers, but
I mean, manga is definitely black, but
no, but the manga covers. Well, actually, I
mean,
can
are
just
there
check
even
one.
any manga covers with it? With this one in particular,
There's manga covers of Kabuto in a stage that might have a snake on it.
See, now if anything, This is the one that looks like it's Mitsuki's snake. And let's be real. That would be cool. I would prefer this to be Mitsuki's snake than just a random one from Chapter 15.
The manga cover has it as red too.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
But yep, Kabuto's eyes are purple. Why? Why is the snake eyes shadow red?
Hot Boy brought this up once, but apparently everyone in Naruto has their own unique chakra color. It's not just all yellow in the manga and all blue in the anime. Every character has their own unique color, is what he thinks and says. I would like to talk about that.
I mean, that's kind of implied in a sense. Like,
because that's his
for
reasoning.
example,
Al
doesn't... points out the chakra color of Shizui in the Hashirama cell arm as well. That implies... Whoops, I just realized I started muting before I finished talking. That implies that they have a unique chakra color.
Something I'll say is that he thinks Purple Lightning isn't canon because in the manga, Kakashi's chakra color is just purple. So, yeah.
Huh?
I don't.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't make sense.
Ask him, not me.
That doesn't matter. Like, he's just wrong then, because he changed. It's so stupid. Like what? Like Sasuke's chakra color probably isn't black, or regardless, he has black and blue Chidoris at various points. Like, that's not how that works.
I mean, if we're being technical, everyone's color in the manga is either black or white. So there you go.
Yeah, but like, it's the same as how you can have black lightning, yellow lightning, blue lightning, purple lightning in Naruto. It's just it's a different jutsu that has a different lightning style color, but that's independent of Kakashi's natural chakra color.
I wish he was here to explain it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But anyway, so Hollow Purple. I really hate that we keep jumping in between Naruto and JJK. It's gonna make a hassle if I want to cut this up. I don't think I do. Hollow Purple. So again, don't know the manga. Just don't like. I don't really know anything. I just go based on my own interpretation, based on my lousy viewing of the series. But the way I understood it is like you got one repel, one attract. That's a basic. You look at the middle, you combine the two, it's hollow in the middle. It's essentially like a vacuum chamber. What it does is it doesn't erase, but it removes any mass or particles that could be in the space at all. So it's like a perfect vacuum chamber. It makes perfect space. And I'm not talking about space as you know it, like outer space, because even in outer space, everywhere you go, there's particles. There's mass, there's atoms.
Even this perfect space where there's no particles.
Exactly. So even if you go, like, from what I understand from a Vsauce video I watched years ago, the least dense space still has one atom, like, every 10 feet. So technically, there's still mass. That's not perfect space. That's not blank space. But from what I understand about Hollow Purple, wherever the inside of the actual purple sphere is, that would be blank space. As it travels, obviously the space fills back up, like air and everything else that's in the air. The particles will just fill in where it goes. But like wherever Hollow Purple is at the moment, nothing can exist there. That's the way I understand it.
I don't remember word for word what it says, but like that generally sounds like the idea. Yeah.
So I don't think it erases matter. I don't think it like evaporates it. Like I wouldn't consider it an attack, if that makes sense. Like it's not hot.
Well,
it doesn't
does because like for example, if Toji, it's his whole body doesn't get hit by it. Like it's not like if it passes through Toji, it's not like his arm's gone for a moment, then when the Hollow Purple moves away, his arm reappears. No, it stays gone.
Oh, obviously.
So whatever gets hit by it, like anything that touches it stays gone. It's literally just he erased matter from existence. Like
I mean, yeah, I just
that's
think
why they call it erasure.
Erase is the wrong verb to use, even if that's what's happening. because like you think of it,
I mean,
a
that's
race.
fine, but
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we'll just leave it there then, I guess. Because
the
like
point is that it's no longer there.
sure, yeah. But I think that's like a property rather than like a force. That doesn't make any sense at all. It's not like a strength of it. Like that's not something that can be overcome. Like it just, I don't want to say it bypasses durability, but it like ignores the laws of
Well, it
physics,
does,
I
kinda.
guess. I mean, yeah, I guess. Like, you know what I
It
mean.
does. That's why Toji didn't just tank it like he did Reversal Red.
There's another JJK thing. Oh yeah. Okay, so I don't know about the speed of lightning thing that he was talking about. The scan is like electromagnetic
Oh yeah.
evolves. Yeah. Particles. I don't know. So I don't know if there's speed of light. I don't know. So the thing is, he was saying it's like fast like lightning or something. So there's I'm sure you know, but bringing this back to Naruto, there's a scan of the Raikage. It doesn't say he's light speed. It says he's fast like light. That just means he's fast. That doesn't mean he's as fast as light. The thing is that light is fast. And so if he's fast, he's like light. Like I'm fast.
What's that
light
skin?
is
Though?
fast.
I thought I remembered it saying he's as fast as light. Though.
It's on the kanji. I already translated it, but yeah.
So the actual kanji is like light, not as light. Then okay.
Well, that's how you would translate it into English because it doesn't really translate into English directly. I forget exactly what it is. It's like not the speed of light, but like light's speed, but like not that. Anyways.
Well, that would make it sound like he is light.
No. It's not that though. It's not that though. Because there's a very big difference between light's speed and light speed. But I feel like I'm not explaining this in a way that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, light's speed to me sounds like the speed of light. Like that is light.
I know it
speed.
sounds like the speed of light.
Light speed.
I know, yeah. Okay, we're just
the
moving
speed
on.
of light is what light speed is.
Stop
Unless you mean
explaining
light
this
Yagami
poorly,
speed,
yeah.
it's light speed. I don't know in what context this would not be the case.
Okay, light Yagami speed. Please, we have to promise to use that in an argument anytime someone comes on to debate light speed of anything ever. We have to use that in a debate.
like,
yeah, Pruven's
so
talking about
what is light speed for you? Like what like is that even fast? Like what speed feed does light even have?
Well,
you should be like light speed. The dude's slower than L. The Raikage's fast as light. Bro's a civilian.
Oh, that's so good. I love that so much. Yes. But no, that's the real argument. Is okay. Well, how fast is light in JJK? Is it the same as our universe? Can you prove that? Because again, the laws of physics in JJK should be different from ours. I mean, after all, we don't have cursed energy, so that's a different law of physics, obviously. So you could say it's an
like stuff
addition,
like that is
but
true, and that's where it gets tricky because the speed of light in Naruto could technically be different than it is in JJK. But to be fair, the authors are both in our world, and when they're saying there is fastest speed of light, they are trying to compare it to our world to give us a sense of how fast.
Absolutely,
so it's like it is the same as our world for that reason.
But the problem with that is whenever they do it, it's usually inconsistent anyways. So.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because like even freaking Haku, the Land of Waves Czar, can move at the speed of light between his mirrors.
See, Haku's one makes sense to me based on how the ability works in the first place. Like, I don't think he's moving at the speed of light. Rather, the way it makes sense to me, he literally turns into light. So yeah, obviously, it would make sense that he would be moving at light speed if he is light. Like, I understand sometimes Sasuke, like, burns his physical body as he travels between the mirrors. But sometimes when he travels, he's just, like, flat.
Bro. Like, I mean, I guess in fairness though, if Haku's moving, like if Sasuke shoots a fireball and Haku just moves between like 50 mirrors, eventually he's bound to get hit by it. um,
Well,
that's
obviously
not
that's
how it's
like
like portrayed though.
that's the max speed. Obviously, he can move slower between the mirrors if he wants to. Like, it's not a fixed speed of light.
Yeah, because he's trying to be nerfing himself, but
Yeah, and then as the fight goes on, he has less chakra anyways. So, and he's probably
yeah.
more fatigued as well. But yeah, he can also literally like go into his flat mirrors. He can turn his body like he removes his physical existence from existence.
Bro,
Like,
yeah,
he's
you were talking
in a
about Danzo
mirror.
and Izanagi. Bro, just look at Haku.
Okay, that
Like,
you know what?
Haku
We've got to bring Haku physics up with everything we've ever debated. Like, can Haku inside the mirror be put under Genjutsu if he was fighting like Itachi? Like, what if he just stayed inside the mirror?
Yeah, no, actually though, because like when you think about it, like glass eyes protects Director Zansil from Sasuke's
Yes.
Sharingan. So does like ice mirrors protect Haku from Sharingan Genjutsu?
Well, but like, regardless, because it's not like he's
Would it just reflect
behind.
onto Sasuke? Would Sasuke put himself? Would
Oh,
Itachi
actually, it
put
would.
himself in Tsukuyomi?
Yeah, because Sarada reflected her own reflection off of the Boruto's sword and the Mitsuki retrieval arc.
That's what I'm saying. Although I mean, you see Haku in there though, but does it like reflect you too? Like, so
Yeah,
Itachi
but
sees
like, so
himself,
keep in
like,
mind,
shit.
the argument that you're looking for is like if Haku was standing behind the mirror. But I'm saying if he's inside the mirror, does he even exist in the first place to be put under Genjutsu? Like, he
Well,
doesn't
he
have a
exists,
physical
but is he like
body.
in another dimension? Is he in the like the ice world dimension for that moment? The mirror dimension?
I don't know.
Well, actually, no. I mean, Naruto punches through the mirror and punches Haku out when he's using Kurama's power.
So, actually, this is a good idea. Do you think Haku's Kekkei Genkai? Do you think he had two Kekkei Genkai, his ice release, and then his going into ice mirrors ability? Because I feel like that's the real Kekkei Genkai here.
The mirror Tenseigan.
I mean, it makes sense
I
to
mean,
me.
the
Like,
answer is no. It's one Tenseigan, but
but like, okay, so the Kekkei Genkai is what, like water and wind release? Yeah, how can he go into the mirror with that?
that's just the craziness of that ice release Kekkei Genkai. It can do shit like that.
Okay, but he can also like levitate them. Like, Sasuke can just throw his Senbone, his ice Senbone. It's not just gonna stay in place if he wants it to. It's gonna gravity exists. Like,
Haku was anti-gravity Kekkei Genkai. Who literally got like paint the Diva Path's abilities to levitate.
like Haku, unironically, is just more busted than Onoki from birth. Like, he just has automatic flying. He is existence erasure. He is Kekkei Genkai. Like, he just has it all.
Yo, I just like literally atomic dismantling jutsu particle style is almost like hollow purple. It's not
Yeah.
quite, but it's like close enough.
See, I was afraid to compare it to that because I don't think it's the exact same thing, but yeah.
It's not the exact same thing, but it's like fairly similar in a sense.
If
Like,
anything, I could imagine.
it turns you to dust instead of erasing you, but the outcome is basically the same.
Yeah. I think it might also be possible if you're strong enough, you might be able to just tank particle style. Like, it's almost like, it's not
Which is
really.
crazy.
It's almost like Deidara's subatomic explosion. What was it, C4? It's almost like, imagine just being yeah, like Kakuzu's diamond morph could have potentially tanked it. I don't know, maybe.
Well, the problem is his diamond morph doesn't harden his inside, so his organs would still be like blown up.
Yeah, but you know what I'm
So
saying.
in that case, he might still have his physical Kakuzu body, but then like all of his organs are destroyed,
See, I was
so
thinking
he's
that
dead.
too. Yeah. It's also
And you can't strengthen your internal organs, so you would never be able to tank C4 for that reason.
I agree, yeah. Okay, fair enough. You got me there. Yeah, the internal organs, yeah, I agree. Okay.
But with atomic, with particle style, I don't see why you would be able to just prevent yourself from being atomized. But I don't see how that makes sense.
I mean, you could just like I feel like there's some jutsu or something that just like keeps your cells together somehow. It not hardens them, but like tightens them, densifies. Like, so, okay, Sukuna Hikona. Assuming that you don't lose mass and you're more dense, could a shrunken Jigen be destroyed with particle style? There you go.
Well, I think in the case of that one, like Ishiki, if he just makes himself atom size, doesn't even do it before, does it do anything?
Because he's
Like,
yeah,
he's already an atom.
You can't dismantle him if he's already that size.
Is that it would be crazy if that's all particle style does. It's just like using Sukuna Hikona on living people, so you just make them tiny. That's it.
They're all
And then you
actually
just forget
still
about them.
alive.
They're stuck. Yeah, they're all alive. They're just stuck in one cell people. One atom-sized person. And they're like, crap, what do we do now?
If they tried to make it back to their village, it would take them the rest of their lifetime just to run there. But they couldn't make it there because they would just get stuck in a crack in the ground on accident. Take them a lifetime to
their energy
crawl out of it.
requirements must be really low, though. They just eat one speck of a leaf and like, oh, I'm energized for a year.
Now, I will say, based on particle style, it's not just dismantling. It's also, it's possible it wouldn't do anything to Jigen in terms of dismantling him, but it might transform him into dust. That might be a separate property.
Because atomic dismantling jutsu. Let's look up what the data books has to say about it.
Yeah. Does it dismantle you into like dust? Is it because you're dismantled that you're dust? Or does it dismantle you?
Are you as dismantled as dust?
Yeah. Yeah. What's the wording?
Article. What do you mean there's no matches for particle style? What?
Oh no. Please tell me there's particle.
Okay, atomic. No matches. What do you mean? Okay. Oh, Noki. Why is it just saying no matches? Oh my god, bro.
Try dust release. Or Keke Tota.
Dust. Alright, 6 matches for dust.
There we go.
How
is there 6 different ones? It's crazy.
Dust release detachment of the primitive world technique.
What?
What is this translation?
What?
Detachment of the primitive world. Jinton Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu.
Okay, so just
well, that sounds a lot better than
just for understanding. Okay, we have the Pure Lands, we have the Edo Lands, which is just like reality, the real world. And what's this third new one now? It's
the primitive world.
Primitive world. Okay. Maybe that's where maybe that's where the Haku was. Maybe that's where the dust release people go to. It's actually a transportation technique all along. They teleport. It's how flying Raijin is possible.
It disintegrates the target. It comes into contact to a molecular level. So it disintegrates you to a molecular level. Any defense with ninja tools or ninjutsu is impossible. Well, that's literally a lie. Because there's at least one ninjutsu that can defend against it. And it's called Jutsu Absorption. And presumably, Sukuna Hikona could just shrink the particle style. So that's a lie.
I mean, particle style also works against particle style, as we saw with the like Kamehameha blast between Onoki and Mu.
Which doesn't make any sense.
What would happen if
It
Hollow Purple hit
disintegrates
Hollow
to the
Purple?
roots of the material and eliminates the leftovers. What is it? Shit doesn't make any sense.
Honestly, if Hollow Purple hit Hollow Purple, I don't think there'd be any interaction at all. It would pass through it like it was never there at all. It just wouldn't do anything different, I think.
Yeah.
That's
The
in
ones who
universe. In the
receive the
manga, if that
attack
actually
return
happened, it would.
to their atomic. Oh, this is interesting. The ones who receive the attack return to their atomic shape. So they return to their atomic. That implies like, hey, you're going back to where you were as an atom.
So they all come from
I don't think
atoms.
anyone ever starts as an atomic shape. They might start as a single cell, but they don't start as an atom.
I think this is
Like,
Naruto
that atom was
lore.
already there.
We're getting like, is this how Kamui Tsutsuki did this?
The reverse of dust release, the inverse of dust creation, like.
Yeah, Kami from the Tsutsuki
Well,
clan
actually,
probably
it's
made the universe in
detachment.
his
Wait,
way.
wait, wait. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. So Kamio Sasuke used dust release, attachment of the primitive world technique. He just attaches you to the primitive world, or maybe he just used the primitive world technique.
So the way I understand it, Kamio left his Tsutsuki clan, came to this dimension, made the universe, made the Ten Tails, and then the Ten Tails made the planets, and then Kamio through the Ten Tails made singular cell humans, or molecular
Single atom.
atomic humans. Does radiation work
And
on
then they
Naruto
grew.
characters?
Does what work?
Radiation. Is there radiation in Naruto? There's the sun, but is it radioactive?
You could argue that that's baryon mode. It was the radiation that killed Ishiki.
So yeah, this is the closest thing we got, I think. If microwaves ever
honestly,
exist, I think they actually
that
might.
would have made more sense, honestly. If Kurama was just like, it's like a nuclear reaction, and so the radiation will damage whoever it comes into contact with. So like Ishiki just dies from nuclear radiation.
I think microwaves might exist in Boruto? Is that a Mandela effect, or am I not losing my mind?
I don't know if we've seen a microwave or not, but we might have in the background. I'm not
I
sure.
know. I feel like it's
don't know.
either in Naruto's house or it's at the Ninja Tech department, or they mention heating up Kawaki's bean burrito thing. I forget exactly what it is. It's like the chocolate dessert thing, maybe. The thing that Naruto's like, yeah, you should eat snacks, and Kawaki's like, what is a snack? And Sarada's like, you should
I don't think they use a microwave for that, but I think the time would be Naruto's house, either as a kid or an adult, like when he reheats ramen, for example. How did he heat up his ramen? His instant ramen. What did he use? Did he use a stove? Did he eat it cold? What did he do?
If you use a stove, it's not instant ramen. I'm sorry.
I mean, you got a point. So what did he do? We have to go back and look.
There you go. He has a fridge. Do
Find a filler
fridges run on radiation at all, ever? They got microconductors. What is it? Is
I don't know.
It's something.
I mean, they have waves. There's sound waves.
Okay, now we're really.
Did they have microwaves?
I mean, there's light waves based on the sun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's microwaves, but
we don't know if uranium or any other element exists in Naruto, but we know gold exists.
It'd be crazy if someone had the microwave jutsu, like they used the microwaves to attack.
How many different elements are canon in Naruto?
Imagine Dosu. He's just got a microwave with him, and he just turns it on. And he's like, I don't need to strike you with this. I can attack you with the power of microwaves. That'd be wild, bro.
See, because I'm thinking
that would be a good genjutsu.
That'd be
The
interesting.
microwave get juice.
Because I'm thinking, like, Godzilla is radioactive. I don't think Godzilla could take down any of the tailed beast. But, like, how does Godzilla scale to the Naruto universe? Like, can Godzilla just, like, radiate characters to death? Godzilla's radioactive.
I mean, I feel like radiation should work on them. Like, I don't see why not. Like,
I mean,
the same way, like almost like a poison. Like, just I imagine that should do something.
what about, like, Naruto's passive healing? Would that overcome it, bypass it? Would it even work?
I don't know how radiation works exactly to know how that
Because,
would
like, they have a
affect it.
chakra network and everything. Like, they got chakra points. They got different anatomy. Like, Kimimaro specifically had literal different anatomy, so much so that, like, it was unrecognizable from a human body on the inside, apparently.
Yeah, he's just like, like I don't know what to do. The cover's just like, I don't know how to heal this guy.
Like, I can imagine Orochimaru just, like, digging around in there, like, oh my god, what are these organs? Like, do you know you have this in you?
Like, there's so many bones in here.
What am I gonna
He's just like, he's
call
trying to dig in.
these?
He's like, Kimimaro, you have too many bones. I can't get to your heart.
He takes out one and two more replace it.
Yo, I wish, man, I wish Kimimaro. Imagine if Kimimaro was alive in Boruto right now. Like, all those times we got to see Soigetsu and shit, you just also see Kimimaro.
Okay, I understand, like, the bones he takes out probably, like, regenerate or whatever pretty fast. I still think it'd be kind of funny if, like, when he took out his spine, he just flopped to the floor for a second before getting back up.
Yeah, he was just like, he just like, he's like, oh, I can't feel anything right now. Like,
Or
I
at
have
least
no
if, like,
feeling in my
the
body.
the top half of his body just goes flaccid. It's like his legs are still, like, in battle position, but, like, his back just, like, bent completely backwards like a piece of paper.
And then you just see like the spine regrow as he like straightens back out.
Oh, that'd
Like,
be scary. That'd be like Dead Space Necromorphs if you ever played that game.
it would be more freaky if they did that. It wouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd say it's more cool, but it would definitely be more freaky.
I mean, people already are
Which
kind
could
of
work well,
scared because
but
he is already kind of freaky based on his ability.
yeah. I mean, it could go either way, but
Yeah.
either way, it's cool. But
I mean, what's
I don't have any
cool
problems with it. That just being
outside of his bones, his region is literally just like another part of his abilities. Like, it sort of implies, like, regardless of removing bones, if Kimimaro just gets hurt, he's literally just fine. He can heal that. Like, he genuinely, unironically, he might just have better healing than Hashirama. He might be the best healer in all of Naruto. Like, unironically.
I do think healing fits in line with his presumable Yang release inheritance, because he does, to me, seem more Senju side of things than he would Uchiha side of things for a lot of reasons. So it would make sense, but I'm trying to think, like, obviously there's the bone healing stuff, but like, what does he heal otherwise that you're thinking of?
It is just the bone
Or are
healing.
you just talking about his bones?
Yeah, it's especially in the manga, because the anime censors it. Anytime he rips stuff out in the manga, like, his skin is, like, literally ripped open. Like, it's gashed
Yeah,
open
his
entirely.
skin, like, there's like a big hole and he heals it up.
Yeah.
So I guess that's true. Yeah, when you put that in context, yeah, he's literally got like mitonic regeneration at all times.
I mean, you
Maybe
could
that's why he
say
died.
because this. I mean, this is weird because the skin's an organ and you can't increase your organs. I guess you could just in the Naruto universe, skin isn't considered an organ. So maybe you could argue he can only do this like his skin, like his outer skin, but like not like his internal organs. Like if you if you just removed his heart, you just ripped it out. I don't think he can heal that.
Well, he'd probably die before he could heal it anyway.
Yeah. And then like with Tsunade, she was literally bisected. I don't think he can just heal that. Like, I don't see how he
You just
could.
like Madara, like just grow new legs. I mean, do you think Hashirama could do that though? Like the Madara thing, where he just grows new legs.
No, I see it similar to Tsunade, to where she needs someone else to bring her lower half. Like, assuming Onoki used particle style
Yeah,
just to like
kind of
cut
like
him in half.
Orochimaru, who can do it himself with the snake attachment, but he's got to like reattach himself.
Exactly, yeah. Like, if Onoki used particle style just to erase his lower half, I don't think he can make a new lower half. He can only connect back to it.
Yeah. What's crazy though is how Orochimaru can just like attach himself together like that.
I mean, but with Orochimaru is weird. Because, like, was Orochimaru injured there? Like, was he actually, like, was he, this sounds weird, but was he even, like, was his physical body actually cut in half? Like, it's almost like Suigetsu. Like, he can liquefy his body. So, like, was Orochimaru damaged there?
Snakified.
Yeah, like what literally happened?
I mean, I don't really know what the hell happened there, to be honest, because the other time he got blown apart, he like did the substitution jutsu to make a new body instead. That time he just reattached himself.
Because
Orochimaru's body is so wacky that it's like I don't really know what he's doing, and I love it, but it was so cool. But it's like, what's happening?
Because I mean, it doesn't make sense anyways, because that's not technically his true body anyways. His real form is the literal snake, which literally doesn't make sense considering he's literally a human. Like, you could say that science experiments, tests with subjects, whatever. I don't know. You could also argue it's a proponent.
Yeah, it doesn't actually make sense.
I think you could argue it's a sacrifice he has to make to do the body transfer jutsu after he's done it once. Like, it's a consequence of using it. Like, you've given up your true body. You no longer have a true body. You are just, your true body is the snake from now on, once you do that jutsu.
Yeah, like you lost your body. Like your body is like, in the grave wherever you left it to your original body. So now it's almost like that's his soul in a way. Like,
Yeah.
it's not his soul, but like it's one way to think of it at least.
You could argue, like, the soul based on the jutsu is forced to have a tangible vessel at all times. And so for the transfer itself, you wouldn't be in your original body or the body of the person because
The
you're
transfer
transferring.
itself doesn't even make sense, mind you, though.
know.
Like, honestly speaking, that transfer ritual didn't make sense because he doesn't just like take the snake and pop into their body. Like, we know that's not the case because Kabuto, when he sees the snake on the ground, is like, which one is it? He doesn't know. So that implies the snake doesn't just like jump into its mouth or something. Instead, it's almost like a genjutsu. He just snaps his fingers that he doesn't have anymore because he's a snake, and they just end up in this new mind space somehow. I don't even know how they do that. They're just there, and then Sasuke takes over, and then he's just gone. Like, what even happened?
There has to be, because I don't think it's the genjutsu. I think that's just how we see it. There has to be a physical process that we just never saw.
But he's like, this is the place. Like, this is the place where the ritual takes place and shit. And there's all the tongues and weird shit. And it's just like, this doesn't make sense.
But I mean, that was obviously not a real physical place. Like, that was just like a genjutsu. Not like a literal genjutsu. Like,
But why is that
Sasuke
even
was under like the nerve toxin element in the air or whatever from cutting up the snakes. So he couldn't move.
But Sasuke beat it with his genjutsu.
Yeah, with his genjutsu. But like, this was Orochimaru's technical genjutsu. I mean, if you want to, you know what, this, you'd like this. If you're really going to say there's 5 different senses for like the 5 different types of genjutsu, there's visual, then there's sound. Because you think there's a filler of taste genjutsu, you could say this is sniffing genjutsu. There you go. The smell genjutsu.
A scent genjutsu. It could be a touch. Potentially the touch of the air. I don't know.
Touch of the air.
Oh.
I mean, but that
Yeah,
was the
but
real
I mean,
Orochimaru
but what do
inside
you,
him.
but what would be happening in that case? Because the snake was cut up and it was on the ground. So it's like Orochimaru. It wasn't like Sasuke was in a genjutsu while the real snake was trying to slither in Sasuke's mouth or something. You know what I mean? Like,
I'd have to go look at the explanation again to see exactly what it said, but I don't think it's a real Genju. I think it's Orochimaru did literally go inside Sasuke's body, and that was their fight inside of Sasuke's mind. Like, almost inside of Sasuke's brain.
when did he
Or his
go inside his
imagination.
body? Like, what went inside Sasuke's body to begin with?
It's probably
Because
just off
yes, it is.
screen.
Yeah, Sasuke says he absorbed Orochimaru, but like Orochimaru's on the floor.
Actually, that's a good point. His consciousness is in his curse mark. That could be a part of it, because the guy he took at the end of part 1 that like was the strongest, and it was like because Sasuke wasn't there in time, he had to take a body. We didn't see what happened there. It's possible Orochimaru gave him the curse mark first and then transferred his body. I don't know.
I mean, we don't know if he had a curse mark or not there. That one, I'll go look for it. It just he just screams like this, like he just like I don't know what the name of the chapter is. Transference, that's probably it.
Because what's Orochimaru's purpose of developing the curse mark anyways? What does he get out of having that jutsu to give to other people? Like, he didn't develop
so
it
the
to give it to
original
Sasuke so he
reason,
could come to him for power. And it's not the Jugo
yeah, I
thing,
think
because
the
he can't use it
reason,
himself.
I mean, there's a
As
couple
far as
of
I know.
reasons you could give, um,
Yeah.
at various points of the series, but it's almost like a screening for vessels. That one stays consistent at any point. If Sasuke dies from it, he wouldn't be a worthy vessel. People
Yeah.
who survive it could be worthy vessels. And then later on, we know that people who survive it would be able to withstand sage mode,
Yeah.
probably. Um, so it's like a vessel screening almost.
Do you think this is silly? Do you think Orochimaru has his own curse mark? Or can he draw on the power of it? Can Orochimaru use not sage mode, but like, can he gather Senjutsu in the same way the curse mark can?
He should be able to just do that.
I think so too. Yeah, just naturally.
Interestingly, though, real quick, Orochimaru just like opens his eyes, and then do you see this giant purpley snake? Takes up, it's like a double page spread. Looks pretty cool, and like a tongue is like slithering around the green haired guy, and he says, "Oh," in his mind, "Oh man, it's useless. He's going to eat me." And then Orochimaru laughs and says, "Ho ho, don't worry. I'll let you out of here. I'll grant you one wish as well." And there's nothing actually there. He's just standing in front of him. So that makes it seem like that was a genjutsu, but it also does look pretty reminiscent of the transference ritual later on.
I forget. Did that guy make a wish?
When he actually takes his body, it's off screen. Kabuto's just watching. So
wasn't his wish to like release someone? I forget. What was his? Did he make a wish?
To his clan. Use my clan in your
Oh,
test.
yeah,
Please
yeah.
let them go.
Did he
And he
actually
says, very
do
well. That's a
that?
simple request.
Like, he says he's gonna do it, but did he
We
actually
never. I mean, you would think no, but
I like to think he did.
I mean, it's tough to say. We don't know if he did or not.
Yeah. I mean, if he was the strongest from his clan, I don't think Orochimaru is very interested in his clan anyways. Especially with Sasuke there, he wouldn't have any purpose to keep them around anyways, unless there's something we just don't know about his clan. That clan in particular.
We don't know what he was doing for his experiments. But interestingly, Orochimaru gets up. He like lunges towards Sasuke with his mouth open. Then it zooms in on Sasuke's Sharingan. And then they're in the place. And he said, "This is the universe inside of me. This is where the transference ritual takes place." That don't make sense, bro.
I mean, I think it's
What's also
insane.
crazy is Sasuke uses the demonic shackle stakes on Orochimaru again, and Orochimaru just slithers out of them.
Yeah, I can imagine Orochimaru's in control of his mind, but Sasuke is also in control of his mind. So I can imagine something like that happening. Orochimaru is technically the one priority in control, but like Sasuke can just overcome that.
It's so weird though, because Kabuto sees the snake. It says the giant snake has shed its skin, so the ritual has already taken place? Question mark. So that makes me seem like the snake would just be on the ground normally. Did Orochimaru shoot out of the snake and into Sasuke? Like, what happened?
See, I was thinking if Kishimoto had to depict it in
Did
some
he
way,
eat Sasuke? Is that what happened?
I
Did
feel
he
like
eat
that's
Sasuke and then
what I
Sasuke
wanted
beat
to
him and then
say.
came back out?
Yeah, that's what I want to say. That's how I would depict it if I was Kishimoto and I had to draw it. Is the big snake would put the person under not hypnosis, but paralysis. The big snake would literally consume them whole, shed its skin, and then the body would like morph, or like whatever would be left from the shed skin inside would be that old body, but like with Orochimaru in it. And I wouldn't explain it, but
Maybe
that's how I would
because
depict it.
the guy thought he was gonna eat him, right? And
Yeah.
then when Kabuto's saying he's gonna absorb Sasuke into him using Lord Orochimaru, the whole thing is Orochimaru is trying to eat Sasuke. So I guess that makes sense. That's how Kabuto would absorb Sasuke, is the same way
Yeah.
as what
Okay.
Orochimaru does. I guess, but then Sasuke, of course, Uno reverses it. Instead of he pops out of the snake, but having taken Orochimaru inside himself, I guess. I guess that makes the most sense. That's got to be what happens, because the last panel of Orochimaru before this is him opening his mouth like he's gonna eat Sasuke. So
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine this is stupid, but I would imagine he has to.
He does say
consume
it's the
him
universe
whole.
inside of him. If he's inside Orochimaru, quite literally, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I would imagine he has to consume him whole. Like he can't chew, he can't cut him up, and he can't kill him either. Like I feel like even if he died,
Yeah,
and
he
it's
has
like
to swallow him like a snake.
Yeah, I feel like his soul has to be intact. Like you can't do body transfer, I don't think, on an Edo Tensei, and like you can't do it on someone who passed away like 2 seconds ago. Like they have to be currently actively alive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that'd be like the most petty way to beat Orochimaru if he's about to like take you over. Just like cut off your own tongue like Inari's mom was planning to do. Just, like take your own
you
self
just
out.
kill yourself. Yeah, and then like what does Orochimaru do at that point? He already left his vessel. Like
Oh, I mean that's why he's got Kabuto around.
In the snake form? No, but can he stay in the snake form for like a long period of time, or is he like screwed after like a short while?
I mean, the body fails after 2 years, but that's his true form. Does his true form fail outside of a body? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
maybe it would after like 80 years and whatnot, but could he just live a normal life, somewhat normal life, as that snake?
Crazy. I don't know how long he could, but I think he could, because especially like in like the Kakashi Ambu, I don't want to say filler because like I think it's a novel. It's something. I
It
really
is,
canon.
yeah.
But yeah, they have like that same snake. Like it's obviously not Orochimaru, but like it's Orochimaru's like true form snake thing.
Yeah, that thing was so weird. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was like, yo, that literally looks just like Orochimaru.
Yeah, it's like living outside of him.
I assume it's related to when he was doing experiments to find the immortality jutsu.
Yeah.
Because that's just like a jutsu that apparently there's just like scrolls of in the hidden leaf. Like, I want to know who invented that jutsu.
Yeah. But that's like
and where they
Orochimaru's
are.
abandoned
Are they still
facility.
alive?
So that snake's been there for a while. To be fair, it was submerged in like the green liquid, whatever that was. So who knows what that was doing, increasing its longevity. I don't know. But I mean, it was there for an extended period of time. Probably, I don't know how long. Maybe like a year. Months. Weeks. I don't
What's
know.
also crazy though is like this is like Donzo's related to Donzo, right? So he knows about this shit. Why isn't Donzo of all people trying to master this jutsu too? Like Donzo just wants to get old.
I mean, he does have Hashirama cells.
Bro, Danzo is clearly getting old. Just look at him.
What if that's the age
Like, those
jutsu?
weren't
Like,
keeping him young.
what if he does the opposite of what Tsunade does? His true form is young because the Hashirama cells. He makes himself look older.
Yeah, he actually still looks young. He's just trying to trick everyone. To think
Theoretically
he's
possible.
old. He's just using the basic transformation jutsu.
Bro, unironically, if that was canon, that would go kinda hard if he did that at the start of the Sasuke fight. Like, that would legit be pretty cool.
He reveals.
Or
Yeah,
even
he
like,
reveals that he's been pretending to be old, and
yeah,
and he puts his age back to normal where it's
exactly.
younger whenever he discovered the ability.
Or even if not,
That could be pretty cool, actually.
I could imagine it like when Sasuke shoots his arrow, like takes off his arm, and like the tree comes out, and he like loses control. At that moment, would work as well.
Right, it's like this whole time, like, how old are you? And Donzo's just like 70, but using the art of immortality, I've remained 30 this whole time.
I would
Whatever.
like it if he says he was born 70 years ago, but my age is this. In fact,
Like,
it'd
I
be
was
cool if
born 70 years ago, like years in, but
it'd be cool if like he
my
also didn't
body's age is only
explain
40.
how or what that means, so that we would have to find that out later on. Like the fan theories at the time could go crazy.
Yeah.
Like, is Donzo blank from the future?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Man, at this point, I'm shocked Amado hasn't implanted Hashirama cells. Then again, he probably put Shibai cells
Dude,
inside him as well.
Amado would use Shibai cells of anything. Let's be real. Why is he going to Hashirama cells? Which, it still annoys me that Shikamaru asked in chapter 75 if it was possible to transplant DNA onto someone else and give them abilities. It's like, bro, you know about like a Yamato, Kabuto especially, who did this with like 80 different people. Like there's no way you haven't like heard about what Kabuto did. Like, what do you mean? Like, Shikamaru, I guess Shikamaru wasn't there, was he, when Kabuto explained how he transplanted Orochimaru's DNA onto himself to gain his power? But it's like, you know about that. Like, you know Kabuto did that, at least with Orochimaru. Like, you're aware of this shit. Why are you asking if it's possible? Literally, old scientists were doing this. You know about Danzo. Like, you know about all these things. What do you mean, bro?
So this is funny because I don't know if this would help or harm Mello's argument, considering, let's be honest, in Boruto, Shikamaru, I think he's like been lobotomized or something. It's crazy. Like, he's beyond dumb.
Yeah, it's just like,
beyond weak. Like, in the
yeah, like
novels,
you.
he
What do you
can't
mean
even
you expect
speak
him?
or-
But he's criticizing things like, oh yeah, you don't even have a plan. I'm like, bro, that speaks to Shikamaru, not Naruto and Sasuke. Shikamaru is dumb and Boruto.
Hey, really clear things up, make it consistent if he was literally lobotomized at some point.
Like they probably transplanted Shikamaru's brain into someone else.
God, I love Shikamaru. I love to hate him.
Shikamaru. Oh, he's so hateable.
He's the worst character, but that makes him the best character.
Oh my god. Like, unironically, Shikadira is one of the most frustrating characters. Like,
Oh my god. Okay.
I can only hope for chapter 7 that he's not Shikadira again.
I think that's all the topics. Unless we wanted to bring up any new ones, but I think we're
Yeah.
probably good considering it's been 5 hours and 28 minutes.
Yeah, I'd say that's good.
Okay, cool. So what did we want to do now?
Well, I mean, that's probably a good ending point for the stream.
Okay. Because you know.
Oh, we can read chat, I guess, real quick.
Already
Huh?
caught up, but I can read it out loud. Vaughn, since this is where I left off of reading it. Well, maybe I didn't read any of these actually out loud. Yeah, starting from the top. All right. What you guys think about Naruto / Borutoverse created? Okay, yeah, this is silly. So, what do you think about Narutoverse created? Similar to how God is described to have created the world in Genesis. So, like the God, like our God. So, what do you think about that, Kamui?
I clearly, honestly, I want to see the actual Japanese scan of that because all the scans we've seen, there's no way that that's what it is. Like, there's no way that the guy's name was Kamio Suzuki. There's no way.
I mean, you've already pulled. Like, no, it's very clear. Like, it's just the kanji, but like in brackets for God, and then Otsutsuki is by itself normally. So
Yeah, it just says like Atsuski god, like a god Atsuski, like created Earth. Is that what it says?
pretty much, yeah. I mean, I didn't like fully translate the created Earth part, but like, I was like, oh yeah, God Otsutsuki, easy solved.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say because Kami is just God.
In fact, I
So,
was expecting Kamio to be like the other reading for the kanji Shibai, since every kanji has like 2+ readings. I like double, triple checked. No, it's not. So, it was not saying Shibai there at all, for sure, 100%. It was saying Kami. This is God Otsutsuki.
which is interesting. That they didn't mention Shibai, but it just implies that a god did it, the same way that Momoshiki said that gods created worlds using omnipotence. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So
interesting. I mean, I don't have a whole lot to say about it.
yeah. So how did God create the world in Genesis? I mean, that's another question.
I don't know.
Okay, you haven't knew that. All right.
I don't know.
I feel like there's a missing podcast host you might know. But anyways, alright, so does Orochimaru still have the white Zetsu body? And Boruto? No.
So that's actually interesting, yeah, because Naruto says you look even younger, and Orochimaru's like, you know me by now, implying that he took a younger body. Um, I don't know why he left the white Zetsu body, other than like, I guess the transference ritual like still needed to happen 3 years later. Like that body didn't last him forever.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's more than implied. I think it's like confirmed practically, like especially with Naruto's reaction
I don't know
afterwards as
where
well.
people got the idea though that it would last forever. I thought I heard that somewhere, but I don't know where.
I don't think I've ever heard that, unless I'm just forgetting.
I swore I've heard people. I mean, it's possible it's another one of those dreams that looked real, like the Madara turning into a tree thing. But I swear that was a thing that people said. Madara turned into a tree in the anime. I swear I've heard that before. Similarly, I swear I've heard people say that Orochimaru just doesn't need to change a body after the white Zetsu one. I don't know where.
They need to give Orochimaru and Amado conversation. That'd be funny, but realistically,
Yeah.
I don't see what they
That'd
would
be
have to talk
crazy
about.
cool.
Like, I don't realistically in series, if we got that like chapter 8, they're not going to talk about anything revelation like earth shattering. I don't think they're just talking about whatever current
The
event.
most I would see with that, realistically, is Orochimaru revealing something that contradicts something Amado said.
Mm,
And it brings something to light through that. Whether Orochimaru knows, it could be a thing where he like knows something about Amado and he reveals it like in an interesting way, or it's just like he reveals something that contradicts what Amado said, and they're like, wait, that contradicts what Amato said. And Orochimaru's like, this guy must be lying then, and then they believe him or something like that. I could see that, but
Yeah. Like, these two characters have no purpose, as far as we know in the current plot, to interact with each other. Like, no motive, no driving desire or want to interact at all, as far as like, I don't even know if they know each other.
Amato definitely knows of Orochimaru, I'm sure. I don't know if Orochimaru knows of Amato though.
This is fun fact. Orochimaru is the only one to kill multiple Kage ever. He's killed the most Kage in the entirety of all of Naruto. He's killed 2.
Who else has killed the Kage?
I guess you could say Ninetales, if not Obito.
Well, other people have killed the Kage, haven't they? Oh yeah, Sasori killed the Kage.
He killed
Datara. Yeah, I'll give Datara the W and say he killed Gaara, even though it's technically the
Sure.
Akatsuki did as a whole afterwards, but I'll give it to Datara as 1. Sasuke. Oh, I guess Danzo wasn't actually a Kage. Yeah.
Yeah, so Orochimaru has the highest
The
Kage kill
Ginkaku or
count at
Kinkaku
2.
unit killed Tobirama.
Can we count that as 1, or do we
Huh.
give that as half to both of them? They both killed half of Tobirama. There you go.
Yeah. They killed a half a Kage. I like that answer. Trying to think who else killed any Kage. Gengetsu and Mu killed each other.
We know, like, all of the Kages were assassinated, and some of the Mizukages were. But we don't know who did it.
Yeah, we don't even know how Yagura actually died.
Yeah.
We don't know if Obito even did it. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I guess killing Kage isn't that common. Orochimaru got 2 in like short span of time as well.
I think it would have been way scarier.
And I'm gonna be real, he could have killed more. Like if the Mist Village was on his radar, bro, May was going down. Orochimaru was getting her too. If the interesting ones would be the Cloud and Stone Village. Do you think? I think in part 1, Orochimaru's got it though, because Hiruzen's supposed to be at that time the strongest Kage alive. So if he can handle that, there's no reason why he can't handle all 5 at that time. Like he literally had the potential to kill all 5 Kage.
I mean, Hiruzen literally said that he doesn't think that he can defeat Orochimaru. He told that to Snake, Anko. Yeah. And like he wasn't like being emotional there. He was saying it like logically, like he just genuinely doesn't think he can. Not like as an emotional thing, but like as a strength thing. So based on that, Orochimaru,
yeah,
as far as he's aware, should be stronger.
I mean, Orochimaru, like, so people like to bring up that Hiruzen's nerfed in that fight. Bro, Orochimaru was too. He wasn't even trying for half them. Bro wasn't trying until it was too late. Like he was just messing with Hiruzen. Like, if he was actually being, like, actually serious the whole time, Hiruzen would not have lasted as long as he did.
I will say...
Orochimaru just watched the Kage beat him up. He didn't, like, help. He just watched.
Thunder God actually did make this exact video idea fairly recently. I think it's like maybe it's the most recent upload. Like, what if like Orochimaru invaded all the other villages instead? Like, what if Orochimaru went to the Mist Village instead? And yeah, the Mist Village is very cool. That's the easiest stomp. He ranked them in order of difficulty. I forget exactly how. But, like, they have like stats in the data book, like military armament or might or whatever. So you could rank the entire... In fact, for the tier list, I want to do that. I want to rank not just characters, but the entirety of the village, and probably at different points in time. Like, each generation as well.
Each generation.
Yeah, that'd be so cool. Yeah.
But what was his general, like, consensus?
Orochimaru beats most of them, if not, like, all of them. And, like, he obviously gives us explanation, but, like...
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, he mostly the majority of the
I
video
think
is
the
going
one he's gonna make
into
the hardest is
yeah.
the cloud because of B.
Yeah, I think that was like towards his top. He didn't even rank Konoha on there because obviously it'd be the most difficult. It was the cloud and stone were at the top.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Mist was like second most, and then the Sand Village I think was the least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably because he just. Well, I mean, honestly, I think the mist might be worse because at least with the sand, like they would have Gara to just turn into Shukaku at least to make things difficult. Not that Orochimaru can't beat Gara, obviously, but like they at least have that. But what's the Mist Village got? Isobu's not even with them anymore.
Yeah, so
So
Thunder
Zabuza's dead.
God's
Kisame's gone. Like
Thunder
they
God's
got
reasoning.
Ow.
Thunder God's reasoning was because, like you said, outside of Gaara, the Sand Village doesn't really do much, especially when the Akatsuki invade. Like, outside of Gaara, the Akatsuki invaded pretty effortlessly, like, with just invading in general. Like, they got in, like, undetected as well. Like, it was pretty easy for them. Like, to be fair, yeah, sorcery, shenanigans, but still. But then also, even during the fight, the entire village just, like, didn't help. Like, again, it was like Naruto and Konoha, like, they didn't get in his way. But even after Gaara was defeated, like, in the manga, like Deidara just picked up his body and flew away. Like they literally did nothing, just sent Conqueror after him the next day. In the anime, the closest thing they did was like shoot ballista missiles at Deidara. It's kind of bad.
Yeah. I mean, I
The
can
extent of
get it. Like they
security.
did look pretty weak, but like what did the Mist Village have? Is my question. Like Chojuro and Ao and May. That's all we got. Like
Yeah, I remember. I think someone in the comment section was saying the 7 swordsmen should be disbanded by this point, or most of the members
yeah,
dead.
they're already gone.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay.
Chojuro at that point.
Oh,
So
they did. Okay, I
Yes.
remember. Thunder God mentioned Chojuro. He said that Chojuro's strength is heavily determined on like his determination. It's like if he wants to be strong, he will. But like if he doesn't,
the
he's like
thing I'm
really
looking at
fodder.
with Chojuro in particular though is his age. He's like Naruto age from the looks of it. Maybe even younger. I don't know. He doesn't look old in Shippuden. So he's it's kind of like getting Naruto age in part 1 when Orochimaru invades. I don't know how good Chojuro was at that point.
I think he's definitely a few years older than Naruto. Like I'd say he was like
Okay, but even if he's
19 at the
Kankuro
youngest.
age, so let's just say he's Kankuro age, a couple of years older. There's a big difference between part 1 Chunin exams Kankuro and Shippuden Kankuro, even just Sasuke retrieval letter Kankuro. Like there's a big difference. Assuming Chojuro follows a similar path because he's one of the guards like Kankuro and Tamari. I don't know like how. Yeah, if he's Tamari Kankuro level, I don't think that's the difference maker for
Fair enough.
Orochimaru. I definitely am picking Shukaku Gara over Chojuro.
Yeah, I forget
Um,
the other points he made, but it's a good video. Again, like the
I had to
90%
listen.
of the
Yeah,
video.
I haven't researched it obviously.
Yeah, 90% of the video is obviously just going to be Orochimaru versus the 5 Kage individually, and I think the entire like talking point basically, and the rest of it is just like the data book
Yeah,
says
like,
that
the
they
only
have a
exception
3
really
out
is
of
the
5
Cloud
in
Village that has
military.
B.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the Cloud Village with B is the big one, really, because it's
Yeah.
B and A.
Again, he did have the stone and cloud at the top, so there you go.
Yeah.
Next comment. Shikamaru wants help from Boruto, whatever that is. I think that's what the rest of the arc is gonna be.
Yeah, we mentioned that. Not as the arc, but like a topic. Yeah, but what help does he want besides confirmation?
I think based on like
What is his
that
plan?
chapter in particular, his help I know we said it's funny with the abridged, but like I think it really does want help with like the whole Hokage thing. And the way he's gonna get help is with Naruto. Confirming Naruto, finding Naruto, something with Naruto.
Yeah, like asking him like, is Naruto? Because honestly, actually, I should make a video, like a YouTube short about this or something, because I don't think it's too much to say. But in that same chapter, Damon points out the whole people are gonna catch on to your lie, Kawaki. his reasoning was because the Shinju were going after him, but it's possible that Shikamaru's gonna. Then again, Boruto doesn't want to out Kawaki, but Shikamaru might already have his doubts though that Naruto's actually still alive.
Like
just like Himawari.
As funny as it is to say it's in character, but like, especially not after his novel, I don't think we can simply boil it down to, oh, he hasn't accepted the Hokage position for 3 years because he thinks being Hokage would be a drag. I think there's definitely more to it than that. I'm not gonna say he is a conspiracy theory. He thinks Naruto's alive, but
like thinks that Naruto, he's clinging on to hope.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
They said like this. It's been 3 years, Shikamaru. That's the time limit you gave. That implies like he was waiting for something. Presumably Naruto, I assume.
Well, I don't think he was like, all right, 3 years from now is when something's gonna happen. I think he was just saying 3 years is like the longest that I'll wait. Like, it's not 3 years in particular.
Yeah, but the point
matters.
Is he was waiting. Like, I think he's waiting, clinging on to hope for Naruto to still be alive.
I don't know what I don't think he's specifically waiting for Naruto. He'd be happy for that, but like he's hoping for something. He just doesn't know what it is. He's just waiting, and hopefully something will come up.
Maybe,
Everyone looks like we waiting for Boruto to return. Thoughts?
What?
Okay, next. Snakes is affected by omnipotence, maybe, which would ask, is the toads are affected? Should be. They got chakra. They have consciousness. Snakes' omnipotence are toad. I say yes.
Yeah. I think the determining factor is just whether or not Ada / Kawaki just were thinking about wanting everything, including the animals, to be affected by this. Like, if they want it, then yeah, it definitely should work. But if they were only thinking about like if Ada was only thinking about humans having this and she just, the animals weren't on her mind, it's possible they weren't for that reason. But then again, I guess if that's the case, when Mitsuki snakes, maybe they're not that smart, but I was gonna say, what would they question it? Be like, yo, Mitsuki, why are you attacking your friend? But I guess they're not really like that.
Okay, I don't want to spend too long on this, but going back to omnipotence, I understand that you think that it's a weakness for, oh, the Otsutskis are immune, but we can both at least agree, for the most part, that omnipotence can do anything. So that's not a weakness with the jutsu, that's a weakness with the user, because the user wants Otsutskis to be immune. So they just are. If the user didn't want
that's the disagreement, though. That's not what's stated. If that changes to be the case, that's fine. But nothing is stating that it's because Ada wants Otsutsuki to be immune. What's stated by Momoshiki is that Otsutsuki are immune. The one he says incidentally, like he's surprised, is Sarada, and we know Samurai as well. So that doesn't seem to be like a case user thing. He's like, interestingly, and this, when Ada uses it, Otsutsuki seem to be immune. No, he's just like, Otsutsuki are unaffected by omnipotence. That's just how it's said. So that they're just straight up immune.
I mean, I just don't think that's the case. Because, I mean, why would Sarada and Sumire be immune? You gotta explain it.
Well, yeah, but but in that case, though, there's a difference of Momoshiki saying incidentally, as in that's not always normally the case. This is like an interesting situation. It's interesting that he doesn't question it more, to be honest. But the point, though, is he's making it seem like that's like an unusual event, whereas Otsutsuki being immune is like the expectation.
Yeah. But like, but it's stated. Okay, well then what's stated already by itself is contradicted, because if omnipotence is a jutsu that can do anything, then it can't do anything if it can't affect Otsutsuki.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, then there's a contradiction. Which one is it? Why is it
can't
yours and
actually
not
do
mine?
anything.
That's... But
I
it's
mean,
saying that it can do anything.
Because okay, you're not gonna like this, but when we look at things like hyperbole, this is like, well, one of them, if you're gonna pick between one of them being hyperbole, the one you're gonna pick is it can do anything. The same way that some databook statements will say that something you cannot defend against this jutsu in any way. It's like, yeah, you can. Here's how.
So what you're saying is
in this
Momoshiki's
case,
an
the hyperbolic
unreliable
one would
narrator.
be that it can do anything.
Okay, so Momoshiki's an unreliable narrator. I'm glad we agree.
But if Momoshiki is an unreliable narrator, then the entire thing is unreliable. So we don't know if we can believe any of it. You can't pick and choose at that point. So,
Okay.
like, for all we know, it's the will to make nothing real. The programming language that God's used to do nothing.
God. Shout out Vaughn. He
Like,
says,
Momoshiki's just wrong. The love charm is the Shinjutsu. Omnipotence is not.
Good. Kawaki already mentioned Mitsuki's bloodlust by saying Boruto, so he probably just even more heated. I think that's in reference to the two different translations for Mitsuki's line there.
Oh. Yeah, no, I mean, I get what it's going for. It's not that cool.
Yeah. Oodie, you need to translate that omnipotence explanation that comes with the volume release. By the way, can I just like be mad at OBS how it just cuts off the end of like every line of dialogue, and so I just can't. I have to guess what they say based on the first half of every word that ends a line.
Huh?
It's also small, so I have to like lean in considering I'm laying down the computer far away. Anyways, if you didn't get it, then you didn't get it. Since the topic is about Shisui, reminder that he's the most overrated character in the franchise. Agreed. I mean, he's cool.
Can we quantify that?
Probably.
I mean, he's probably up there, but like,
you probably.
I mean, there might be like someone more overrated by comparison. I don't know. I have to think about it.
I think this might not be the best way, but I think the most simple way to quantify it would divide the amount of panels they have in the manga, whether mentioned or shown or whatever, compared to the amount of votes the character got on the Naruto 99 popularity poll.
Well, it depends on what context of overrated they're talking about. Do they mean overrated in terms of strength, in terms of popularity, like, and so on?
I think mine is overrated in terms of other characters in the franchise. So it's like rating overratedness compared to other characters is how mine is. Rather than overrated compared to how they should be.
I don't know what context they're saying, but I don't think screen time panels is the good way to do it because quality over quantity. Some people might be in a lot of panels, but like not do it literally anything. And I wouldn't say they're better characters for that. So,
well, to be fair, I feel like mine's objective, whereas yours would be subjective.
Yeah, in that case, it would be subjective, but you wouldn't be measuring how good the character is. You'd be measuring their screen time relative to their votes.
Yeah.
That would be giving us an analysis of popularity by screen time of characters.
Well, in this case, we would also have to divide the total amount of characters that could have been voted for, I think it was like 500, by the total amount of votes to see how many votes equate to one vote's worth of vote, if that makes sense. Like how many votes does it take
crazy.
To equate to one panel
How many
being
panels does
rated
it take for
correctly.
one vote? Or
Or the other way
how many
around.
votes per panel?
Yeah, exactly. To be
Depending on.
like a 1-to-1 ratio of not overrated, not underrated, perfectly rated. How many votes is it? I
Yeah,
feel
what
like
is
that's pretty
the
easy
perfect-
math. We
the
could
perfect
find an
rate?
answer.
Who is the most properly rated character on this poll?
Oh my god, that'd be actually unironically so easy to do, I think. Other than like finding the amount of panels, but whatever.
Yeah.
But that is
That'd be
all the
funny.
comments. It's also pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That
Alright.
works then.
Alright, over and out, I guess.
Over and out. I don't guess.
And now we wait for the stream delay to catch up.